Hey, yo, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to High Top Sports. It's the best day of the week. We're a bit early for what is coming up later on tonight live at 8:35. Allie Peak will be joining the show, but today we're going to sit back, relax, have some fun, and talk all things college football today as SEC media has kicked off. We had a lot of great things yesterday with Texas and Kirby Smart and others. Beamer talked yesterday or the day before, I can't remember now. But today we've got a great lineup with Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida. We're going to be having some guys, some content creators that represent those schools. Come on, talk to us about it, and just talk throughout the day, our thoughts, our opinions, what these coaches are saying. It's very interesting to see these guys talk, these quarterback talk. Arch Manning spoke yesterday, very poised. Gunnar Stockton made me a believer yesterday, just the way that he was carrying himself. We'll talk with Cowboy Ty as he joins us now to get his thoughts and opinions about it. But good to see you, boys and girls. Glad to have you. Once the coaches talk, just so you guys are aware, if you guys are listening, however you're listening, we will play the audio. So it'll be on here while we're talking. We'll listen to it, and then we'll talk about it after the fact. So we'll see how this is going to go. I'm not sure how this is going to all work out, but big idea, big plan. We'll try to be live with you for most of the day. Cowboy Ty, how you feeling, big guy?
I'm feeling good, man. These media days are just making me believe that this thing's right around the corner. We're ready to get going. I know Florida State opens against the SEC team right away. Also apologize for the next couple minutes. I got people cleaning around where I'm at.
Unbelievable. Hey, did you see
the
the walk-off home run last night, the All-Star game, how that ended?
Oh, the All-Star game was great. Yeah, it was awesome.
Dude, that was some of the coolest. I mean, they really crushed it this year. I know we're here about football, but it was fun to watch them go back to the jerseys where everyone represents their team and not like an NL-AL jersey. So that was refreshing. And then the fact that it goes into OT and they're like, yeah, we've never done this before. We're doing a swing off. I was like, what? In incredible fashion, too. It went as you expect it would. That was awesome.
I enjoyed all. That's one of the All-Star games I still kind of enjoy watching, honestly.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Clint says, Shelton, thank you for doing this. I'll be listening on the truck. No problem, man. What time is Billy doing it so I can take a lunch? He's going at 1 o'clock. So we might stop because there's like a 10:50 till 1. There's no coaches. So depending on who I'm able to get on here, because we've got our Oklahoma guy, Jason, but they don't speak till 2:45. I'm working on getting our guy Ty from Alabama to come on the show to talk about Alabama, his thoughts, his opinions, things like that. But look, before we get Kalen DeBoer up, he goes live in about 2 minutes. I do want to talk about Tennessee yesterday because we talked about this, Ty, on our show on Monday Mashup about the things we were concerned about because they didn't bring a quarterback. There's other schools that didn't bring quarterbacks, and it speaks a lot, I think, when you don't bring a quarterback of where they stand with that quarterback, right? And as soon as he hits the podium, he goes, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Obviously, we know about the situation with Nico going to UCLA. We have an open quarterback competition going on in Tennessee. It's a three-way battle between George McIntyre, Joey Aguilar, and the redshirt sophomore, or freshman, excuse me. I can't think of his name. And it's up for grabs. And I think everyone was kind of like, whoa, okay. Like, it's hard to really have any questions because he kind of addressed it. But what we were all kind of what you and I were thinking is like, there is some question marks, some serious concerns at Tennessee with that quarterback position, a team that probably would have been 4th or 5th ranked in the SEC headed into this year. And now all of a sudden with, I think their retention on offense was like 47, right? Return of production was 47%. Defense was 67, which was definitely the strength last year. But now you've got 47% on offense returning. You got a new offensive line returning as well. And now a quarterback situation that's unknown. Tennessee, it's like anybody else, man. If in the SEC, if that thing gets a little wobbly quick, it can get off the rails really fast. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, when you sit here and you look at Tennessee, like losing your quarterback who was a staple, I mean, that is obviously the one position you want to go into knowing that it's solidified. And now you have an open, which they should have an open quarterback competition because, I mean, it was, Nico leaving was a big surprise to kind of everyone at the time, So now we go back and we look at this, and you lose. They lost Squirrel White to Florida State in a transfer. They lose Dante Thornton Jr. to the NFL. They're going into. They lose Dylan Sampson, who was a big staple of their team last year, just running the football. So I think there's a lot of question marks surrounding Tennessee. They have no James Pierce Jr. anymore. I mean, all these guys were all just big big pieces for Tennessee, and now they're not there. So I think there's a ton of question marks over there, and now they also have a quarterback competition on top of it. Tennessee could have a really down season. I mean, I don't, like I said, we won't know until we get going, but it looks like to me they lost a ton of pieces that were a lot of their production last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the big thing is what they lost. And then again, they're going into this question mark with Nico. I do feel that look, Nico wasn't this, the greatest thing since sliced bread, but he created some explosion. He gave you hope, which sometimes that's all you need in big time games. Kalen is at the talk here in just a few moments, and then we'll pull his audio up so you guys can hear it if you are on the road. Hopefully we don't get in trouble. I don't think we will, but again, I'm learning as we go on this thing as well. So we'll get DeBoer to talk, and then we'll talk about him again. Another team with quarterback situations, with quarterback implications of how these things are going to work. Now they were talking very highly of Ty Simpson just the other day. I think it was on Monday about what they liked about him again, and talking about this Alabama team and kind of the expectations for him and how they are excited about it. Again, this is what we've talked about this too. Once SEC Media Day comes, these guys are they new rankings come out because there's a different perspective. And I kind of always thought it was kind of dumb, but here in Stockton yesterday, maybe want to buy some stock in Stockton. And hearing those guys kind of navigate those conversations, like I see why the mindset changes, because even Beamer, he tried to play. We talked about this, right? Beamer tried to play kind of like I would say tempt expectations a little bit. But I think a lot of it had to do because he has a really good team. We got DeBoer up on stage here now, so we can get this rock and roll.
Research on where I've been here the last couple weeks. So it is great to be here. And first of all, just in regards to Greg, I appreciate his leadership. Year two, you understand a little bit more of what everyone does and how well they do it. What Greg Sankey does for the SEC, for college athletics, it's on an extremely high level. And so thank you, Greg, for everything that you do here for us at the SEC as well. So I want to thank you all too, as the media, just a coverage of college football, coverage of our conference, coverage of our teams, Alabama in particular, and all the great stories, the journeys that our guys are on, you guys documenting them and sharing them with the rest of the country, the rest of the world. So appreciate all of you being here today. I brought three players with me. I had a chance to see them this morning. We've both been different directions and busy already, but three talented guys that I want to brag on a little bit here before I kind of move on to some things about the team. Offensively, brought Caden Proctor. He's our third year offensive tackle. He's originally from Iowa, and a couple things. You look at the guy and he's massive, and he just just does everything on a high level when it comes to his training. But the thing I'm going to tell you about this guy that's impressive to me as well is that by the end of this season, here in December, he will have his degree. So if you do the math on that, 3 years getting your degree, even a semester in there where he transferred, and that gets harder to do when you do that. But he'll have not just his degree, but right now he has a 3.7 GPA. And so taking 16 credits this summer just so he can be on track to be able to accomplish and walk across that stage, have a great football season, but also have his degree there. I know he's excited to represent not just the team, but also he representing the offensive line, our offensive side of the football. He has a lot of great pride in what they're accomplishing and the work they're putting in. Tim Keenan, fifth year defensive lineman. I think the thing with Tim that he's a homegrown, boy from Alabama, and I think when I look at Tim, the team just looks at him as like that big brother. He's a mentor to not just the young guys, but even the old guys. They know they can count on him to be doing the work. He embodies what a student athlete is all about. And I think those that really know Tim and follow what he does, he's got a passion for giving back to the community. He's one of our guys that just is at the forefront, spiritually leading our team, and then also just from a community service standpoint, he's out there. He's a big brother to kids in our community. And there's just him understanding the platform he has is so impressive to me. It's been a pleasure to coach him. We get one more crack at it with him, and appreciate his leadership. And then Deontay Lawson. Fifth-year linebacker. He was a captain, really our only returning captain from last year's team. That should say enough right there about how our team views him, how they look at him. His journey, again, everyone's got something a little bit different. Probably thought a year ago at this time he'd be, wearing an NFL jersey. Circumstances as they may be, just coming back from an injury, seeing him attack it, seeing him and his mindset, him understanding the circumstances he can't control and what he can. Oh, man, it's just amazing seeing him take over not just the defense, but be a leader on our football team. I walked into a meeting, was looking for a coach, actually. I walked in, and actually it was him holding a meeting with the linebackers. That was, I guess, yesterday morning. It seems like forever ago, but that was yesterday morning. And listened for about 30 seconds. I knew that meeting was in a good position, coaching it like a coach. And when you have guys on the field that are like him, that understand the depth, the details, you're headed in the right direction and have a chance. So those are our three guys. Super proud of them, their journeys. I think the common theme with all of them is they're high character guys. They're extremely driven. I think, again, they represent a lot of what our team's all about. They're leaders on the team, but they're also leaders in the community. Before I move on to our team, one person I also want to thank is just our athletic director, Greg Byrne, just for his leadership, much like Greg Sankey. The world of college athletics and it ever changing. You got to have those people at the top that, are working through it and coming up with solutions. And I can't thank Greg enough for the way he communicates with me on the direction we need to be going and what might lie ahead. I think his foresight's been critical going back to when I first got here, and especially even going back to a year ago on what it might look like with the evolving and the evolution of what college athletics looks like today. Second season, familiarity's been a word that's been used a lot already this morning with different interviews. That's great. It helps you feel good about where your family's living and what those routines are. That's important to me and our success. You got to have that piece in place. Familiarity with it, and I think the common word also would be continuity. Starts with our coaching staff. Really, one change on the defensive side of the ball, and then the addition of Ryan Grubb on the offensive side. Everyone else, not just the position coaches, but quality control coaches, graduate assistants, recruiting staff, strength and conditioning, academics, training room. We really had no turnover in all those areas. And so that's exciting to me because I think that says a lot about the belief and the excitement of what lies ahead. And that you have the right people. You talk about getting the right people on the bus, the right people in your program and inside the building, and I feel like we certainly have that. So continuity is a huge piece of kind of what year two is all about right now. That trickles down to your players. The leadership from the staff is there, but really the culture that we want to try to exude, try to have, it comes to life through our players, and they are making that happen. It's the day-to-day, and as we speak right now, they're on the field, in a nice warm morning in Tuscaloosa, getting after it. And I can't tell you how impressed I've been with them just focusing on the main thing, and that's the work. Not getting ahead of themselves, not even worried really about practice number one, game number one for sure, or even further down the road in the season. I know they'll get asked questions about it and have to answer some of those today, but when it comes down to what we're focused on, it's the day-to-day work that these guys are really honed in on. And making sure that they take care of to give themselves a chance to be highly successful this fall. The team's an extremely coachable group. They compete with each other, a lot of competitions within, but just the competition against themselves to be the best they can be, they've really bought into that. When it comes to who we lost, really 8 seniors last year, 3 on defense, 2 on offense, 3 specialists, which, got asked that question really the first time in a long time talking about our specialists. It's one of the positions and one of the areas you always kind of look past. But as much as we played young guys, we played, I think, the most freshmen on special team snaps in the entire league, and I really think it wasn't even close. There was also 3 specialists, punter, kicker, and long snapper, that were mainstays in the program for quite some time, or had a lot of experience playing at a high level. So we replaced all of those guys, and that would probably be something that we really got to work through, and got a confidence and belief in the guys that are in our program that they'll step up. So we're right at about 17 seniors, so that's double what we had a year ago. We did lose the 3 guys to early outs in the NFL with Jalen Milroe, Tyler Booker, and Jahad Campbell, deservingly so. Those guys getting their opportunities to go make the most of it at the next level. So experience, and I think really when it comes down to where do you want to improve, where do you need to get better, it's reps. All of us get better at our jobs by taking more reps. Myself as a head coach at this place here at Alabama, you guys in your roles, our players, and then it's reps together. And so again, familiarity, continuity, repetitions. We got to be better in the big moments. We lost some close games last year, and we had chances, maybe not even in the fourth quarter, but we had chances earlier in the game to separate ourselves or make a play here or there. And whether it was the belief or whether it was the confidence, a lot of that just comes through repetitions. And so we've really had a great offseason, understanding where we fell short, why we fell short, not just the what and the how, but the why. And I'm excited about our guys, taking those next steps, understanding when we get in those moments this year, those critical times, how to come through and make the play that's necessary to go win football games. We were undefeated at home, but we also struggled on the road. And we start this year on the road and go to Florida State, and we know that they're going to have something to prove as well. And so that's going to be a great environment to get tested early on. And so we don't need to look anything beyond that as far as our preparation or what might lie, because none of it matters unless we take care of business and do what we're doing, being our best in that week 1 game against Florida State. But being on the road and playing better on the road is certainly got to be a point that that happens this year in our football program. Defensively, a lot of returners coming back. We excelled when it came to taking the football away. I think we're in the top 4 or 5 in the country there. Really the most takeaways that I think 28 was the number in the program going back 7-8 years ago. And when it came to yards per play and all that, it's all great stuff. But the key for our defense is get off the football field. And as the season went along, we did a better job of that early on. There were some times where we could have been better. And those led to games that came close. Those led to games that we maybe fell short. Offensively, I think it's just consistency. It's consistency in all areas. We want to have the ability to be balanced. It doesn't mean that the statistics look equal when the game's over or the season's done, but the ability to run the football when someone's taking the pass game and vice versa, when the opposite happens. So I think more and more pieces coming together, the development of players at all positions. I'm excited about what we have there. An offensive line is where it really starts. Really 6 guys that are strongly in the rotation with a lot of others that are up and coming and developing quickly that I could see competing for spots as the season goes along as well. When it comes to overall as a program, physicality is the name of the game. When it comes to playing football, you wear the pads for a reason, right? And so physicality, that comes through the work to build your body, but that also comes through toughness mentally as well. So I love, again, the work is what we're focused on right now, the main thing, keeping it that. I love the mindset. You know, doesn't guarantee anything, but it gives you a great chance. So excited about 2 weeks from today. At this very moment, I think we'll be on the football field practicing practice one. So it's come on fast. Media days usually represents you know, that type of kickoff and signifies that we're here. And so I'm excited to get the ball rolling. So I'm open it for questions.
Thank you, Coach DeBoer. If you have a question, raise your hand. We have Gianna, Nathan, and Drayden. We'll go ahead and come on up. We'll start right here in the center aisle. Barry?
Yeah, Barry Tramble, Tulsa World. For 2 decades, the SEC dominated, built a great brand, winning national titles. Now the Big Ten's won 2 in a row. How important is it for the SEC, maybe Alabama, maybe somebody else, to stop that streak and get the SEC going again?
Yeah, I think individually in our own programs, that's our responsibility to be to be at the top. Right, that's the expectation I know at Alabama, but also the expectation for the SEC as a whole. You know, I still feel that the SEC, top to bottom, is as strong as you'll find. And you know, we experienced that last year. You had games where you showed what your ceiling was, but you also had to back it up and play the next week against again, and it showed that every team in the league can win on every given Saturday. So yeah, we want to prove ourselves as a program, but also as a league as well.
Coach will go right in front of me, about 3 rows back to the section to your left.
Coach Joe Gaither, BamaCentral.com. On Monday, Greg Sankey opened up talking about 8 or 9 game conference schedule. Alabama has a lot of great home and homes going out into the next decade. What's your perspective on future SEC schedules?
Yeah, I mean, right now that's above me. You know, I know there's questions that get asked of the coaches and kind of as you work with your athletic directors, but that's beyond me right now. I know there's a lot of pros when it comes to strength and schedule, and I'm all for that. You look at our schedule this year, and again, that was built out years back as you know as well. But we're playing Florida State, Wisconsin, you know, one way, one at home, and so you know we're all about playing as many high-end games that you can possibly play, and certainly adding another SEC game to the schedule would accomplish that.
Coach, we'll go over again to our left on the far aisle, but midway back.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Did your year one live up to the Bama standard?
In which way? Or in, like to me personally, or
what you evaluate to be the Bama standard? Do you feel like your year one lived up to it?
Yeah, I mean, for if you internally ask us, no. Like we fell short of making the playoffs, as simple as that, right? And giving yourself a chance to go compete for a championship. I think there's a lot of things that I'm super proud of that are happening within the program that are part of the progression. Yeah, we want it right now too. So, yeah, we fell short. Our guys, you know, again, I'm proud of them and the way they've responded to, you know, us, you know, not realizing the goals that we, you know, set out to have, and getting back just to work, focusing on the main thing. I feel that's always been the case, but sometimes there's just ups and downs you got to go through, unfortunately, that we had to experience. But in the end, you know, we're going to take advantage of the failures we've had and be better because of it.
Coach, we'll go to our other side, or to the right here in the second row.
Coach J.D. Zaza, WVUA 23. Last season, Jahad Campbell was a massive part of your pass rush. Who are some players that have stood out to you on that side of the ball after spring practice and then going into fall practice? Yeah,
you know, Jahad, a lot of versatility that he brought, and obviously that's why he was a high-end draft pick. I think, you know, guys like LT Overton jump out at me. LT in particular, he was there a lot last year, and I think again those are the next steps you want to take. Now, just not just he, but a lot of the guys finishing plays. But LT's got it in him. He's got the skill set. He's got those instincts. He continues to hone in on taking it to the next level. Quay Rusaw is another guy. You know, and then there's some underclassmen that are coming up that I think are doing a nice job too, and looking forward to their progress that they've made physically to be able to put themselves in a chance to be able to let their work happen on the football field on Saturdays.
Coach, we'll go in the section right in front of me, second row.
Thanks, Coach. Larry Carlson, history of Longhorn sports. I was wondering if you could discuss the quarterback room and maybe handicap things for us a little bit.
You bet. Really got 3 guys that have taken all the snaps, not a majority, but all of them. Ty Simpson, Austin Mack and Keelan Russell, and that's really by age and years of experience is kind of where it starts. We did make it known at the end of the spring that if we played a game at that point, and it really wouldn't have changed even at this point because there's nothing that's happened as far as practicing. Ty Simpson would be the guy that would take the first snaps and be our starter. Challenged all of them at that time that they have to continue to take the strides. They got to continue in their own ways, improve. They've really, I know, worked hard to do that. And excited to see that progress 2 weeks from today. But they have the tools. Ty, throws a catchable ball. He's smart. He's been in college football now. Is going year 4. He's seen the ups and downs. He's got great relationships with the team. He's a leader that way. He's really owned things, I think, on another level. And then Austin Mack. I mean, if he walked in here, the guy's 6'6", 230, 235. He's got a presence about him, and that carries over to how he throws the football. Just really took his most meaningful snaps in college this spring, working with the 1s and 2s. And then Keelan Russell, you would never have guessed that he's I guess a lot of guys would be graduated from high school here about a month ago. Really a high school senior, early enrollee that came in and just learning the system, learning college football, has taken these huge strides in the course of the spring. And now, again, getting that install over and over again in the summer and going into the fall, I'm confident he's going to make big jumps as well. So those are the 3. Kind of told you if we played today where it would be, but all 3 of them have the potential to do some really big things in our offense. And I think a lot of it has to do with what's around them as well.
But we're going to stay in this section to our left about halfway back.
Hey, Coach. Nick Wiggins over in Mobile, Alabama with WNSP. Last year, kind of unexpectedly, Ryan Grubb joined Seattle after you were expecting him to be offensive coordinator here at Alabama. What was the adjustment last year without him? And then what are you looking forward to now finally having him back here in Tuscaloosa?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. I mean, we had 4 guys on offense that were, from a staff standpoint, that were coming down, and ended up being 2 with Ryan Grubb. Scott Huff was also taken there up in Seattle. And so, man, when a guy puts in as much time, given it everything he has to the program I'm a part of and working alongside of him, it was one of those moments that was bittersweet, right? Because you want him here with you. I'm talking about Ryan Grubb here at Alabama, but also someone you've coached with for 12, 13 years, known for even longer. What an opportunity. Go be a coordinator in the NFL. And I thought he had a great year. Thought he did an amazing job. He was certainly ready and prepared for it. But things happen for a reason. And, him getting the chance to come here and just add to our staff at the level you're talking about with an elite offensive mind, our familiarity with each other, the efficiency we have when it comes to the day-to-day work, off-season, in-season, it certainly helps us, gain even more momentum going into, this fall. But the rest of the staff's been awesome in how they embraced Ryan Grubb coming in. The players have as well. And then, Ryan's hit the ground running and added some things, on the things he's learned. I mean, when you go through your career, and every year you're going to get better if you have the right mindset. And there's no place you're going to get better and be put in tough spots than in the NFL. And so love what he's brought on top of what our system's always been and how we've evolved to make us even better this fall.
Coach, we're going to go over to the right side on the far aisle over here to our right.
Hey, Kalen, Colin Gay, Tuscaloosa News. I'm curious, when it comes to no matter who's a starter at quarterback, it's going to be a level of inexperience. Are you confident in, whoever's named the starter, their ability to run your offense and to be that leader with the level of inexperience that they have?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question, right? I mean, experience is a big deal. Trying not to do too much when you don't have to, taking what they give you, trying to prove yourself to your teammates, to everyone watching. So just trying to work through that. And again, that's where consistency and continuity and just them being comfortable with Ryan Grubb, Nick Sheridan, Mitch Dollins, analyst, senior analyst on our staff, myself, just, them knowing that, hey, we believe in you. and just be you. Go out there and don't try to do too much. Just go execute what you're supposed to. But they got the tools, and so now you're just trying to put them in those moments as much as possible, to where the lack of experience, maybe from a game situational standpoint, is able to come out in practice, help them feel prepared. I'll say this: I think going through a quarterback competition, that's pressure alone. These guys are going through pressure every throw. Whether it was a competition or not, we would analyze and break it down and chart it. But every throw and every drive that these guys are a part of, it's critical. To them, winning the job. And I think sometimes going through a competition prepares you for the pressures that are going to come within a season. I've seen that over and over throughout the years when I've had other competitions as well.
Coach, we'll go right up front here to our left, front row.
Morning, Coach. John Burrows with On Texas Football. In your time at Washington, you played against Texas and Steve Sarkisian twice, and you've come out 2-0 in those games, games that have proven to be pretty difficult for other coaches. What do you remember about those games that gave you an edge that other coaches can't really seem to find?
I mean, your players made plays, right? They made plays when you needed it most. It might be scoring, it might be knocking a ball down, it might be, getting the big stop. Coach Sark is an elite football mind. He's an elite football coach. He's been doing it as a coordinator, as a head coach on a high level. And so going into those games, had nothing but the most respect. Walking out of it, that didn't change. And so, it showed just even in his transition to the SEC last year, that he evolved and made those adjustments and did the things he had to do to put himself in a spot to not just be playing for a championship, but also in the playoffs.
Coach, we'll go over to our left-hand side again on the far out.
Hey, Coach. Chris Marlowe, LouisianaSports.net. You're 15-3 against top 25 teams as head coach, which is the best record in the country of anybody. However, 10 of your 13 losses have come against unranked teams and in games you were favored in. How do you find ways to be more consistent and win the games you're quote-unquote supposed to win?
Yeah, I think it's learning from those mistakes. A lot of those losses happened in year one at different places. And so you want year two, to be moments of growth and where you can polish and clean things up. Areas when you installed offense, defense, special team schemes that are just your foundation, that you can now just, you're never taking it for granted. You're starting over from scratch every single season, but now you build on tangents based on the personnel you have, which help you win more football games. And again, a lot of it comes down to those big moments, building a culture where you keep fighting till the very end, because there's going to be close games, and a lot of those wins you're talking about came down to the very end. There was even moments when it probably looked kind of bleak at times, but you fight, you execute, and you find a way to win. And so that's what we got to do here going into year two at Alabama as well.
We have time for one more question. It's in the section right in front of me, third row.
Hey, Coach. Theodore Fernandez, BAM Central. You've talked a lot about the staff. I want to ask you about Nick Sheridan. How huge was it getting him back, both from a staff continuity perspective and as far as all the players that he's worked with over the past year and a half now?
Yeah, absolutely. Know Nick going back to 2019. The guy's unbelievable when it comes to just his offensive mind, football mind, not just offensive mind. His organization, the way he teaches, the way he recruits. I mean, he's recruited at a high level. His involvement with our team, going back to, again, he had to kind of throw a staff together there, helped me put that together in a short amount of time there in February last year before spring ball started in March. There was different styles of things that we did offensively last year relative to what, we had done. So we were finding our own last year as well. And you're going to always do that based on the personnel you have. But he and Ryan Grubb, their relationship is amazing. And again, it goes back to 2 strong years that they had together, putting together elite offenses there at Washington too. And so seeing these guys come together, pick each other's brain, Nick's been able to share along with the rest of the staff, Jamarcus Shepard, the rest of the staff with Coach Grubb, Ryan Grubb, what they felt, why they did things. myself as well, but it's helped us take those next steps, be more efficient. He's got deep relationships with our players because that's just the type of guy he is. He's high character through and through. Man, I mean, it's awesome having him a part of our football staff.
Coach DeBoer, thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you, and Roll Tide.
Alabama projected to.
Well, there we go. All right, DeBoer. I mean, just snooze fest, if you will. Golly. I mean, that was just, SEC coaches kind of have an aura about them, right? That, they just got this vibe. DeBoer is just, I don't know, man. He lacks it. But it doesn't really matter. Obviously, if you can coach him football games, he'll be fine. But a couple things that he spoke about that we'll go over. The quarterback room, which, we've talked about it, was interesting because he says, look, if they were to have a starter right now, it would be Ty Simpson, which we all assumed. When we did our quarterback rankings, we did put Ty in there, but it does sound like it's wide open for Keelan Russell, the transfer Austin Mack from Washington. Could be open arms race for those guys. A big factor to all this, too, is Ryan Grubb returning, right? That was a big thing they talked about with Ty Simpson, and why they liked him is fitting into that Ryan Grubb system, right? How is that going to be a big factor? And look, you heard him kind of talk about it. It's like, look, this is a guy that I've known for 12, 13 years. So you legitimately lost your right arm when going into coaching last year. When you've been with this coach for 12 years and known him longer, and he leaves you as you go to your biggest job yet. I mean, these two have been connected at the hip. It was probably a power. I mean, that probably was a powerhouse. That was huge. That was a big blow, and that was their big struggle last year. And you got to wonder if DeBoer was trying to do too much, because obviously defensively they struggled as well too. But man, when you take a look at this team and what they bring back, they are one of the top returning production teams in the country, within like 67, ranking 20th overall. So that's where, again, a lot of people feel great about Alabama because they're returning a lot of starters, one. And two, it's still Bama. The talent's still there. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't take any dips from those times.
Yeah, I mean, I find it hilarious when he says, Ty Simpson, he throws a catchable ball. Like, that was the best thing you could come up with your quarterback.
I think it was him or Austin Mack. I think it was Mack or Simpson, one or the other.
He said that at Simpson. But, once again, like, if you go look at Alabama last year, like, I think the big factor to me, if you go look at their stats from last year's defense, they were not very good. Like, they were middle of the road in the SEC. I mean, they were bottom tier against the run. They were not very good against the pass. I mean, like you said, they did get takeaways, but like, if you're without those takeaways, you have problems on the defense side of the ball, which is not something we were used to ever seeing. Usually that was the strength of that football team. They didn't have to do a whole lot. And now you lose, like, your running game was basically Jalen Milroe last year. Let's face it, like, Jalen Milroe was their best runner. And now they're going to go into the season with Jam Miller, and Jam Miller did not 100%. He did not impress me at all last year. I don't know if you guys, if maybe he did something on you, but he didn't do nothing for me. Now, Caden Proctor, like I've always said, that guy's the best left tackle in the game for the last 2 years, and he's not going to change. And obviously, they had nothing but praise to say about him. But I think Alabama, going with a new offensive coordinator, not having a solidified quarterback, but they said, yes, it would be Ty Simpson, but doesn't seem solidified. And your struggles last year defensively, which was kind of insane, we're not used to ever seeing. And now you go into a new season, and you have a primetime game right out of the gate. I mean, obviously Florida State was 2-10 last year, and they're not that great, but they put together a new offensive line and transfer portal. That was their biggest flaw last year, is they couldn't block anybody. I know they're trying to hype this game up or whatever, and I was leaning towards it. The line came out -12, and I can tell you I was already ready to blast Alabama. Now I'm not so sure. There's a lot of question marks and a lot of pieces with the new OC, new quarterback. It's just they're gonna have to show me. I saw they were preseason number 2 on some people's thing. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, and look, when you take a look, speaking of the FSU drama, your quarterback needs to shut up. You got to put that guy in the closet till August. Did you see the clip, bro? Please tell me you saw the clip of him talking about the interview. You saw it, right?
I did not see the clip.
Oh my gosh! So Thomas Castellanos playing catch with, I think I want to say a wide receiver from Alabama, and he goes, that's not how I interview, man. He goes, I gotta hype these boys up. They went 2-10 last year. I gotta instill some confidence. Like, okay, first of all,
I did see it.
so basically you're admitting that you just lied, right? Number two, you're saying these boys as if you're not even part of the squad. Like you're not even adapting to. I was like, dude, put this guy into a hole and tell him to shut up. So LT Overton, a couple of things I want to pull up because while this is happening, other players are talking, people are being interviewed and whatnot. So there's a few clips. I want to play this clip of DeBoer, and he's so boring. My gosh, I didn't realize he was so boring. This is why this team sucked last year. That guy couldn't motivate a damn squirrel if he wanted to. But
Maybe that's why they didn't play very well.
Yeah, Deontay Lonson said on Thomas Castellano said all disrespect will be handled accordingly. So you got that going for you, big guy. You got those guys are fired up.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like I agree. If you don't go out and perform, then you make yourself look like a damn fool. But if you go out and play football, then everyone's going to be talking about him like, okay, maybe this guy's got a little. I'm just saying, like, it's easy to say, yes, he should be shutting up because you were 2-10. You took over quarterback for a 2-10 football team. You should be shutting up. But if you go out and perform, I don't think anybody can really say anything. So,
Agreed.
I'm not a big talker.
You just
I don't
set
believe
yourself
in it,
up.
but
You just set yourself up.
But you are setting yourself up. You better perform. That's all I'm saying. I've said this numerous times. If you go out and get waxed, you look like an idiot.
High Top Rook, $5. We finally got more. Finally going for more than 4 hours. War Chick can ever. We probably will today. Be sure to smash the like button, subscribe. We're 40 minutes in, and the board almost put me to sleep there. But he was on McElroy and Kubelik this morning. Here's a quick little audio clip about the growth he's seen from Ty Simpson. Again, there's a lot of chatter, I think, the first day of SEC media about how Ty Simpson is going to fit well in this Ryan Grubbs offense. So I really think he's going to be their guy. And you heard him say he is the guy going into it this year, but it's still open for. But let's just hear him say one more little thing before we. Maybe it's a little bit different.
What have you seen from him from a personality standpoint that has changed in the last year to where maybe he might have that confidence to go do what it is he needs to do this fall?
I think a lot of it is just him always owning things,
yeah.
And always being open to being coached and not taking it like, hey, being coached doesn't mean that you're not where you're supposed to be, or
right.
that you're now.
When they stop coaching you, that's the problem, right?
Exactly. And so, we gave a little bit at the end of the spring to where, hey, if we play today, Ty would be our quarterback.
Sure.
I think that makes him feel a little bit about, hey, this is where I stand in the coach's eyes, and the communication for us has always been important. So I think that communication's constant, not just in the
kind of the same stuff. So what's also important to note here, when you think about those past Alabama teams, if this was a Nick Saban team rolling through here, and there was a quarterback situation, which they've had before, they had I think Saban's last year with Jalen Milroe. There was kind of a little bit of a question mark if Milroe was going to be the guy, and they benched him at the USF game, and then he kind of figures it out. We wouldn't be concerned. There wouldn't be a doubt in our mind. But if this was an Alabama team with as much returning production as they have, with as much star-studded talent as they have, this team would be favored to win the SEC by a landslide. And look, the reason I even bring this up, because I said it the other day when I spoke about Florida's team. When you look at Florida's team, man, there's three SEC teams. The top three SEC teams with the most returning starters are A&M at 15, Alabama at 14, and Florida with 13 returning starters. And those three teams aren't considered to be the top dogs in the SEC. Now, again, just because you have a returning starter doesn't mean they were good starters, right? That's a factor. But I said the other day, if Florida had Kirby as the coach, Florida would probably be a highly favorite guy. And look, that's not like me being like breaking any news or anything, but just to simply show you, like, there's not a lot of faith in that coaching room at the moment for the Gators, and I understand why. And I think the same thing is going for Alabama. But I this team is so talented, it's hard to not overlook them. And in a way, it's so talented, it's gonna get them through some games. When you take a look at their schedule, FSU has started off. Look, I was on a show last night, Really Flawed. This young lady, she's doing a really cool segment, and she asked me a question. She said, "What's Florida's trap game?" Right? And a trap game to me is typically when you're kind of on a run and there's a game in there that can cause a snooze fest where you get caught up, right? I don't think Florida's in a place right now to get caught up in a snooze fest. Do you know what I mean? Like the schedule is too much of a gauntlet. Every game has so much meaning. You're not going to get caught on your heels. Florida State, I always have felt, because playing in the ACC, they'll have 3 or 4 clusters of good games. But then you got a Boston College and a Wake Forest that can always catch you, right? You guys always have, and that's a compliment more so to Florida State too, that you guys are usually pretty a higher echelon, that there is a trap game in there where you can get caught slipping. I think this Florida State game could turn to a trap game. It's not going to be because it's the first one, but it could, like you're saying, like it could be one where Florida State, because it's so unknown, it's such a complete 180 of a football team. You get out there, man, and you're kind of lost in the sauce of like, you don't know, this team is going to be completely different than what you've seen. With Thomas Castellano, it's going to be a version of UCF last year, where I think they're going to run the ball very efficiently, very effectively. And when you got mobile quarterbacks, college teams have shown struggles with mobile quarterbacks. It's just, there's not enough speed across the football field to maintain it. That's why we're seeing college football teams transition to that. Georgia struggled with it, right? Like and Georgia's great on defense. They've got all the talent in the world, but it's not similar to the NFL where every linebacker is an absolute dude. There is some holes, right? So Thomas Castellano, if protected well, and you get the right people around with a scroll right addition to it, right, with more speed coming out of the backfield, it's one of those games that could get ugly really quickly for Alabama. Again, a lot of talent, but it's interesting.
Well, Alabama, and being a first game of the season, I don't think they're going to sleepwalk in this game because, well, first of all, they're trying to hype this game up, and Castellano is doing them no favors by just laying low, But I don't think that's going to be a sleepwalk game, but I get what you're saying. I just think I think it's a right time for a FSU team to get somebody like Alabama because FSU's all new. A lot of these guys are new. They got Deuce Robinson, who's also an absolute monster from USC last year. They get Squirrel White. They got talent on the football field. Like I said, the biggest question mark is the offense and defensive lines. They did add Daryl Jackson Jr., who's that guy will be a monster. But Alabama has question marks, and if they struggle out of the gate and you give a team like Florida State some confidence out of the gate, like the game kind of changes. And if Ty Simpson comes out and he can't find the broadside of a barn right out of the gate, because let's face it, game experience is a thing. If you do, you can practice all you want, and you can throw against 7-on-7, and you can do all these things. When you got linemen barreling down at you with their hands up, and a lot of words are going on, things change. Once again, I just think it could be a game where if they get out, they struggle early. I think it could be a really, really good football game. But I don't know. I'm not, like you said, without the Nick Saban factor, I have a lot of question marks with Alabama. And you're right. When Nick Saban would, bring in a new quarterback, we didn't really have a problem because we kind of knew who they were. They were going to run the football. They had a quarterback who was a pro-style quarterback. But now it's kind of a different game, and the running style quarterback is such a thing. Even in the NFL, if you go look at the best teams in the NFL, they all can they all scramble. So it's just like a new. It used to be pocket passing quarterbacks were great. Now you want guys that can move so that the DNs can't pin their ears back and come get you. They got to kind of know what they're getting into, and like if they run at you too fast, they're going to give up 20-yard scramble. So once again, Alabama question marks. But Nick Saban, not the Nick Saban factor, has got me a lot more question marks than I've ever had on Alabama.
The curated motivation from this game, obviously from Thomas Castellano, has been nice. But there is a little bit of an underlining factor, too, because when this Alabama job was open, there was a lot of talk that Mike Norvell could go to that job. So this is a battle of what ifs for this game, too, because of the Alabama situation of, like, what if we did go to Mike Norvell? Now, Bama was patting their backs after the performance last year, but Norvell still was able to turn a team into a 13-0 team. Now, again, I think the verdict is still out. We're still waiting to see if that was just a Jordan Travis-esque football team that carried him. Again, I think that they did a lot of great things in the offseason. And again, I think there's a great point of it, too. It's like it is the first game of the season. There is a lot of unknowns and a lot of opportunity to kind of fall flat. And you spoke about in-game experience, and talking to that lady last night from Really Flawed. I asked her about Arch Manning, right? Like, why not play him more at the end of the year? She's a Texas fan. And she said, look, they came into that Georgia game and the game looked too fast. And so it's like, why? I didn't agree with this take, but she was like, why put somebody in if the game's moving too quick? You don't want to hurt their growth. And I understand that part of it, but this guy's a sophomore. He's going to be your guy next year. If he's getting burned his sophomore year and you're worried about his growth and him getting burned at that part of his career, I've got questions. But we were kind of towards the end, so I didn't really go into it. But the point of I say that is she even thinks that Arch is going to have a little bit of a growing season this year. He's just going to have to. And so she said 10-2 because there's 2 games that I'm crediting for growing. I'm giving up for a growth spur, right? I think we see that with Alabama, right? You see that with Ty Simpson, is that there's going to be a growth spur in here, or a growing pain, if you will, where Thomas Castellano has a ton of in-game experience. He's used to guys just chasing him around the football field. Now, the speed may be a little bit different from the SEC, sure, but in regards to just running for your life, like that guy, that's in his identity. And if there's an offense that's going to encourage running for your life, he's in it. Like, there could be a nice little recipe for a disaster where FSU could kind of get the ball rolling and score effectively. Now, defensively, I think it's probably going to be my biggest question mark, because even last year, I felt like they got going pretty early, like that Georgia Tech game, but they couldn't stop a nosebleed. That was a huge factor for them.
Well, also, I mean, what you also got to understand, sometimes your best defense is your best offense is being able to stay on the football field.
Sure.
I mean, when you can control the clock and you can keep your defense on the side of the field, but like it's kind of a combination. So, like, if you can get your offense going and you can run the ball effectively and you control the clock, your defense has time to rest. But when your defense also has no motivation because you feel like you can't score, it's also just it's a triple effect, which is why it's the ultimate team football game. Football is the ultimate team game, because you can get motivation from your defense, you can get motivation from your offense. If you know your offense can go score, it will. Like, your defense can play more free. If you feel like you can't score, your defense just feels like they're demoralized, and like so
Sure.
it's a combination of a couple things. And when I watch this Alabama football team, we always knew who they were going to be under Saban. And who they were going to be is they were going to run the football, whether it was Najee Harris, whether it was Derrick Henry, whether it was Trent Richardson, whoever all those guys were. Like, we knew that they were going to run the football. Now they don't have that identity, so we don't really know who they want to be or who they are.
Yeah, Richard Young is their backup redshirt sophomore, who I was really excited about when he came on and bursted onto the scene as a freshman. So they've got the talent back there, right? It's not like they don't have it. Again, Jam Miller doesn't really carry or possess the same identity as those other guys that you just mentioned, so it's going to be a huge factor. I will say, too, man, both guys, and again, I know it sounds kind of cheesy, but look, this is part of what Media Day is. You get to hear these guys talk. You make a judgment and an appeal. Look, I can say this because we criticize Billy, right? Billy is very monotone, very just kind of sticks to his guns. But he's getting a little better, getting a little more swagger-esque. Listening to DeBoer, man, was an absolute snooze fest. He just didn't feel like he had it. You know what I mean? Like, even Beamer has a little bit of a weird tick to him. And I think if as a head coach, you have to. Dude, you got to think about it. There's 132 head coaches in FBS, right? But if you want to talk about Power 4, there's I guess the Power 4, maybe like 70. I'm doing quick math here. Like, you got to be one of a kind in a sense to get that job. You've got to be built a little bit different. You've got to tick a certain different way. Like, Lane Kiffin he's a little bit of a goober. Like, you saw him with Paul Feinbaum. Like, there's just an aura about him of like, yeah, like that's a head coach. Hugh Freeze, like the way, like his swagger, like even him talking about him addressing the golf stuff. Like, there is just something about it that you have to be able to live in this world. And again, I'm not saying that Kalen doesn't have it. Obviously, he's been there, but he doesn't fit the SEC mold, in my opinion. And so we'll see how I think he'll get chewed up this year if things kind of go pretty quickly. Mike Norvell is one that, although he's super goobery and weird, like it kind of fits that head coach vibe where it's like, he's like, I don't know, there's a tick, there's something off. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit, little psychopath.
Your personality is a big factor. I mean, some of these guys connect with you through your personality. I mean, if you go look at the Pete Carroll days, look at USC. I mean, Pete Carroll is one of the biggest, just goofiest dudes, just awesome football coach, but they all seem to connect with him. And you always saw those USC teams. They were always lights out. I mean, they were a dynasty. I mean, they had Leonard and they had the Reggie Bush era. Like, they had the people. So, like, your personality fits who you are. And either he doesn't have a lot of confidence right now, or his personality is just really boring and he can't maybe his motivation. I think we're going to find a lot more about Alabama this year than we did last year, because if it becomes a factor again of how they ended last season, I think there could be an issue. I mean, you got to realize you lost to Vanderbilt. I mean, that is
Hey, that you lost to
that's a big one.
Diego. Okay, let's take it easy.
Right, but it's Vanderbilt. I mean,
And don't
you
listen.
went
Pete
in,
Carroll's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Okay, so let's not. That guy's
but
got.
his personality sets him apart. What I'm saying, and my
Yeah,
point
yeah.
is,
No,
like
I
you
know, I
said,
know.
boring people don't make great coaches. You got to have some kind of aura. You got to have a
So
personality.
Bill
People connect
Belichick is boring, right? But he's grumpy boring. Like it's not like it's a different kind of boring. You know what I mean? Like Bill's not approachable. So there's like that helps. So it's like you're scared of him. Like DeBoer seems very approachable. He just like I don't want to approach him because he just doesn't seem exciting. But can I get a chomp chomp?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chop chop.
Say hi, Ty.
Hi Ty.
Hey, bud.
Look at his shirt, boys.
Oh, what we got going on here? Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm a fan. I love it.
Have fun. Yeah, no, Pete Carroll's one of the. I mean, I'm so pumped to see him. He's coaching my favorite football team this year, in the Raiders. So that's Ty's team. I'm pumped for you guys, man. I think that's gonna be awesome. I think he's a phenomenal head coach. But yeah, like when you think about, and look, I mean, Billy can be a little bit boring, but I think Billy has you. We've seen the tick. Billy possesses more of like that. I'm never gonna get too high mentality, right? Like he kind of he buys into it. It's almost like the board is trying to impress people. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to figure out how do I navigate this world, and it's a tough world in the SEC. So I get it.
Yeah,
Coming into this.
He like can't find his place. Like he doesn't know where he belongs, and
Yeah.
it's almost like he's searching for something. It is a mental grind, changing where you come from, and like a whole different. This is obviously not Washington. Like you have all the people looking at you. When you're in Washington and you have a great season, everyone's like, "Oh wow, that's awesome!" Like cool. But now you're Alabama, you're expected to have a great season, and when you don't, people are calling for your head because people in Alabama, whether how many teeth they have, 32, 29, 17, it don't matter. Like they are Alabama Roll Tide for life. I mean, that's who they are. And, like they want to see, go look at Roll Tide Willie. I mean, he don't give a piss about nothing but the Tide.
Don't give no piss about nothing but the Tide. Look, I was talking to with the young lady. Again, great. It was also a fun show. I don't know when it's gonna drop. It's gonna drop sometime next month. But she was asking me who my favorite play. Like if I could choose a player right now in college football, who would it be to be on my team? And I said Caleb Downs or Harold Perkins. Like those are my two guys. And the reason I bring this up because I'm a big guy player. Like I enjoy watching players be successful, especially in the NFL. Like I have my teams, but I support a lot of teams. I'm not like where I am with Florida football. In the NFL, I'm a Jags guy because obviously just locally, but I like seeing guys be successful, and I'm finding myself because of following the game a lot more, because of the NIL, you're able to understand these kids a little bit more. You get a better feeling of them. You want to see them be successful. Ryan Williams is one of those guys that I enjoy watching play football, and so it's weird because like I want to see these guys do well. I want to see them, be successful. Jeremiah Smith is somebody who I love. Like he's just must watch football. Caleb Downs, again, it's must watch football. Like, you want to go watch those games to watch those guys play. I was watching LSU versus Arkansas in a 9-9 nail biter like 2 years ago because Perkins just took over the football game. Like, you got to turn those TVs on. And so I am interested to see how Ryan Williams will do in his sophomore year. I think that he was electric last year. Like, even though Jalen Milroe wasn't the greatest thing since sliced bread, the kid's extremely talented, extremely athletic, could make things happen if need be. And that's what we saw. We saw just two athletes kind of just revert back to backyard ball, draw it up in the dirt, and just get open, big guy, got you. And those two were talented enough to make that happen. I don't know if Ty Simpson is talented enough to go out and just sling it like that. Maybe Keelan Russell, who's one of those highly talented 5-star quarterbacks, I think we see him very quickly. I would be shocked. I mean, he possesses the same caliber things and qualities that DJ Lagway had going into his freshman year last year. He was a Gatorade player of last year's recruiting class in Keelan Russell, the #1 overall quarterback recruit, 6'4", like has all the intangibles that you're looking for. You've got a massive question mark. The reason why DJ didn't really kind of necessarily burst on the scene as a starter was Graham Mertz is going to his 4th year as a senior. You're not going to come in with anybody that has as much experience and knowledge of the game as Graham Mertz. There's nobody in that quarterback room for Alabama that is that much further. I don't know how you don't go with your best talented guy, especially in this league where mobile quarterbacks and guys that can make things happen is going to be what makes you successful. Especially, again, it's very Michael Penix-esque like. I think that's going to fit into their offense. So it'll be interesting, man. I think he says Ty Simpson was a starter after spring game, but it's still wide open.
Yeah, he didn't sound confident that he was. He said yes, he would play today if that were the case. We don't know. We're not there. We don't see Keelan Russell. Is he developing like they want him to? Or obviously he's still young. But what I'm saying is like, is he able to go in and take over a team straight out of high school? Like you're taking over a traditional program. Like, is he capable of making those plays? Is he got the mental game? Is he confident enough? Like, there's a lot of question marks that we don't know as fans. Like, we see what we see, but when it goes behind the scenes, like, there could be much more involved than we actually know. I mean, he might not have the confidence of the team, or he might not have the leadership right now. Like, there could be a bunch of different things that we don't know. He might not command the huddle well. But all things you can get around. DJ, to me, like you speak of DJ, like, he commands everything very well, and he seems like he's very level-headed. Seems he has the mental game to play the position, even when he came in when Graham Mertz got hurt. He was taking that spot, and he was never going to give that back, because you can tell his demeanor on a football field. Now, we don't know whether Keenan Russell has it or not, because we have yet to see him. DJ impresses me. Even like you said, I root for people. I'm a football fan. I'm an FSU fan for sure, but I love to see kids succeed. I mean, it's something that just you love to see it, and when you have that much hype behind you, like Lagway and them do, like sometimes it can be hard to meet those expectations. But it doesn't look like it bothers him at all, and like I said, he commanded everything very well last year. So maybe Keelan Russell don't have those abilities right now. Maybe he's still learning, but. We'll soon find out, because it's not far away. I think we're less than 50 days away.
Man, they put the snooze fest on for tomorrow. We got Missouri, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Texas A&M all set to. I mean, huh?
They got one more day after tomorrow, right?
No, tomorrow is the last day, and you got Eli, Mark
that's
Stoops.
What I did. Everyone's just gonna leave.
Yeah, Sam Pittman and Mike Oka. I mean, my goodness, talk about just the bottom of the barrel. Look, Mizzou has definitely fallen off a cliff when it comes to, their excitement, what they're able to do. That was a fun team. That was cool to watch. Coach Eli kind of, I think, handled it well the last 2 years, but they definitely don't have that same kind of aura. Let's take a listen. Caleb Proctor's here, set to talk. Let's see what he has to say.
One of the ones chosen to represent this program here at Media Days. What does that mean to you?
It means so much to me. I mean, it's just a tremendous opportunity coming from Iowa, where not many people make it out or even make it to Alabama or such a high level that I'm at right now. So I just thank God for the opportunities that I've been placed in, and I just love my boys here, man. I'm just proud and I'm blessed to represent the University of Alabama here at SEC Media Days.
Now, you've even got some changes on the offense. Obviously, Ryan Grubb as the offensive coordinator. How has that impacted your job, your role, play in, play out?
I feel like Ryan Grubb has been so good to this offense, ever since he came in, because he's an offensive line guy. Like, he loves his offensive line. He takes care of us. And even our wide receivers coach, Shep, he's a lineman guy. Like, he comes around and tries to hype us up. But, since Grubb has been here, he's just shown us tremendous love. And you can see it when we're on the field playing. Like, the plays are specific to us and to the playmakers too. He wants to see us succeed, so I can see that in practice.
Tightness of the offensive line. I mean, there's people think you guys are the best offensive line in America. How important is that to you to have that kind of acclaim, but also how do you all work together? The importance of being on the same page every play.
I just want to say that we have not proven anything yet, offensive line-wise, to be ranked number one, throughout the season. And when the Joe Moore Award comes around, then we'll know. But as right now, we're just focused on lifting and running and going into fall camp and just having the best time of our lives. Yeah.
As the one of the guys that's protecting the starting quarterback, we'll talk Ty Simpson for a minute here. What is it that he does best as you see it?
You know, we're in a QB battle right now. We really don't know who the quarterback is. It's a three-way tie right now, and you know, August 30th and through fall camp, we'll see who that guy is.
Wow.
I mean, and whoever it is, I'm gonna be proud and blessed to block for him, and I'm gonna be excited for whoever that is.
Back in Iowa, you were a heck of a shot putter. And I've always been curious about this. When you do something like that that's kind of unique, what happens when you're done in high school? Like, do you ever just go out to the Bama track and just start firing up shot puts?
Hey, I've thought about just walking on at Alabama to throw shot put, but obviously never went through with it. It's always just been a thought in the back of my head, though. I felt like I could throw it pretty far right now after what, you know, Coach Blue is doing in the strength room with us. So
appreciate you, man. Best of luck to you.
Yes, I really appreciate you.
You got it. Caden Proctor.
Incredible interview, first of all. That was I mean, very well spoken. Like, that was
He'll be the number 1 pick in the draft, buddy. I keep saying he'll be top 5 anyways.
No question. No question. I'm like, dude, I was thinking exactly that before, because you said this, you've been saying that, you've been preaching this. And I go, you sit this kid down in a draft room, you are God. Like, that is what you want in your offensive lineman. The way that he carried himself, just the way that he spoke, and then you compliment him. You give him the best compliment. You guys are number 1 offensive lineman. And he could have just ignored that and said, yeah, we're really excited. Like, you don't have to necessarily acknowledge it, or even, like, you could have said, answered the question, because he didn't ask it. He told him and then asked the question. And he addressed it with, well, first of all, we haven't done anything yet. I mean, we've got to still prove it. We still got to go out there and do some things. So I loved hearing that. And the transparency, right? We don't have a quarterback. This thing is busted wide open. It's a three-way tie.
That's not what DeBoer said. I love that's what he said, because that's the truth.
Well, no, so DeBoer took the look. DeBoer didn't lie. DeBoer just said, if you would have asked me this question in May, this is what the answer would have been. And so he's saying, as of now, as of today, right? Proctor's saying right now it's wide open. It's anybody's game. Man, interesting. Great interview. Glad we were able to get that little soundbite there.
Honestly, all the things that we were just talking about are things that it seems like they're all true. What we assume are true. Like, there is no clear cut. Like, we keep saying, you know, they placed Ty Simpson in it, but we have all said that, like, we have never ever seen, you know, he played a little bit when they had that little issue at USF, and it wasn't pretty. I mean, let's not face it. It was not pretty. He was younger back then, of course, but he still has no game experience. I mean, very little. It could be Keelan Russell. Who knows? Like, he could be the athletic guy they're looking for. I don't know. You know, but this is going to be Alabama out of the gate. This could be it. It could be interesting, because they got to go prove they're a great offensive line, just like Proctor said. They can't be given anything, and they got to figure out who they're blocking for.
What's crazy is this kid, Ty Simpson, was a 5-star quarterback, ranked 29th nationally. He is a redshirt junior. 4 years, and you're still fighting for a spot as a 5-star quarterback, Bubba? Big dog.
I have a lot of question marks. That's why I keep saying, you know, obviously we love the 5-star guys, and it's cool to have, but don't forget, DJ Uiagalelei was also the 5-star quarterback in his class too, and he was not good. I mean, these stars, cool, you have the traits, but do you have the ability to develop those traits into high-level football? And Ty Simpson doesn't seem to have done that, because he would have already had this job in his back pocket if that was the case.
Yeah, I think, again, especially it wasn't like you didn't get to experience Saban. Like, you had Saban in your back pocket helping you and coaching you and mentoring you for quite a bit of your time. Like, yeah, like if there's a year where you take over, this should have been the year where you should have just ran into this thing and ran away with it. Again, redshirt junior, you're going into your 4th year, dude. It's a lot of time to be at Alabama. And again, I understand losing to Joe Milroe, like, that's fine, but now it's your time. And again, Keelan Russell, another 5-star guy too.
Job, you can guarantee he's headed to the portal. I can tell you that.
Who's that?
If he don't win this job, Simpson will be in the portal. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, he'll just fly away. He'll just fly away. Just go off into the. Here we got Dante Lawson here, boys. Hold on.
I've been, running around a good bit, doing everything the team do. So I think I'll be ready. I'm sure I won't take every rep, but they'll definitely monitor me make sure I'm ready to go for August 30th.
What did you see from the guys when you were out in spring? Guys like Nakai coming in from Colorado and some of the young guys stepping up.
Yeah, man. First things first, I think those guys are starving. And, you know, with Nakai being a vet, I think we needed another one in the room. And, you know, he definitely has showed some maturity in what he does every day. And, you know, we also got JJ, Justin Jefferson, that, you know, has been there for a couple of years and, you know what it take to be a starter and know what it take to produce on the field. And, you know, I'm very excited for our position groups and our position group, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
All right, so
Not much there from Dante Lewis, but let's take a look at Bama's schedule here. Let's see where we can kind of get a little bit dicey. We would talk about obviously the first game of the year against Florida State, which is going to be an exciting one. Great kickoff to the season. I mean, kudos. I've been saying this a lot, but kudos to college football. I feel like for quite some time, that first game, there was like one or two, right, for week one. Like, anyway, we wait all year, and there's like one game that you can get excited about on week one because everyone's playing cupcakes. Thankfully, Florida has done their job for the last 3 years. We played Utah, Miami to kick off our year. Like, that's how we started the last 3 seasons, so we've been carrying the load. Florida State as well. They played LSU for 2 of those years, and last year Georgia Tech and Ireland. So great kickoff games to the season for their fan bases. But this year, there's some great ones. There is some great Texas at Ohio State, Florida State at Alabama. Clemson plays LSU week 1. I mean, there is just going to be some absolute dogfights to kick this thing off. Then you got Alabama at Monroe, Wisconsin at Alabama. Alabama owned Wisconsin last year. It's going to be a big year for Luke Fickell and those boys, so it will be interesting. I think Wisconsin kind of found a little bit of a rhythm towards the end of the year. This could be, look, if Bama is what we think they should be, there should be no problem, but it could be one to watch. Then Bama goes on the road to Georgia. At this point, they could be leaving this game 2-2 if that FSU game gets a little wobbly. Actually, right? Then they go to Vanderbilt. They could be 2-3 because Vanderbilt has their number. You know what I mean? So you got to watch out for those boys. And then you got Mizzou, Tennessee, and South Carolina. So they've got a pretty easy stretch after that. I mean, Alabama out of these schools, I would say, has probably one of the easier schedules because Tennessee lost a lot of its luster. Mizzou is having a down year. That South Carolina game, Alabama plays South Carolina on the road, is going to be a fun one to watch as well, too. So
those 3 at the end of the year at South Carolina, LSU, and Oklahoma, there's going to be 3 games that they better be ready. That's all I can say because they are going to get all the smoke. And, you know, like I keep saying, I'm bigger on Oklahoma than most people. I think that team, they're a dark horse to win the SEC this year. I keep saying it. If John Mateer is who I think he is, that team could be legit.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers dropped his top 5 SEC quarterbacks, and Mateer was on his number 5 on his list. And look, I mean, if there's any history to Washington State quarterbacks, I mean, that's a good starting point, right? So that's helpful. That's healthy to have John Mateer as your quarterback. We've got Hall of Fame college football in the chat, so he's going to love us or love you giving Oklahoma the old reach around. He'll be joining the show later on today once Brent Venable talks. We'll talk to him about Oklahoma, his thoughts and opinions. I'm sure it'll just be an absolute just hump fest, this Oklahoma guy here in college football. But Jason. But yeah, look, I'm good.
I mean, no, you're good. I mean, like I said, Washington State produces talent. I mean, they've put 2 quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, Gardner Minshew is a backup in the NFL, but he's in the NFL.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. They have a history of good quarterbacks and having success. So I guess my only question mark was in Hugh Freeze. I mean, they didn't take too many shots, but think about it. Like when I saw Hugh Freeze talking about Jackson Arnold, when Hugh Freeze had a swagger about him and was extremely excited about getting Jackson Arnold on his football team, as he should. Jackson Arnold was one of the top premier quarterbacks coming out of high school just a couple years ago. I remember watching him at the Under Armour game. I was like, this kid's good. This kid's going to be fun to watch. And really kind of had a lackluster year last year. But think about it. Auburn, this is Hugh Freeze is on his deathbed here. He's putting all of his eggs into Jackson Arnold. Now, on the other half, you could argue, well, he went back-to-back years with Peyton Thorne and didn't make the best decision on that one, so it didn't really make a lot of sense there. So maybe Hugh Freeze is just has a bit of a short fuse, which is possible too. But again, he believes in Jackson Arnold, very high on Jackson, spoke very highly about him. When asked, they didn't want to like throw Oklahoma under the bus. I get that. But he's like, look, he goes, Jackson didn't quite know a lot, was very confused on a lot of different things. Something that was cool that I heard them talking about, which I guess isn't new, but it was first I've heard about it. I've done this before with my job. Take a personality test. I've done it with my employees to understand who your employees are, understand who you are. So when you're having conversations with them, you know how to navigate it, right? And I guess they learned from that test that Jackson Arnold is, hey, build me up before you take me down kind of guy. I would struggle with that. I like to just beat you up, and then you just know that it's a good job.
Like
but
Arnold has all the tools, but between the ears, it just seemed like last year like on the sidelines, he didn't seem to carry himself well. Like, maybe these things have changed. I mean, you live and you learn. You're young. You're 18, but to me, it was between the ears where he had all the problems. He just didn't look comfortable at any point in Oklahoma to me.
Yeah.
Sometimes change of scenery can change that, and it can make you a different player. Who knows? But he's got to show me something, because I have not seen anything that makes me believe that he is a five-star. Once again, stars don't matter. I keep saying it because once you get there, everyone's the same. Like that is what it is. But he's got to show. He's got to show that he can do it before we, Hugh Freeze starts getting super excited about him, because he has yet to show it.
Look, let's take a look at, I mean, we're not into Oklahoma territory just yet, but let's go take a look and see, where their big time losses were last year, right? Like, where do they struggle? So they beat Auburn. They get absolutely bodied by Texas, which that was whatever. Everyone basically got beat by them. But the games they lost, right? They lose to South Carolina. They only put up 9 points. They lose to Ole Miss. They put up 14 points. Ole Miss only put up 26. They lose to Mizzou in a shootout. And Mizzou was much better last year. At Mizzou, that game was pretty good, 23-30. They lose to LSU. LSU has the ability to kind of turn on whenever, but they obviously they beat Alabama. Defensively, they had all the pieces last year. They held a lot of teams to under mainly 30 points outside of the LSU and South Carolina, who had, South Carolina with Lenora Sellers was something special last year, but for the majority, kept teams at bay. They just couldn't score. I mean, their average probably was, I'm doing quick math here, was probably 21, 22, which isn't going to get it done in the SEC. So that's where I think, and again, I know your reason for excitement for Oklahoma is like, it's not a hard fix. They had the other side of the ball pretty much figured out. And again, you got to have one side to complement it too. That's a big factor. When we talked about it with FSU and Georgia Tech, it's like, you can have really good defense, but it can only go so far. If you got an offense that's not staying on the football field, only put up 8 points, it's like, what are we doing here? It's very similar to how Florida was versus Texas. Like, we got absolutely bodied by Texas, but you could just tell the energy was out of the room. DJ Lagway just got hurt the week before. We're going out there with Aiden Warner. There was zero momentum on the offensive side of the ball. Like, we couldn't do anything. So the defense is like, what are we gonna do? Like, we're playing a one hand tie behind our back, and I assume that's probably how Oklahoma felt throughout that year. So for them to close out big against Alabama, they obviously goes to lose to LSU, but LSU was still a fantastic football team. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, once again, last year that wasn't a good matchup because LSU can score against anyone, and
they couldn't stop
Oklahoma
anybody.
can't score against anybody.
Yeah,
right. So it was kind of a recipe for disaster. But
true, good point.
Your best, if you can stay on the football field and you have confidence that your offense can score, it tends to make you play better football. I mean, that's just how it goes on the defensive side of football. You can only do so much, You can only hold them so many times, 3 and out. When your offense goes 3 and out, and they can't complete a pass. I mean, you can't. It's just not a whole lot you can do. And I just think that quarterback position was such a huge factor for them last year. I mean, they had to bring in Hawkins, and Hawkins couldn't do anything but run either. I mean, it was just like pick your poison. So I think Mateer is legit. We're going to find out how legit he is. And if he is, Oklahoma is going to cause a lot of teams problems.
Boys and girls, we've been over live for an hour and 20 strong. Shout out to Cowboy Ty for rock and roll with us this morning. We'll have Cody the Professor join us a little bit later on. And then, of course, our guy Jason will be joining us for the Oklahoma segment. Be sure to smash the like button and subscribe. I know some of you guys were giving us some shit because the title and thumbnail looks like we're live from college football. Look, we got creative with the thumbnail. But we're bringing you live audio from the SEC Media Days. So if You wouldn't know if outside of the fact that you know this is my studio, if I was at SEC Media Week doing the same thing, you wouldn't know. You really wouldn't. So,
Do you know how much it pains me to like Oklahoma this year with Jason?
it's awful, isn't it? It's the worst.
Oh
It's
my
the
God.
worst. Yeah.
I'm just a
So
realist. I
you know
get it,
so
but
you
man, he
so
is good.
you and I, guys, real quick, let's talk about it. We got plenty of time. Jeff Levy doesn't go till 10:50, which is probably, I would say, the least excited coach I'm excited to hear from. Like, I could give two craps to hear from them, but we're gonna listen to him. We'll talk about him. We'll spin the cycle for a little bit. But the least excited team, I mean, it's probably, if I had to rank them, it's probably based on the rankings, but it's them. Stoops would be after that. I don't care about Kentucky. I like Eli and Mizzou. I think they're a cool little bunch. But yeah, in a couple of weeks, hopefully I can talk about this, Jason. I don't think I'm ruining anything. If anything, I'm helping promote it. But we're doing a golf segment for Hall of Fame college football where me and Ty are going to be on a team versus Jason and one of his buddies, and we're going to do kind of like a college football preview, but on the golf course. And so I'm pumped. I told him, I was talking smack the other day. He told me he got his friend. I go, look, honestly, it's probably what's going to have to happen is going to be you three versus me, so it's fair, is what I'm thinking.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're gonna me and you are gonna bury them. We're gonna bury them. I feel very unfortunate for them.
I mean, that's great. Burying the Oklahoma guy, that would be great.
Yeah, we're gonna it's gonna be a bloodbath. Honestly, I know you've had your fits lately on the with the simulator and the
I think
nets.
we got them fixed.
You got it fixed. You're back.
I think we're fixed.
So the thing is, like, I love, because we're doing a scramble, right? And what's great about scrambles is, like, that takes a ton of pressure off because I know that it's like I don't have to be perfect. And at the moment, if you give me a good,
I get up and down from everywhere too. I mean, I get up and down.
well, yeah, I could tell. I was like, you're a scrambler. I could just see it in you. I know that you are. So I was like, the fact that we're gonna get like the off the tee, I'm as consistent as they come. I'm the guy, and then from there, it's kind of like, all right, who's gonna hit a good second shot? And then the fact that I get to see your putt every single time, and I know that you're a dog and you're going to probably putt pretty well as it is, it's going to be unfair. I feel bad for him that he's coming all the way from Oklahoma to get absolutely spanked, but it's going to be good content. It's going to be good. If you put me in a scramble, it's rare that we lose. I'm like the perfect scramble partner. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn.
I am too, which is weird because my short game is.
Yeah, there's just features.
I
I realized when I asked, I was like, this is going to be unfair because I know we've talked about your game, and I was like, from talking to you, I know what you're good at. And yeah, some people, because again, you get like a foursome, right? And it's like, okay, this guy's good at this guy's good at this. I'm a perfect little Swiss Army knife where it's like, wherever you need me, I'll kind of just step up and get it done. Because I can play the game for the most part. Obviously, what's hard about golf is piecing it all together and shooting a good score, which we can do that too sometimes. But yeah, I feel bad for him. And on his own show and his own channel, he's gonna get absolutely embarrassed. But you know,
the open starts tonight, 1:00 in the morning, boys. I gotta go home and get some sleep.
Yeah, bro, that's what I hate about the open, man. Like, that's what just, dude. There's zero buzz. There's zero buzz because it's at 1:00 in the morning. Like, what am I gonna do with that?
Oh man.
I mean, I get it. It is what it is, but
I'm excited. Man, I tell you what, this is awesome. Like, I'm super excited to get the football season going. This is, I've been trying to manage my little sports, here and there, and try to figure it all out. We've been talking NASCAR, we've been talking golf, but now, we're ready. We're ready to get back in it.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped for us. I mean, we're gonna have we're gonna have our weekly show where we're talking. It's moving from Saturday mornings till sometime during the week. It's gonna be very similar to this similar setup where we're previewing all the games, which I'm really pumped for. I think our chemistry is through the roof, and I'm excited to talk about just college football and rock and roll. Really crush it with you this year, so we can take this thing to the next level. Let's talk a little bit before. You don't have to go anywhere, right? You're good. You're still good.
I got a couple minutes left, but we can rip something real quick.
Look, he's like, I freaking love this. Better hope you are as good as you are saying you are. So look, the thing that worries me about golf, it's like, I mean, if you've played golf, you know this. Like, you could be good, and you just show up one day, and it's not there. It's not like I went and played. We planned this trip. Look, quick little side story. We got plenty of time. Quick little side story. Well, I do. I don't know what you do. Playing this whole trip to Atlanta to go play these two beautiful courses, right? And I mean, these places were immaculate. And we're playing with my buddy's brother, who I've known his brother, we've never played golf before. And so like my buddy and I, we always talk smack, but he knows I'm good. So he's like telling his brother, like, yeah, this guy's good. Like he's fun to watch. Like he'll never tell me this, but he's telling his brother, like he's hyping him up, like he's gonna be fun to watch. And we get absolutely blasted the night before. I'm talking blasted, bro. Like we're leaving. We were at this bar. We drive to Georgia, we're at the bar playing Golden Tee. I don't know what happened. I swear I got roofied because I went from 0 to hero real quick, bro. Like we weren't there that long. We love Golden Tee, so we found a hotel next to Golden Tee, like all that thing, right? We're leaving the bar, and I was like, the sign's blurry. I'm like, what is going on? I wake up like 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm puking. I get there, I was like, guys, I'm not feeling it. I'm not it. I played the worst golf that I had played probably in 5 years, dude. I could not find my way around that golf course, dude. I was just shaky, just shivery, like nothing was working. I had a couple of good shots, but it was I couldn't figure it out. I usually can figure it out. I could not figure it out.
The thing about golf is like, yeah, we all know that that's how it is if you know the game of golf. But when you look at someone's swing, you can know if they can play golf or not. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just the start it. You know, like
Exactly.
when you know the game, you're like, oh, that guy's got it. You know, like he's good.
Yeah, and that was the thing is like I couldn't figure out what I was doing. I know what I was doing now, but yeah, usually I can figure out.
Let's get around with Hugh Freeze.
What I would love. Yeah, I'm not backpedaling. Like I have never been more confident going into a golf match than I am playing with you two. The fact that I know I have Tyler, again, like if you, anytime it's like, hey, we're gonna play golf, I always get like those little butterflies. But the moment it's like, hey, it's gonna be best ball, it's like, all right, it's a wrap. like I know that I have it's like the second guy is better. I know I have like in a way like a buffer. You know what I mean?
I'm like super excited to do this. I think this is gonna be sweet.
I think it's gonna be awesome. I think that I think Jason's getting a treat that we're even allowing, like we're gonna go play on his channel. Like you're getting 2 incredible content creators. So, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't realize how blessed he is. But before you got a rip, I do want to talk about, because George obviously went yesterday with Gunnar Stockton. Arch Manning spoke yesterday. 2 of the probably, you know, bigger faces in college football. Gunnar Stockton, man, I mean, he's a little goofy, kind of like your little accountant is what the vibe that he gave, but very calm, very poised. I could see how in a locker room the guy could, you know, lead you to where you needed to be. Did he kind of show me that, hey, that dog, that fight in him? I don't know. Arch had a little more swagger than I thought he did. Right? I really thought Arch was going to come out here and be more like, I don't know, maybe nervous and felt like he had to put on a front because he is a Manning. But he didn't do that. He had the kid vibe, which I liked a lot. Like he felt very like, yeah, you know, man, like I'm just a normal cat. Like did not really care about the excitement at all. He kept saying, I'm just a normal dude, bro. Like that's how he talked. Like I thought he's like, yes, sir, absolutely. I really appreciate being here. Like that wasn't the case at all. So that was really cool to see. It was kind of refreshing. I love getting to see these guys' personalities and hear from all of them. But it seems weird. But again, my perspective, my opinion on Gunnar Stockton changed a little bit. I think that he's got a ton of weapons around him. They've done a good job. You got to go?
No. I was just looking at something.
Oh, they've got a ton of weapons around him. They did a great job with adding Zachariah Branch, Noah Thomas as well. They've got more weapons than they've ever had in that wide receiver room surrounding him. The big question mark is going to be, can they block for him? Can they give Gunnar Stockton time to allow him to be successful? Again, I think there's just so much talent in Texas that Arch is going to be fine. But let's talk about Stockton and Georgia for a minute before we roll into Oklahoma or Texas.
Yeah, I mean, when I watched Gunnar Stockton, and you know, when you get your first start and it's against in the CFP, I mean, that's going to be tough for anyone, you know. Like you go in and like you win, you're gone. You don't play anymore until the next season. So that's a tough spot to put yourself in. You know, he wasn't like awful against Notre Dame by any stretch. I mean, he didn't do anything to wow you, but like when you have that, you know, you're going into the quarterback now, and I think that he had definitely room to develop, and I think as he gets more game experience, I think he will improve, because I definitely saw things that I liked from him. You know, he did look like he had a little swagger. He would take off and he would run, and like I don't know. To me, he seems like he's got the right mental game for what you're looking for. Now, if you words are words. You got to go out and you got to perform. You got to do better than you got to show that that's what you got. But I did when I watched him against Notre Dame. I did think he had some tools that they could work with, and having a whole offseason I think will definitely help him and get him better moving forward. And that CFB game might be actually really really good for him later on down the season. So I'm not sold on it yet, but I definitely saw pieces that could make him believe, and he seems like he has the right mental game for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that was a good starting point. What about your thoughts on Arch Manning? You got a rip, you just let me know, Bubba.
No, I'm good. Well, Arch, I mean, I've been impressed with Arch, with just all his interviews, because to me, it's so easy to I'm a Manning. You guys are just like, I'm a Manning. Like you have to bow down to me. Like it's so easy to get caught up in that, but that's not. He seems like he wants to have his own legacy. Like he doesn't want to be known as I'm just a Manning. Like I'm one of the best football players there are, even if my name wasn't Manning. And I think that's an important, mental standpoint, because it's obviously when you have what you're coming from, that is going to be something hard to live up to. But it doesn't seem like it's affecting him at all. And obviously, we know he has all the talent. There's no getting around that. But when you carry that name with you, it adds that extra pressure. But I don't see that from him. I see a guy with swagger. I see a guy who's really intelligent with the game, and a guy who wants to make his own legacy. He's not a Manning, like he is a Manning, but like he's not carrying himself that way. He's like, hey, I'm still a quarterback, and I got to go prove myself. Just because my name Manning doesn't mean anything to me. I love that about him. I think that is going to help him along down the road for sure, and help him throughout this season. And I expect him to be very, very good for Texas.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I told you, I said earlier in the show, I'm a guy's guy. I like seeing guys be successful. Arch is one of those guys. I don't mind having a good season as long as it's not, week 4 or 5 whenever they play Florida. But Ty, I appreciate you hopping on, man, and being ready to rock. If you got some free time later on, call me, shoot me a text, and we'll get you back on here, big guy.
Yeah, I'll be back for your Florida stuff.
Okay, I love it.
All right, buddy.
Good shit, man. See you, Bubba.
Yeah, man.
Ladies and gents, I'm going to take a quick little breather here, go to the bathroom real quick. We'll do a quick little hey, we'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can get Uncle Lou to come on the show. Maybe he'll talk a little bit Georgia football, get his thoughts and opinions. We've got 1050 Mike Lebby is going, and then we'll take a listen to that. But we'll be right back, boys. We're not logging off. I'm just going to do this real quick. boys? I had to go to the bathroom, to be honest with you, boys. That coffee was hitting hard and heavy, and I was running. Anywho, y'all see it in the chat. Uncle Lou firing y'all up. Got him texted. We're going to get him on the show here. Super pumped. Love me some Uncle Lou. Love getting his thoughts and opinions. You know, I haven't spoke with him about Georgia in a bit. We have him obviously on during the season, and we'll talk a little bit, kind of preview. He usually hops on for the preview show. But love to hear his opinions, where he feels Georgia's at, how he's feeling about Gunnar Stockton, how he's feeling about the turnovers, you know, with the roster as well, where he feels the SEC is, how he feels about Florida. He's always very honest. Look, I think what people kind of get irritated with Uncle Lou because he loves to poke and all these things, but that's the job, man. That's his what you got to do. But he keeps it a buck, which I love and I appreciate. Super pumped. They got the boar at the big seat now. The boar rocking a little bit of the Feinbaum cut, bro. He's hanging on to some threads. I didn't realize. He's got he's got a little bit of a couple strands coming over there. I gotta be easy talking about hair like that, man. Because I mean, one day I probably won't have the luscious hair that I do. I should be good, right? I should be good. Yeah, he's struggling up on top there. All right, boys. Well, Uncle Lou will be joining us here. Be sure to smash the like button, subscribe. Hope you guys are enjoying the content. I'm working on getting Cam Parker, who is currently live, boots on the ground at SEC Media Days, to see if he'll join the show. That would be some fantastic stuff as well. And again, now we really would be live from SEC if we're able to make that magic happen. So we're going to do our best today to keep you guys entertained, informed throughout SEC Media Day. What's going on? Coaches talks. Lebby talks in about 10 minutes, but if we get Lou on here, I don't feel a need to have Lebby talk, to be honest with you. But the eyebrows ain't going nowhere. The eyebrows don't ever leave, baby. You know what I mean? Like, that's... Look, honestly, the eyebrow stuff doesn't bother me. It was the leg comment last night. You call me the chicken legs? That hurt, bro. That one stung a little bit. I know I got chicken legs, dog. The eyebrows don't faze me. I like my eyebrows. Chicken legs, though. Your boys gotta get in the gym. Boys gotta get juiced up here a little bit. You know, there he is. Uncle Lou is joining the show. I'm beyond excited for this one here. He's got a new setup. Let me get this all figured up here. Uncle Lou, my man. I can't hear you.
Bing bang. How's everybody doing?
We're doing well, man. Good to see you, big guy.
Yeah, it feels good to be on the High Top Sports Show, man. I never turn you down, do I?
You don't. I love it. You're always...
I tell people come in my chat sometimes and they're like, that idiot High Top said blah, blah, blah about Florida or whatever. And I'm like, man, y'all leave High Top alone. He always treats me fair, which is not always the case with some of these people in these YouTube streets. But you always treat me right, man. I love coming on here, man. You're one of the good guys as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I hate you one day a year, but you obviously feel the same way. So you know how that goes. But yeah, you do a great job over there, and I always love coming on.
It's warranted. And look, likewise, man, I think that you get a lot of flack that's unnecessary as well, too. I mean, I'm glad that we're on the same page of the love and appreciation, but I can't believe somebody thinks that I would say something stupid. They got to understand, if it's about Florida, I'm always going to tell them the truth. You know, I don't know why they get so worked up about it.
Yeah, it's usually something you said about Lagway or Napier. So
Okay. I do some Georgia. A lot of Georgia fans love the show. We have a handful that come on like, hey, we really love watching you. Like, you're good, but I'd probably do it.
I mean, when people ask me, and I'll say check out High Top or whatever. I have a list. I hate naming people because then I leave somebody out. But like Carolina Jackpot's my favorite Carolina guy. You're my favorite Florida guy. Like I got Pigskin Pete's my Clemson guy. Like, so whenever somebody asks about Florida, I'm like, yeah, go check out High Top Sports.
Well, I appreciate that. That's big coming from you, man. But I know you've been on the Vegas trend lately. You've been
there. Home away from home, buddy. Yeah. Lou and LV is making the playoffs this year. Lou and LV might win it all.
You're just hoping they do, so you have a reason to go out there?
Holy shit. Holy fuck. What if Dan Mullen takes Lou and LV to the playoffs? Oh my God. You'll melt down, dude.
Oh, dude.
I just realized that.
No. our Florida guys, they did their prediction. They had UNLV in Florida in the first round, like a 6-11 seed, which would be incredible.
Oh man, that's a dream. I talk about that all the time. Like, this is totally off subject, but like fixing the bowl season topic comes up every year. Get rid of these conference alliances, and like the next time there's a year where Notre Dame and LSU don't make the playoffs, put them in a bowl game.
Yeah.
Like, who cares what their records are? Like, that's irrelevant in bowl season. Give us interesting matchups.
Yeah,
You know?
great
Why
point.
can't we get Oklahoma and Southern Cal both suck? Give us an Oklahoma Southern Cal bowl game. Like, you know how many people would watch that?
Yeah, that's a great
Same
point.
thing.
I've never thought of that. Like last year, like Florida played Tulane, right? Like that should have been like, get rid of Tulane, give us a rivalry-esque game or a debatable game, and bring value back to the bowl game. That's a great point. Like, yeah, and again, the record stuff doesn't make any sense. It's never made any sense because I think Florida
record and conference affiliation, and look, let's be real. The schools don't even care about conference affiliations anymore. So why do we have to send an SEC team to this bowl game to play some random ACC team like that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Just give us interesting games.
Is it the bowls that are asking for that? Because like
Yeah,
obviously we played in the Tampa bowl game.
You know?
The what now?
Like the Outback Bowl or the Capital One Bowl or whatever. It's always going to be SEC versus Big Ten, no matter what.
Correct.
And it's going to be like third or fourth SEC team versus the third or whatever it is. There's a formula they use, and sometimes you end up getting a good matchup with that, but more times than not, like South Carolina, Illinois last year was a great game. You know, so I'm not complaining. That was a great game.
Bama,
but
Michigan should have been better. That was good. That's
Bama,
a good
Michigan,
matchup.
yeah. But like some of these bowl games, and you hear the same things I do. Look, no one watches them. The ratings are down. They complain. The players quit. They don't want to play. Well, at least give us, an interesting matchup. Then, a coach leaves one school, goes to another school. Give us that matchup in the post. Like, people want to see that. I'd watch it. So.
It's funny how like I feel like we try to gamify everything. Like, I don't know if you watched the All-Star game last night, but it went to overtime. And the extra was a swing off. I was like, this is incredible.
Home run derby.
We as people, we as people are just so bored now. Like, they are just trying to they're gamifying everything. And like, this is it goes back to betting is what it really boils down to. Is like, we want a reason to be excited to watch this game. Outside of, there's no other reason anymore. Like, the bowl games, like you said, don't have any value because people are opting out. It's not exciting. But if you create maybe like I don't know, like its own little out of season NIT matchup, I don't know what you would do, but really like, hey, we use us speaking heads. We'll use that. I don't feel like SEC does as much. It's kind of the ones chasing the SEC that say, oh, Big Ten won 4 bowl games. Like, guys, there's the rest of the teams in the playoffs. We don't care about these bowl games. But if maybe we had some good matchups, maybe we could have a legitimate conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some of the bowl games that are more popular now are lower level bowl games like the Cheez-It Bowl and the Pop-Tart Bowl, which do a good job of like promotion and entertainment around the game. Like, it's pretty funny when that damn toaster comes out and an actual Pop-Tart pops out of it. And like, that's pretty funny. Or like Duke's mayonnaise and the coach gets dunked with the Gatorade thing full of actual mayonnaise. Like, so some of these bowl games have kind of figured it out. Like, the actual game itself is not enough anymore to attract college football fans in December when they could be watching playoff games. You got to do something beyond just offering me a game. Give me a great matchup, an interesting storyline, a life-size toaster with a Pop-Tart coming. You got to do something above and beyond just the game anymore for these bowls.
It's hard though, because even if you do get the matchup, who knows if the coaches or players are going to be there anyway. So that's honestly the bigger factor of it. But yeah, man, good stuff. So if UNLV makes it, if UNLV gets a home game, is that a reason for you to go to Vegas? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, no, I mean, I set a rule for myself. I don't travel at all during the season. I have to, I mean, we don't need to get too deep in the weeds, but like, I make 80% of my money in a 3-month period.
Yeah.
Like, I have to force myself to stay home. Like, I'd love to do things like, I'd love to go to some games every once in a while. I'd love to go to a sports book and just hang out all weekend and watch football, like in a sports book somewhere and stuff like that. But like, every weekend I take off during the season hurts me a lot in May and June when, you're just not making what you make in October, November, and December. So I have to sort of discipline myself to stay home from basically August through January. Now, January through July, I'm in the wind. I've been to Vegas like 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. I went in January, May, and just
I
got
know.
back
I was like, dude,
again.
this guy he's loving it, man. They keep inviting him
Yeah.
back.
Went to Bahamas in March. Where else did I went to New York in May? I mean, I've been all over the place. So I travel a lot, but it's condensed in a short period of time. But I really have to discipline myself to stay home during the season. So no, as much as I would love it to see Lou and LV in the playoffs or whatever, no, I would not be going to a Lou and LV game.
Yeah, a lot of people ask, like, hey, like, are you going to the game this year? Like, what games are you going to? And I was like, I love going to the games, but as a creator, it's extremely tough. Like, you're taking like, it's hard to kind of like elaborate what it is, but like that's an entire day. And sometimes it can carry over to a whole other day of me not able to produce and make things, and I'm tired and I gotta get caught up and reorganize. Like and when you're trying to make this your career and your job and do it the right way, like I gotta be in my little cocoon so I can capitalize
Right.
on what's happening. Like being there, like sure, there's cool content you can make, but you're like I'm over here. Lou's got 4 videos out in the time that I'm driving home. Like it's like I'm not, you know what I mean? Like that's what you're missing out on.
Yeah, in my case, it's a 2-hour drive to get there, about a 3-hour drive to get back because traffic is bad getting out of Athens. And so I'm making a choice. Do I want to go and watch the Georgia game? And that's the only game I'll see that day.
Yeah.
Or do I want to sit home and watch 15 games and make 15 videos and then know what I'm talking about the next day, Sunday, because I watched all those games on Saturday. So,
And
yeah, it's
know
a difficult choice.
and hear it.
But
Like when you go to the games, you miss out on a ton. Like like you don't know what's going on. You're kind of in the clouds because you can't hear any commentary. You don't know who's got hurt.
Injuries. Why isn't such a player such and such playing? You got no idea. So you're on your phone trying to tweet a friend or something to figure out why they took some guy out of the game, and they're like, oh, he hurt his shoulder again. He probably can't throw all spring now or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, you inspire me. You're one that I chase. I try to find people to chase to how can we improve. I talk about like, hey, what does Lou do well in the regular season that we can try to emulate, not copy, but emulate that you do a really good job of. So keep it up, man. You're fun. You're a blast to watch, and we always appreciate you joining us. Let's talk a little bit about your Georgia Bulldogs, man. Obviously they spoke yesterday. You're heading with Gunnar Stockton, and like why I love talking to you is I imagine the same thing with Florida. Like, yeah, I mean you're optimistic about your team, but you're also realistic too.
Yeah.
Lost a lot of players.
Well, I don't know if problems is the right word, but there's more questions about Georgia heading into this year than there has been in a long time. I mean, you got 4 new offensive linemen, which is never ideal. So so the offensive line was bad last year. That's true. So you say, well, good, they're gone. They were bad. I get that, but experience matters too. And so you got 4 new, basically starting offensive linemen. You've got a quarterback with 1 start under his belt. Now, I think he played well in the Sugar Bowl. I mean, he had 250 yards passing, no interceptions, completed over 50% of his passes. He had that bad fumble in the red zone, but he was blindsided because the tackle missed a block. And, it's one of those things as a first-time starter, your sort of sixth sense or whatever of what might be going on behind you. You don't have that. And so, that cost him. But I thought he played okay, but still, you don't know what he's going to do this year. All brand new wide receivers. Again, like the offensive line, the wide receivers were terrible last year. So on one hand, you're going, well, good. Maybe they won't lead the universe and drop passes again like they did last year. But a new quarterback, all new wide receivers, chemistry, how's timing, how's all that going to work? 1 new running back, the transfer from Illinois. Really, tight end is the only position on the offensive side of the ball where you've got known commodities coming back there. And while there will never be another Brock Bowers, Georgia's got a really good tight end room. I mean, it's filled with 4- and 5-star players. So the talent is there offensively, but it's all brand new. The wide receivers specifically, like we didn't have any outside wide receivers last year. None. Yeah. We had like 4 slot receivers that were playing outside. I mean, Arian Smith is barely 6 feet tall. Dylan Bell's barely 6 feet tall. Arian Smith couldn't catch anyway. But, Colby Young was suspended. And he had players getting hurt and all these kinds of things. You had no outside wide receivers at all. So you got Noah Thomas comes in from Texas A&M. He's a big, tall receiver on the outside. Colby Young is back. So you got your 2 tall wide receivers to play on the outside now. And you can take those slot receivers that should have been playing slot last year but had to play on the outside and put them in the slot where they belong. Plus you bring in Zachariah Branch. So I think Georgia's receivers will be a massive upgrade over last year. But Gunnar Stockton's not going to stand in the pocket and throw passes like Carson Beck did. You kind of know how it is when somebody transfers. I'm sure you heard from Florida fans that probably did the same thing with ETN. He's the greatest running back in history, and then he transfers and he's terrible.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of that going around with Carson Beck with Georgia fans. But the reality is Carson Beck was a really good quarterback for Georgia.
Yep.
He had 2 of the best 5 seasons in Georgia quarterback history. Again, Georgia's not Florida or some of these other teams that have like this long lineage of elite quarterback play,
Low
but
bar,
still,
but it's still a fantastic 2 seasons. Yeah.
he had 2 of the best 5 seasons ever.
His first year, he was
and
arguably in the Heisman conversation with over 4,000 yards passing.
yes. And last year he had almost 4,000 again, and
Yeah.
that was with only playing 12 and a half games because he got hurt in the SEC championship game. And then he had, and I'll never know what happened in that 3 or 4 game stretch in the middle of the season. Who knows? Maybe him and that girlfriend he had was arguing and his mind just wasn't in the game. He kept throwing interceptions. He had like a 5 game stretch where he threw 3 interceptions 3 times or something. It was
Starting at Florida, right? It started at Florida.
It was the Florida game. It was I blocked it from my memory now, but it was
Okay,
horrible.
understood.
Like he couldn't. It was almost like a golfer with a slice, and he just
The yips.
he can't get it out of his mind. And the more he tries to fix it, the worse it gets. But because he was never like that before, and after that 3 or 4 game stretch in the middle of the season, he only threw 1 interception the rest of the year, the last 4 games of the year. So it was, I don't know what was going on there, but he was a really good quarterback. Gunnar Stockton is not that. He's not going to sit in the pocket and 350 yard passing games.
Yeah.
You look at last year's Alabama game where we're down by 100 at halftime, right? If we're down by 100 at halftime this year to Alabama, they're going to win by 200. You won't see Gunnar Stockton throwing for 300 yards and a half of football. Like he doesn't, that's not who he is. He's not Tim Tebow, but he's that kind of player.
Yeah, that's what he felt like. Just kind of like
he's not the fastest guy on the field. He doesn't have a spin move or a juke move. He's a little bit Riley Leonard, a little bit Haynes King at Georgia Tech. 3rd and 3, he's probably going to get you 4 yards. If you've got the balls to run a quarterback draw or something up the middle or a lead draw, he's probably going to get you 3 or 4 yards. He's not afraid to put his head down. We saw that in the SEC championship game when he almost got his head clean knocked off by that safety from Texas. But, he's a gritty player. He's been there 3-4 years. He knows the system. He loves Mike Bobo, and Mike Bobo loves him. He's the reason we have Gunnar Stockton. Gunnar Stockton was committed to South Carolina because Bobo was at South Carolina. Georgia poached Bobo, and Gunnar Stockton changed his commitment from South Carolina to Georgia. That's why we have him. So do I think Gunnar Stockton is good enough for Georgia to win a bunch of games? Yeah. Do I think he's good enough to win do I think he's going to win us a bunch of games? No, he's not that. He's not Lagway. He's not Cam Newton or whatever quarterback that can kind of put a team on his shoulders and win the game for you. He's not that. But he's Will Howard. He's J.J. McCarthy. He's good enough that if he's on a good team, he's not going to cost you the natty. I truly believe that. And then on the defensive side of the ball, it's a lot of the same issues. No experienced edge rushers at all, period. And even the ones that we were sort of grooming to take over this year transferred out. Damon Wilson. So you're brand new there. You bring in a transfer from Army. I wanted the kid from North Carolina. I think he's better. All the recruiting services say the Army kid is better. So I don't know, but so you bring him in on one side. Inside linebackers, we've got probably 6 NFL inside linebackers. I don't know I don't know why we do it. Really, we can't sign a defensive lineman or a wide receiver to save our life, but we've got 9 future Hall of Fame NFL inside linebackers on the roster, so that'll be fine. And then the tough schedule. We get more of the tough games at home this year than we did last year, so that's great. But it's still a tough schedule. You're talking Texas, Bama, Tennessee, Florida. We catch a break in the non-con because we play 3 cans of corn plus Georgia Tech. But it feels like Georgia is going to swap places this year with either Texas or Bama. I obviously hope it's Texas, but it could be Bama. And what I mean is Georgia could be the 9-3 team this year that's sitting there, with their hand up saying, "What about me?"
Yeah, and I think this is kind of how I felt about it too. It's refreshing to hear, and I think this where Georgia fan thinks that I'm just talking out of my hoo-ha when I say this, but I was like, look, this is a year for Florida to capitalize on what. And look, when we say down year for Georgia, it's still a great year for others, but it is a down year in the sense for what you've had for the last couple of years, and it's because of the question marks. And that's kind of how I felt about Gunnar. I'm like, look, watching him talk, how he kind of carried himself. I was like, look, I like the kind of the kid who he is. And that was a great point about Carson Beck of like, yeah, everyone's on this trail of like he was trash. I was big on him last year. He was rated one of my highest quarterbacks going into last year. And outside of that stretch, he still wasn't horrible, like you said. And yes, he was a gamer. He had this ability to kind of take over the game. I don't know if he had that dog in him, kind of like what Stetson Bent carried, right? Like just that winner.
He lacked leadership ability. There's no, that is a fair criticism of Carson Beck. He wasn't he wasn't the favorite player. Like the teammates
Nobody
didn't
loved him.
Love him or whatever. He was a good player. But he wasn't
He was
somebody
like a
that people rallied
receiver.
around.
You know what I mean? Like kind of like the prima donna where it's like we have him, but you can't be the wide receiver aura as the quarterback. Like that's kind of what he possessed. Like
Body language issues on the sideline, and I don't know, there's just things that just didn't sit well with people. So I can understand people saying I didn't like that or I didn't like this, but some of the piling on, oh, he was terrible, he was garbage. And that's just, I mean, come on, Georgia would have went 7-5. He was the best player on our team. There wasn't a better player on Georgia's team last year than Carson Beck. Without him, we're 7-5, right? If we're lucky. So there, but again,
been a little bit questionable too. Where you at on that with this year? I know Nate Frazier was exciting last year. Your running back room hasn't been Georgia-esque.
Yeah, last year I thought we had the worst running back room probably in 20 years. I mean, you definitely have to go back pre Todd Gurley, so you're talking before 2012 at least before you find a running back room as bad as it was last year. Nate Frazier was good, but he was a true freshman. Etienne was good, but he couldn't stay healthy. Etienne had a fumble problem. That too. The rest of the running backs were both the Robinson boys are permanently injured. One of them's finally either transferred or quit football or whatever. But I do like the kid we brought in from Illinois. He's been at Illinois for 2 or 3 years. He was their leading rusher. He had
happy about
800
that.
yards.
You guys tampered
about 800 yards last year. And my favorite thing about him is he's a you know how it is. You need like a tandem running back anymore in football. It's the days of Herschel Walker running the ball 35 times a game. I mean, those days are long gone. You need two. So if you're going to have to, give me like 2 different types, And Nate Frazier is more of like a juke and jive, straight line speed type of guy. But he's not somebody you want banging between the tackles 15 times a game. He won't hold up. McCray is this kid from Illinois. I mean, that's all he did at Illinois. And my favorite stat about him, considering the type of running back he is, 0 career fumbles for McCray, which is important anytime, but especially when you're a big bruising back like that, that's going to be banging between the tackles. So it's a good change of pace that Georgia will have at the running back situation this year with Nate Frazier and McCray. Now, beyond that, massive question marks because you've got either second or first year players who, again, are talented. How about we have a running back on our team named Bo Walker? Now, I thought these fuckers were trolling me. I said, "What was Herschel Jackson not available?" And so you went and got Bo. What is this Bo Walker? But no, it's true. Now you tell this kid had to be born to play running back to SEC parents here.
Yeah,
this can't be a coincidence. This kid's name is Bo Walker. I mean, give me a break.
What's the size?
Anyway, so
is it BEA?
I don't know.
Is it BAU or BO?
I don't know, but these Georgia fans will tell you he's the next thing like they do everybody else. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I hope it ends up being true. But if your name Bo Walker, if you're Bo Walker and you play running back in the SEC, you better be pretty damn good, bud. Because if not, you got some questions to answer about that name. Bo, it takes a lot of guts to name yourself Bo Walker and then play running back in the SEC. So we'll see.
3-star. We'll see how it all pans out.
So I don't know. So beyond those 2 guys, Frazier and McCray, it's they better stay healthy.
Give me your top 3 running back rooms in the SEC real quick. You got them?
Man, I like that kid from LSU. He was a freshman last year. He had almost 1,000 yards. He's back, so he'll be good. Best running back rooms in the SEC, right? Though. Is that his name? Golly. Running back rooms in the SEC, not Auburn. It's easier to scratch names off the list than it is to not Tennessee. Their guy's gone.
Oh, Caden Durham.
Boy.
Caden Durham. Harlem Bear was a freshman.
Durham. That's him. Yeah.
He's good.
He had almost 1,000 yards last year as a true freshman.
You like Florida's running back room?
Yeah, Florida's got a good running back room. They might be top 3, Florida, now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, the 2 go-tos were always, okay, Georgia, Bama, and then who's the 3rd?
Yeah.
But Georgia and Bama had the worst rushing years last season that they've had in a decade. Now, I think Bama in particular is going to get back to that in a big way this year. I think Georgia's going to attempt to. I'm more confident in that Bama will have a sort of a great rebound year on the ground. I think Georgia could have a great year running the ball, but they really got to stay healthy. But I think Bama's going to get back to that. But it's hard to say they would have a. I mean, at the end of the year, I think Bama will be top 3 rushing in the SEC. But it's hard to say they top 3 running back room right now because it's a lot of projection there to say that they might be because they were so bad last year. So yeah, Florida would be on there. I'd put LSU on there. I don't really know. I don't know.
Tennessee
Can
was solid
Arkansas
last
run the
year.
ball? Yeah, but that guy's gone, man. And
Yeah, I
the
know.
problem is, that's all Tennessee's down bad, man.
Oh, they're
down bad. Y'all get to play them at home. That's
Yeah,
great news, man.
You saw
Great news for
Josh
y'all.
yesterday. He wore it on his suit. It was just the air was out of the. The SpongeBob episode where he pumps up his muscles. His muscles were deflated. He just was not in. He was not about it all yesterday. He's like, we've got a 3-way quarterback competition. No need to ask me about it. We're in shambles. This whole thing's broken. I hate the NIL. And meanwhile, they released a list yesterday of top NIL spenders. Tennessee's top
Saw that.
10.
They're on it. Yeah, they're on it.
We're not on it.
Yeah.
And I kind of liked it. I kind of was like, it's a weird place to be. Like, you want to be on it because it's kind of a flex, but at the same time, if you're on it and things aren't going your way, you kind of look like an idiot. So it's a catch-22.
Yeah. I'm working on a video later where I take that top 10 list, the top 10 recruiting list, and the top 10 end of season rankings, and how similar are they? And top 10 odds to win the Natty. What's interesting, I think it's only 2 or 3 teams on that top 10 spin list are in the top 10 odds to win the Natty.
Yeah,
so it's interesting.
The top 10 spin list.
Georgia's not on there. Bama's not on there. The spending list. Georgia's not on there. Bama's not on there.
A&M's not on there, and they're on the top 10.
Yeah. So that was interesting to see.
Are we gonna make a wager this year? Okay, go ahead.
Are we? Back to Tennessee. We'll get to whatever bet you want to make. Back to Tennessee. Yeah. I do think, though, and this won't make either of us happy, but I do think Tennessee is to the point, though, where their down season, like, it's not 4-8 anymore.
No.
It'd be funny, I'd be the first one laughing if they had another 0-8 in the SEC year. They went 5-7 or something. But I do think they're at the point now where bottoming out for them in a year is 7-5 at worst.
6-6
which kind of sucks. But
let's take a look at their schedule. Let me see. So they've got Syracuse, which they could get clapped. That could be a rude awakening for them. Fran Brown ain't playing games out there in Syracuse. So they got Syracuse, East Tennessee, and then Georgia. They could be 1-2 real quick. Then they have UAB.
If they lose to Syracuse, they might go 4-8. But I don't think they're going to lose.
They've got
Syracuse
Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Kentucky. So they've got the 3 lowest, and Vanderbilt. So they probably have one of the easier SEC schedules than most. They've got, obviously, Florida. It's just Florida, Georgia, and Bama, and Oklahoma. Those are kind of their 4 real, I would say they should lose those games. The other ones they should win. So, yeah, they've kind of elevated themselves where they're not in that lower tier where Kentucky could have a 4-8 year this year. Very, very, very easily.
They're so bad. They're so bad. I've got Tennessee at 8-4. I've got them losing to Florida, Georgia, Bama, and Oklahoma.
Yeah, there you go. There's my 4. And I think Syracuse could be one, especially week 1. I like Fran Brown a lot. It's in Tennessee. Again, week 1, that's where it's concerning. Syracuse is going to come in with some stability, where Tennessee, I think, still going to be trying to figure out who they are. And
yeah, well, Syracuse got some of that going on too. I mean, Syracuse was surprisingly good last year, but that was his first year there, and they lost.
They had
the quarterback is gone. Their best wide receiver, 1,000-yard wide receiver, transferred out to Penn State, so they're kind of in do-over mode too.
Yeah, let's see. Oh well, Michael Dixon's unhappy. He says, "I need my own show. I can't sit here and give my thoughts. My thoughts are just as good as their Gators as they are. Gators haters don't want to give us credit. Be honest, they all trip the F out like they know everything. I don't know if he's yelling at you or me.
Who? Michael Dixon?
Yeah, he's mad at somebody. He's mad that we have a show, I think. I don't know what he's mad about. We have 256 strong, though, boys and girls. Hope you guys are enjoying
Gators are going to kill Gunnar Stockton, about to have 10 sacks in his ass. And then we gonna go get Beck's ass. Well, see, first of all, you don't even know your own team's fucking schedule, dumbass, because you play Miami way before you play Georgia. So why don't you do like my boy here just did and wipe the sleep out of your fucking eyes and at least Google the schedule before you get in the comment section and embarrass yourself. Holy shit, man. We
he's not
play
talking
Georgia
about
the
us.
same fucking day.
He says, I love you guys. I'm talking about you guys.
Well, he's talking about whooping Gunnar Stockton, sacking in the ass or whatever.
I don't know who that was.
Look,
Where's that at?
That's Michael Dixon. He says Gators are going to kill Gunnar, about to have 10 sacks in his ass. I don't know what he's doing there.
He just said he loves us, though. We're good. He's back. He's back on the good,
I love
good
you
side.
too. I love you too. It's funny that you're talking about somebody's sacks in his ass and your last name is Dix, but other than that, at least you got to know Georgia and Florida play the same day or the same weekend every year, bud, right around Halloween, and you're playing Miami early in the season, man. So don't talk about killing Gunnar and then killing Carson Beck. Best case scenario, you kill Beck first, then Gunnar. Dummy.
Look what he said. Look what he said.
I love you too, Michael Dixon.
No, he said
Michael Dixon. Michael Dixon. We're going to get sacks and Gunnar Stockton's up in his ass, or my name ain't Michael Dixon.
I love it. I love it. Good stuff. Look, so Tennessee, we talked about them. We'll get into Texas here in just a minute. I want to get your thoughts and opinion. Let's get your Florida opinion, and then we got to do a wager. I don't think we've ever done a wager. And honestly, probably since I've done this, I haven't felt very confident to do a wager. I feel very good this year about doing a wager with you, Lou. So whatever you want it to be. I don't know. I mean, money's always fun. I don't know if we could we got our own shows. Maybe we could do something about that. Maybe we get creative with it. I don't know your thoughts and opinions on that, but I think
probably an embarrassment. An embarrassment bet would probably be more fun than a money bet.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we want to do? What would be embarrassing?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind hearing you sing "Glory, Glory." Bet you have a beautiful singing voice.
So I have to come sing on your show? Is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to come on my show and sing, "Glory, Glory to Georgia." Yeah, you sing the whole thing. You know how you do.
I listen. I love when Pat McAfee does your
karaoke.
So okay, the loser has to sing our fight song. Do you want to do that? You come sing "Old Florida."
I'll do it.
All right, that's fine. Yeah. I do like when Pat McAfee, when he stood up and he did what's that coming down the track? Like listen, I gotta be honest, that fires me up. Yeah. Go dogs, go dogs. I don't like
I kind of agree with you. I think Georgia's gonna probably win the game, but you said this is like the most confidence you've had in a while about the Georgia-Florida game. It's probably the least confidence I've had in a while. I was talking to a Georgia fan last night on my call-in show, and I said, look, Georgia's got three main rivals, Florida, Auburn, and Georgia Tech. We've beat all three of them every year for 4 years straight. I don't know that that's ever happened before, and it's not going to happen forever. Like, we're going to lose to all of those teams again at some point. And it might be this year. Like, Georgia's got to play at Auburn. They play Florida in the Swamp. All three games are outside of Athens this year. Florida's obviously a neutral site game, but the other two are outside of Athens as well. Like this idea that, Kirby always beats Florida, so you're just going to be, you're not going to win. You're not going to beat these teams. Believe it or not, Spurrier didn't beat Georgia every single time. Like every once in a while, he let Georgia win, And every once in a while, Florida's going to beat Georgia. Like Georgia's not going to be, I'm trying to prepare Georgia fans for like the inevitability that, hey, it's been a great run here. You're not beating all these teams every year from now to the end of time, So maybe it is this year that Florida. I don't know if I've got Florida beating Texas. That's their big win. That's I think y'all.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think that's a big one. I've said it too. I think it's one I've got circled. Also, too, with just recruiting implications, I think it's a big one. But I think you got a young quarterback in Arch Manning coming in. They're very talented. But this Florida team is deeper than it's been in years. And you're going to have the Swamp behind you. I think it's going to be electric. I think Arch, we saw what happened to Arch when he played Georgia last year. The game was fast. He looked a little lost. And I think
he was overwhelmed.
very overwhelmed, and I think the same thing can happen at the Swamp very quickly. Again, they're stacked in the trenches. It's gonna be interesting to see how Colin Simmons is able to cut loose and attack DJ Lagway. And we've got our right tackle, and Bryce Lovett is kind of his first year, so that is going to be the weak chain to that offensive line where Colin Simmons will be coming off the edge. So he might be able to make some disruption, but a healthy DJ Lagway is going to be exciting. How do you feel about where you've got? You said Tennessee 8-4. Where do you got Florida this year?
I haven't done the Florida prediction yet, but I've
Okay.
done enough teams where I might be able to figure it out. So I've got y'all beating Tennessee and Texas.
Okay.
Losing
to Georgia.
Let's see. I've got you losing to Miami.
Really? Okay.
I know you're not going to want to hear that, but I've got you losing to Miami.
We'll circle back to that one. I mean, that's
I
interesting.
think y'all probably good. I think it's probably
LSU?
going to land somewhere around 7 or 8. I don't think I've done an LSU prediction either yet.
That game's
I don't
important.
think
It's the
you'll
third game of the year, so that one's kind of. I mean, it's toss up. You don't know what you're going to get from either team. Now we will have a good idea of LSU because they play Clemson week 1.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you play them there? Or
Yeah, at night.
yeah, and at Texas A&M and at Miami.
Mm-hmm. And at Ole Miss.
That's why I have you beating Texas. I'm like, are they really losing 5 games by mid-October? I don't know.
Why
Better
the
give them a win
Miami
against
game?
Texas.
What's your confidence for that?
Well,
because last year it wasn't with
Carson Beck. Yeah, I mean they just beat the soul out of you last year. I mean that was bad. Y'all could win that one. Y'all could. I think that'll be a good game. They will have already played Notre Dame, so
true.
I reserve the right to change my mind and pick Florida the week of that game if Miami just looks absolutely terrible. I've got Miami losing to Notre Dame, and then losing. They play back-to-back road games. Their last 2 games of the year are like at Pitt and at Virginia Tech or something. And that's like the most Miami thing ever to do is like to be 10-1 and then lose those games for no reason or whatever.
Pitt's a hard
so
place
I don't know.
to play
I mean,
too. It'll be like some like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock game. It'll be like a sleet rain and Pitt's just burying them. It'll be like a 17-9 game. Yeah, I could see it happen.
Same thing with that Virginia Tech. I mean, look, they haven't been great lately, but that could be an intimidating place to play with
The Sandman, yeah, that entrance. They get a little nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen.
Miami's just got a habit of blowing those things. Look, last year at Syracuse. I mean, Syracuse was a decent team, but they shouldn't have beat Miami. Anyway, the Florida-Miami game is a tricky one. I think Florida is a little more talented overall than I think Miami is a little more talented overall than Florida is. I think DJ Lagway is probably a better quarterback than Carson Beck.
So you're
probably
you're higher on DJ than I thought. I feel like
I think DJ Lagway is great.
Okay.
Where I diverge from Florida fans is the idea that because DJ Lagway is great, that equals 100-0. It doesn't. Cam Ward was great. Didn't make the playoffs. Shedeur Sanders was great. Colorado sucks. I could go down the list and name a bunch of great quarterbacks who are on shitty teams, and then I can tell you Will Howard and J.J. McCarthy and Stetson Bennett have national titles. DJ Lagway is better than all of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
this Florida team though
again,
is much improved though.
Well, they are. But look, you have to win games. You gotta win games.
I agree. I think that's the biggest
The
factor.
schedule excuse just gets old. Georgia had a tough schedule. They won the SEC. Like, beat some of these teams. And I know you did. You beat LSU and Ole Miss,
No,
but
but I
then
get
you
what you're
lose to Miami by 40. You lose to Texas by 40. Like, you got to – I get it that the schedule's hard, but the schedule's always going to be hard to some degree.
I agree. I think that's
I've been doing this exercise with people that call in that cry about Florida's schedule, and I'll say, okay, or they'll tell me Florida's going 11-1, win it all. Okay, I'm going to put the Florida schedule up on the screen, and then I'll ask them, and I'll ask you, who do you think the best team in the country is this year?
I'm high on Penn State.
Okay, now give Penn State's Florida's schedule. What's Penn State's record? 10-2.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, Florida's not going 10-2. That's what I'm saying. Florida's not Penn State. They're not
Sure.
Texas. They're not Ohio State. They're not whatever you think the top 7 or 8 teams are. That ain't Florida. So yeah, you have a hard schedule, but these top teams in the country would go 10-2, which is what Georgia did last year, win their conference and make the playoffs. Both things can be true. Yeah, you have a hard schedule, but you're also not good enough to make the playoffs. I just don't think you are. I don't think there's enough there. Look, I don't think Billy Napier's ever going to win you anything. You can keep him for 100 years. I don't think he's ever winning the SEC, and I don't think he's ever winning a national title. Is it possible somewhere down the line Billy Napier has a 9-3 or a 10-2 season if you keep him long enough and makes a playoff? Yeah, that's possible. It's also possible for it to happen to Indiana or SMU or whatever.
So
I mean,
I've said this. I've said this last
TCU made a
couple.
natty. Where's that guy at? I mean, So I'm just not a believer in Billy Napier. I know it's the offseason and hope springs eternal and all that. Billy Napier's been there 4 years. He's still his own offensive coordinator. I don't know. How have you not gone down there and choked the life out of him? Somebody's got to get a hold of it. It's usually the athletic director finally has a come to Jesus meeting with these dumbasses who won't hire a coordinator. I mean, that's what happened with Jimbo Fisher, You have to make these coaches go out and hire a coordinator. He's yet to do it. I mean, I'm looking around for all these top 10 Florida offenses over the last 2 or 3 years, and I don't see any.
So what I like,
you might need an offensive coordinator.
Your point, I agree with your point of like, look, you got to prove to win the games, and that's going to be what the question mark is for Florida. Is you got to go play these games, and look, I like to put a percentage on it, right? So if you look at the Texas, the Miami, the Georgia, A&M on the road, like where is the percentages? How does Florida win this game? And they're gonna have to tap into something we haven't seen yet, and that's the huge question mark. I said the other day, I said, look, if you put Kirby as the head coach of Florida, I think Florida's favored to win the SEC. Like that's the factor right now. That to me is the deciding factor of whether Florida has a successful year is just the belief in Billy Napier. I've been on that page. I love Billy, but he's got to show us this year that he's able to get over that hump of whether he hands Russ Callaway is labeled as the offensive coordinator, but if he truly does hand over the reins to Russ Callaway to be that offensive coordinator to allow this thing to unfold of what it could be, I think the talent is there. I think we have the team to get it done. But yeah, I think you make a good point too, where even if you take the best team in the country, which I believe it's Penn State, Clemson's up there with their talent, with their coaching, etc. They're going to have a hard time going through that schedule. So you've got a younger team, still talented, but a lot of unknowns still at Florida. And I think you make some solid points there. I think Florida can find a way to the playoffs. I don't think they have to win 10 to get to the playoff. I think 9 is the W, which is still tough imagining based on what you're saying because you've got a couple of losses there on there. Look, I think the A&M game, I kind of keep forgetting about that one, but on the road, Mike Lebby had our number last year too. That one's going to be an interesting one.
Why is Texas A&M better in year 1 under Mike Elko than Florida was in year 3?
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, that's great. These are great questions.
So why was Texas A&M better last year? Now, I know Jimbo recruited well, but there was a mass exodus of talent on that roster 2 years in a row leading up to Jimbo leaving. Elko comes in. He was within 1 win of playing for had they beat Texas, Georgia would not have been in the SEC title game. It would have been a rematch of Texas and Texas A&M. Now they didn't win, and so the rest is history. But like, why is year 1 under Mike Elko better than any year that Billy Napier has ever had? It's not because Texas A&M's been dominant the last 15 years. They've been a joke basically for 15 years. Texas 8-4 joke. Like, that's another thing with the Billy Napier talk is sometimes Florida fans talk about Billy Napier like it's his first year. And it wasn't. It was his 3rd year, and he went 7-5, and that's his best year. And I just don't think that's acceptable for Florida. I don't think that's it. I mean, this is like things you used to hear Kentucky fans saying when, they would hire a new coach and he'd win 4 games and then 5 games and then 7 games. And they go, oh, he's getting better every year. Well, yeah, when you win 4 and 5 games, it's really easy to improve on that. The more games you win, the harder it gets to improve.
The one thing I wish we could have back is because obviously there was a turn last year. The way the season ended was kind of what I intended the entire season to be like. The Miami A&M, the first 3 seasons, and then even that Tennessee game, we were trying to figure out who we were again, and there was a switch after because A&M. I thought he was gone. I thought Napier was gone at the A&M game. I mean, it was a dumpster fire, And so I really wish we could go back and play those two teams with, again, doesn't really answer the question of like, hey, how did Elko have a better year one? I don't have your answer to that. I think that I mean, he's done a phenomenal job there. I think they've flipped that thing around pretty quickly with the portal, with their coaching staff. They went and snatched. I mean, and here's a crazier thing: their defense was made up of a lot of our guys last year. They took, I think, 2 or 3 transfers, and our coaching. Jay Bateman was their defensive coordinator. He was on our staff the year prior to that. So, yeah, you're not wrong with those questions. I try to, like, you put those 3 games into the back of your mind. I try to keep, here's where we're at now, and I'm on the Napier train and for this year, and that he's able to get it done. I think that it's in his court. He's got to figure this thing out, and it's very similar, I say, to Ryan Day, because Ryan Day last year, if you think I'm wrong on this, but if there isn't a 12-team playoff, Ryan Day is not a coach at Ohio State this year. The 12-team playoff.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they were ready to run him out of town.
And
They're
so,
ready. Yeah.
Yeah, and same thing. It's similar is because, like, look, he was, in all reality, like, he was able to go through the Big Ten, which anybody at Ohio State, you and I could coach Ohio State to 10 wins there with just how they've been able to function for the last year, but they couldn't win the big ones. They couldn't figure it out. So something had to snap, and it finally did for them, and they figured it out. And I think that's what every coach has to figure out. Some get it faster than others. I've also seen it, like, look, like Elko comes out year one, has a great year, but how many times have we seen that and we've seen this massive decline, right? Mullen was one, comes out hot, massive decline. Jimbo kind of hits the ground running and then kind of just slowly declines. Like, that was their ceiling. So there is a pro in, like, doing it early, but also there's a negative of, like, yeah, they figured it out because nobody knew who you were. But then once they kind of figured out what your process was, you kind of got exposed and you didn't know how to capitalize. That is what does excite me headed into this year, is that this team's been battle tested. They've been tried and tested. And now it's like, okay, can you find a way to be on the offensive side of things and rock and roll? Look, I think Georgia fans, you guys have been spoiled with Kirby. That guy hit the ground running and has never looked back. I think that's where everyone tries to compare to. And, like, that isn't the most realistic thing either. Like, there isn't too many guys that have done what Kirby has done. Like, that's what everyone's trying to find that guy. And even, like, Dan Lanning has had success in Oregon, but it's very similar, I would say, to what, he's got going on. They were in the Pac-12 his first year, right?
Yeah.
And they lose to Utah, if I'm mistaken, a very experienced coach there. And then
And
last
Georgia
year,
by 50.
yeah, he
Lost
got
to Georgia by 50.
Yeah, embarrassed. That's right. Yeah. So in reality,
First
like,
game. His first ever game.
yeah, and nobody kind of really holds him accountable to that, but Dan Lanning, I mean, that guy has been handed the freaking keys. I mean, again, same thing. If you and I are coaching Oregon with the resources they have, you're not having too much trouble. And loses an important one there too. So not everybody's as perfect as Kirby, Lou. Okay, we're doing the best we can.
No, I get it, and I'm just saying, it's just surprising to me, given my age and growing up watching the college football that I watched in the Florida and what they were doing in the late 80s and 90s and even the 2000s and where they were at. And that wasn't that long ago. I mean, we like to troll and trash talk about, 2008 was a lifetime ago, but it wasn't that long ago, really. And I just never thought I would see a time in college football where Florida fans were celebrating 7-win seasons and celebrating the fact that they lost to Georgia. And that's all I see from Florida fans, is how happy they are that they went 7-5. I see them brag about losing to Georgia constantly.
We're 8-5.
Huh? You just told me at the beginning of the show about these bowl games and how the players and coaches don't show up.
Well, we won. I mean, we won it though.
Oh, that's right. It does matter if you win.
I mean,
yeah, 8-5.
Listen, if we would have lost it, we would have been hearing about it.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying, like, it's 8 wins. I'm not like pat myself on the back, but like, let's just make sure you got the 8. That's what make sure we look. Yeah. I agree with you. I think so obviously we have our.
How about this? Celebrating a 5-loss season? Then I mean, the number of games you win is irrelevant when you lose 5.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Look,
I
think,
and I don't understand. Again, this isn't a first year. This guy's been here 3 years. Every player on the team is a Billy Napier player. Just no more blaming Mullen. All those excuses are gone.
Agreed.
The entire staff is his. He's got 900 people on staff down there. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. The guy's got to hire an entire city's worth of people down. I don't know what they do, It's like a pyramid scheme down there. Billy Napier's at the top. He's got 2 people that report to him. Then there's 4 people that report to those 2. And there's 8 people that report to those 4. It's weird. But somehow there's no room for an offensive, 500 staff members, no room for an offensive
We have
coordinator.
an offensive coordinator. Okay,
Yeah,
his name's Russ Callaway. He's got the title.
He doesn't do anything. He's a figurehead. He's
got a title though. He's hold the title.
Yeah,
So
well,
that's
so do I. I've got a title too, but I'm not calling plays.
So look, I think, and to we got the chat. You round the chat up now. Look, you got to understand where Lou is speaking to when he says like the Florida fans are celebrating certain things, right? When you say celebrating a Georgia loss, I know what you're speaking to. You're saying like, hey, Florida was going to win that game if Lagway doesn't come down. Like that's kind of the flex that Florida fans are speaking to when we talk about that Georgia game.
That's how far they've fallen. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and look, I think
ha ha ha, we beat you again. Now it's ha ha ha, we
almost
only lost by 2 scores, and
Yeah.
it's because someone got hurt or whatever. What was Lagway in that game? 2 for 5 for 20 yards or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure you would have rolled to a massive victory if it wouldn't have been for DJ Wagway Woo getting hurt in the second quarter or whatever it was. The guy was like 2 for 4 for 11 yards or whatever he was. Man,
he was coming for you boys. Don't worry. But look, I think the big factor of it too, and we talk about it too, because obviously Florida fans come in this chat, they get frustrated and say like, we've lowered our standard, we lowered the expectation, and I understand where that frustration is coming from. But again, like it's been a steady decline for the last decade. So you've got to, and I kind of appreciate Strickland, the guys kind of standing down. It's like we made this higher, and whether or not it hasn't necessarily been the greatest trend, we can't just keep getting on this rotational tire because it's not, it's not going as fast or as quickly as we think it should. And so I do believe that there was a lot of turnover that had to happen for those first 2 years, whether you believe that or not. I mean, from following along, seeing who was there, seeing what guys were recruited, and just seeing the staff. I mean, and on top of all, and again, it sounds like I'm making excuses, but it's just a matter of a fact. Like that's how the process that we were in. I think that plays a huge factor. But yeah, I think there's the reason why the frustration and why you're able to troll us so much is because there has been a fall off. There has been a huge setback. And at the same time, I say all this, but Todd Golden comes in and wins a national championship in his second year as Gators basketball head coach.
well, basketball is a little bit different than football in that,
Turn
I
around.
mean, a couple of elite players on a basketball team can make a huge difference. Whereas in football, it's the ultimate team game, so I think it's easier to turn around a basketball. Look, I'm no basketball expert. I can't name 5 college basketball players or coaches. I don't know anything about it, but because there's less players involved, it seems easier to sort of to turn it around, maybe. But that probably does add. I don't know that the pressure could be any higher on Billy Napier. That's hard to imagine, but I guess Florida winning an Natty in basketball can only make it worse for Billy Napier, because they want that in football too. So we'll see. These people in the comment section, man. Florida fans. I know y'all are going 100-0 again. They're going 100-0. Look, college football is like family. Okay. I can come here and I can tell you the truth about Florida, and you get pissed off and, oh, this guy's an idiot. I saw somebody here earlier saying this guy doesn't watch any football. He only watches his team and nobody else. Buddy, I watched more football on one Saturday during the college football season than you've watched in the last 10 years. So don't worry about that. But what it is it's like family. It's like I can talk shit to my brother, but you can't. You know what I'm saying? And that's how college football is. These people know everything I'm saying is right. They've been saying it themselves for 3 years. They, but I can't come in here and say it because I'm the Georgia guy. So I get it.
That's all it is.
You can talk about your own team, but we don't want some other guy coming in here and doing it. I get it. But I mean, the reality is your head coach is 19-19. He's got 19 losses in 3 years. Kirby Smart has 19 losses in his entire career. And that's what you're chasing. So I agree what you said earlier. Not everybody's Kirby, and Georgia did get extremely lucky. They lightning in a bottle with that hire. There's no doubt about it. And it'll never happen again in my lifetime. This is Georgia's golden age, You can look at the urban years for Florida or the Spurrier years or whatever and say the same thing about them. I'm under no delusions that Georgia is going to be some sort of top college football program from now to the end of time. When Kirby leaves, they'll probably go back to winning 8-9 games a year or whatever it is. I hope not, but that's likely to happen. But I don't know. And then somebody else, this idiot must be in the huddle. He thinks he knows who's calling plays. Buddy, if you don't know who's calling plays for Florida, then you're dumber than I am. And that's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, look, I think you kind of nailed it.
Billy Napier is calling plays. I mean, this is no secret. How is it that I know that and you don't? I don't understand these people in the comments. This idiot thinks he knows who's calling a play. Yeah, I do think this idiot does think he knows who's calling the plays.
Your blood pressure to get riled up.
Billy Napier.
You don't deal with this on your channel as much, I don't think. I feel like you get a little more.
Buddy.
I think you nailed it on the head of look, it's family, and you're coming in and again, a lot of these guys, not necessarily these groups, but there's guys that come in that are Florida fans that are on your side that would be like, yeah, Uncle Lou is right. Like everything he's saying is true. I do believe there's a little bit of truth to the matter. I have my thoughts and opinions about it of where things are. And again, I think the biggest part, like you just said, it's lightning in a bottle. Even the Urban Meyer hire was lightning in a bottle. Like the cat's from Utah, comes from the clouds and goes and wins 2 national championships in 4 years after, being like that. That's the expectation that everybody has now. And it's like, that's not a realistic expectation to maintain. Right. So those are the hard part of it that has to be understanding. Like you've got to go through the grind and the struggles and understand that there's a process to this. And you go from Muschamp to McElwain to Mullen, that there was never really it's been a slow going down, like a stock market. And that's where I do feel like, look, when it's like, hey, where is Florida football? It's like, we've got to find some stability to be able to go back up. We haven't had any stability in the last couple of years, but yeah, you'll nail on the head with the brother comment.
I think Kyle in the comments, I don't think he's on the spectrum. I think he might be the entire spectrum, the whole thing. Kyle, you don't know who calls the offensive plays for Florida. I'm seriously asking. Kyle Savage, is that your wrestling name, bud? Is that your wrestling name? Kyle Savage. Kyle, you don't know who calls plays for Florida? Seriously? That's sad. I had to come on here and tell you that. See?
Oh, Michael Dixon's back.
But that's what I do. I educate people. So you're welcome, Kyle. I'm sorry, Mr. Savage.
I will say Lou will be the first to if he's incorrect, we'll say, hey, I was wrong about them. But Florida Gators says $2. This guy makes Feinbaum look reasonable. Feinbaum's been on one lately, Lou. So I don't think that was a compliment.
Look, anybody that is listening to Paul Feinbaum's football opinions, just stop. That's not what he is. Now ESPN makes him do that, but he has got no business giving football opinions. Now, I think I've said this a million times. I think Feinbaum's an absolute genius. A lot of what we do with fan interaction and call-in shows and stuff like that, we owe it all to Feinbaum. The callers are the star of the show on those things. I mean, so I think he's a genius as far as what he did for call-in shows and things like that with getting the fans involved in shows and stuff like that. But as far as his football opinions go, they're not. I mean, I don't take them seriously at all. Definitely not enough to get mad about.
Some of the things that, again, the chat is getting frustrated with you because, again, they're saying that your opinions, you've got a thought and opinion about it, but you have hatred for Florida. I don't think that's the case because it's the same thing when I try to talk. I made a video about Miami, and I talked about where an insider, somebody close to the program they were expressing their frustrations with their own program. So I read about it and gave my thoughts and opinions about it. And it's tough because obviously us being fans of a certain fan base, if I speak about Georgia, I've been saying Georgia is going to have a down year. That's not me hating on Georgia. That's not me being negative. But I've been saying that, hey, there are some major question marks. And some Georgia fans would just like, oh, it's a Florida fan just being excited about it. Yeah, I'm excited about it for sure, but I'm not just saying it because I want it to be true. It is factual that there are some concerns. You still have Kirby Smart at the helm, which you're able to overcome those things. And that's where I think where people have to understand is like, I would say is what's so hard on us. Oh, it's tough on this is like we have a fan. We're obviously like we're diehard for our fan base. But the reason I respect your opinion because I know that you genuinely are having a true thought and opinion. Yeah, you might use it to take some shots, but you're not just speaking from of like just making stuff up. Like this is what he's saying. There's some truth to the matter. He's just putting a little more juice behind it than he's not wrapping it up to make it sound pretty, but he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Like, like
usually people that accuse you of that is it's projection is what it is. So like they don't have the ability to fairly assess or judge any other team. So they assume you don't either. It's projection.
Okay, I understand.
It's projection. But I'll take my thoughts and predictions on Florida over the last 10 years versus anybody in this comment section. And I've been way more right than any of them have. So, because they think 100-0 every year and winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And I've been way more accurate on Florida than anybody in here has.
And look,
all of my, unlike these dummies in the comment section, all of my picks and projections on Florida are on video for the last 11 years. You can go back and look. I'm way more right than anybody in here.
This is where I've got into with a few Gator fans too, because again, and where I know where the 100-0 comes from is because, and the reason why I talked about it too, where Florida, Georgia to me is our rival. Like that's the big rival, because up until let's say the last 7 years, that was the deciding factor of who played in the SC championship, because Florida, Tennessee wasn't a game. It was fun, but Florida was supposed to rock. That was a 70-30% game, right? Where Florida's going to win that game. They had a record. Kentucky was a snooze fest. You turned it on like, all right, let's just get through this. Your season didn't start until Tennessee was exciting, but it didn't start until that Georgia game. Then you throw in like an Arkansas. LSU was always fun. You could drop LSU because they were in the West, right? It wasn't the end all be all, but that was another deciding game with one of that West Coast game where there was Auburn, Bama, LSU, etc. But then you played Vandy and Mississippi State. I mean, that was our season for Florida. And then a couple of non-conference, and of course you had to close out on FSU, who we bullied for quite some time. What's changed, and this is where I've kind of gotten to, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, is Kentucky got competitive. Tennessee got competitive. Like all of a sudden, the games that we were just rolling through got dicey. Got dicey real quick. And then all of a sudden the other teams from the West Coast got a little bit stronger, and everything kind of, the game came caught up to us. And that's where I think, again, I've said Florida, the enterprise, the main hub, kind of navigated as like, we're Florida, we beat everybody. The staff kind of functioned like that. Mullen functioned like that. It's like, we're Florida, you should just come here because this is how we function. And that's slowly kind of we got lazy with it. And that's why I'm a little more understanding of like, I understand where you guys think we should be, but there's something happened, a fall off happened. It was pretty quick. It was kind of hard to see it happen. But the fact that we were competing with Kentucky and Tennessee, who we dominated and bullied for so long, that is where the concerning factor is. Georgia, Florida was always back and forth. Like you said, Georgia was always 10-2, 11-1. It wasn't like they were 7-5 football teams. You just lost the most important game of the year, and so nobody talked about you.
I think the Georgia-Florida game is by far the biggest game of the year every year for Georgia. Now, there are some years where some other game becomes bigger because something might be on the line in that given year. Like maybe a game comes later in the year and, oh my God, yeah, we beat Florida and that's great. But now if we don't beat whatever Auburn in November, we have to beat them to make the SEC championship game. So there sometimes in a year, a game has more on the line maybe than the Georgia-Florida game. But I don't think there's a game bigger than the Georgia-Florida game for Georgia in general. Now, geography plays a part in some of it. Like if you're a Georgia fan and you live in and around the Atlanta area, maybe to you individually, the Georgia Tech game is huge. Or maybe if you live on the Alabama border, maybe the Auburn game is bigger. But I think, if you polled 1,000 Georgia fans, 90% of them are going to say the Georgia-Florida game is the biggest game of the year. And a lot of Georgia fans, myself included, went through the exact opposite of what we're going through now. We went through what Florida's going through now. Just a period of time where it seems like no matter what you do, you can't win. You can't win. What was it? Was it 14? How many years in a row did y'all beat us, or you beat us like what? Some kind of weird stat, 14 out of 16, or. But y'all just beat the shit out of us basically the entire 90s through 2008.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just bad. And there were a few. Now, generally, Florida had the better teams in those years, but there were years here and there where Georgia had either a better team or as good of a team and still lost. It just seemed like there was nothing Georgia could do to win those games. And it's just kind of flipped now, but it won't stay like that forever. I mean,
No, I
eventually
think
Georgia's
Florida
gonna,
built a great
Florida's
culture of like, hey, like we win these games. Like that was it. Like that was the identity that Florida had created through the late 90s and early 2000s. Where like we beat you. I don't care. Like we find a way to get it done. And that was and we've lost that. Like I don't know, in my early 20s we've lost that identity. And that's what we've got to get back to. And that's where I think that for me, and I'm okay with kind of riding through a little bit of the rut, because you've got to kind of tear it down and build it back up. And it was almost like we were trying to ride that high of like, we're supposed to win these games through these coaches, through the McElwain, through the Mullins. That was Mullins' pitch. Like that was he's like, this is the University of Florida. And I loved it. It was a cool swagger, but after like year one, after that big run, like none of your production backed up what you were saying. You just can't keep saying we're the University of Florida. We're going to just walk in and win. We no longer intimidated anybody. Right? Like that's what Saban did such a great job of. I think Georgia has done that great. Like they intimidate you. They may not have the best. They may have eras that you know that you can beat them at, but they have an intimidation factor and an aura. I do believe this is a factor why I feel confident. I think Georgia lost a little bit of that last year. Now, Kirby's still there. They can definitely, rear it back, but I think a lot of teams are starting to kind of feel like Vandy beating Bama and all these things, and NIL has made this playing field where everyone feels like I genuinely have a shot to beat this guy this week. When 5 years ago, it's like, it's a hope and a prayer there Saturday, boys. We're going to do the best week. We're going to just show up and do what we can.
Yeah, Bama in particular won a lot of games before they ever started.
Yeah.
Against good teams. I think, it might have been Manti Te'o. There's an interview.
Oh,
yeah, there's an interview. Yeah. And he talks about standing in the tunnel before the game and watching Alabama walk past them to take the field first.
Yep.
He said, we're not winning this game. And that was a national championship game. I mean, that wasn't Alabama versus Mercer or something. And so, yeah, the intimidation factor. As a fan, there were a lot of years where I'd watch the Georgia-Florida game, but I said, we're not winning this game. I mean, shit. I mean, come on, man. We're not winning this thing. There were a lot of years where I'm like that now with Alabama. Georgia's not, I don't think Georgia's beating Bama this year. I mean, I got to see it. I'm not picking Georgia to beat Bama. I'm not picking Ohio State to beat Michigan.
Yeah, they've got. It's just in their head. It's a yip factor.
It's a mental thing almost more than anything else. Like I'm just like, it don't matter. I was so happy when Saban left. I was like, shit, we might be able to get a win against Bama every once in a while now.
Yeah.
God damn, man. They bring Kalen DeBoer in. We go out of that game, kicks off like 10 minutes into the game. It's like 30-0. I'm like, what are we doing?
I
was a refugee. I had to evacuate. A hurricane came all the way here. Holy shit, blew my roof off. I had to leave. I was in the middle of, I was down so bad, I had to go to Columbia, South Carolina to watch the game and like a Wild Wings. Oh, man. First of all, it was a night game. They dropped me off at Wild Wings at noon. That was a terrible idea. I was fit to be tied before the game ever even started. I'm surprised they even let me hang around in there that long. 10 minutes into the game, Georgia's down 30-0. I'm running around the parking lot of Wild Wings like a fucking lunatic yelling at Mormons. It was wild, dude. It's wild. I'm like, it's 30-0. The game has barely started. And this isn't even Nick Saban. This is Kalen DeBoer. I'm like, we're never beating this team. Ever. And now we play them at home. They're great. That's amazing. Guess who gets to ruin the longest home winning streak in all of college football? Yep. Kalen DeBoer and Alabama get to stroll into Athens and give us a beating in week 4 or whatever it is. God almighty, man. We can't beat Bama. But you know what? I don't care. 12-team playoff, and I'll tell you the same thing too. Georgia can lose to Bama in Florida. That's fine with me if that's the only 2 games they lose. I mean, do I want to beat Florida? Yeah, I do. But beating your rival to me becomes more important when you're an 8-win team than when you're a 10 or an 11-win team, because as much as I hate Florida, Georgia's goal is to get into the playoffs. And so I look at Georgia and I go, I got to find a way to get to 10-2. Now, I think you mentioned it earlier. 9-3 teams, I think it's possible, depending on what happens in the other leagues. I think it's possible some 9-3 teams could get in. But from like a goal perspective, I think teams with playoff aspirations need to be thinking 10-2. So we lose to Bama and Florida, but that's the only 2 losses. Yeah, I hate that we lost those games, but I see you in the postseason, bud. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's not that the regular season has been devalued to me. I still love the regular season, and I think the regular season is still better than the postseason. But I want to be in the postseason, and to do that, you got to go 10-2. So,
yeah, I think it's similar to the NFL, where like, look, obviously you can lose a couple of games, but and still be in it, but that doesn't deter from the. It honestly kind of amplifies certain regular season games that may have not had the intention beforehand, right? So
exactly.
I still think it's there, but it allows for just the human nature of like, hey, like you could have a bad Saturday and not your whole season be just tossed. Like that part I enjoy. But back to your point about like being afraid of Bama, because you guys are just little babies. It's the we say little brother, big brother, right? When we talk about these certain teams, but it's an actual mindset. Like think about when a little brother's trying to beat up the big brother. He's bigger, he's stronger, but big brother has beat him up for so long that psychologically he doesn't know how to beat him. So you have to have that come to Jesus moment of how do I overcome those things? And look, again, Florida was the bigger brother for quite some time. And all these little brothers finally found the courage to like, hey, we can beat them. And when you give little brother that power, it's can be a little scary. So Florida, I think Florida's in a great place to reclaim that this year. But I don't think because of NIL, we're not going to have these crazy records that we had for the past 30 years where Florida beats Kentucky for 34 straight years or Vanderbilt for 35 straight years. Like that's just not going to be a thing anymore. Maybe I'm wrong, but when I said it last year and I was right about it, we won't have an undefeated team ever again win a college football playoffs. It just won't happen. There's just too much, and it shouldn't. I think that's good. There's a lot of parity now. And we'll see teams like Texas Tech who are going to spend $500 million on a football team, and they're going to probably lay an egg. Like there's going to be that too, but it's in a great place. But we have to understand that the pure dominance that these teams had, I think it's going to slowly drift away. These dynasties are going to be much, much harder and much more appreciated, I think as well too.
And we all have to kind of change our mindset around how we have viewed college football and losses for the last 100 years. I mean, it used to be if you lost a game, your season was probably over in terms of winning a natty at least. And then it was like, well, maybe you could lose a game and still with the BCS find a way. And then the 14 playoff and you're like, I don't know, man, what if we lose 2 games? I don't know. Maybe if we win the conference. Now you got 12-team playoff. You're probably going to you had a 3-loss team get in last year, Clemson, probably going to have more 3-loss teams get in. And to your point about the regular season mattering, does it matter more or less with an expanded playoff? There were dozens of games last November that we never would have paid attention to until last year because they were playoff elimination games in November. There were 2 lost teams in November that every game they played was a playoff elimination game. Every Big 12 game, basically, in the month of November was a playoff elimination game. And you never had that before. So there's a lot more games. Maybe some of the games don't have as much meaning individually as they used to. Michigan and Ohio State. Okay, I'll grant you that. But there are an infinite number of games now every year that are going to have way more meaning, particularly in November, than they ever had before. Any 2-loss team in November is basically playing a playoff game every single week.
Agreed. And that's what was exciting about last year is that it amplified it. I think that with the realignment of the playoff.
Y'all beating Ole Miss was unbelievable. Like it was everybody ended up watching. If they didn't watch the first half, they were watching the second half.
Yeah.
Because, oh my God, Ole Miss is about to get eliminated from the playoffs. It wasn't a playoff game, but we all knew, oh shit, they're not going to get in if they
had
lose
the playoff vibe. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's what's making it exciting. And when you add it, when you make it 16 teams, I think that's people keep saying it's going to devalue. I don't think it does. I think it just amplifies other games. You may, like you said, you may lose those particular, like Florida State may not have as much, but at the same time, if you're at 2 losses. Now, if you're already in the SEC championship, that game may not have any value, but it's a cushion that it provides. There's just so much to it. But Well,
Yeah,
this has been awesome,
yeah.
man. I got Florida's previewing up their Billy's up in here in an hour. So, but I thank you so much, Lou, man, for being on the ready and hopping on here. You're a pleasure. I know that
Anytime.
Florida fan.
Shout out to the chat too. I love you guys in the chat. Hey, I've told y'all this before. Invest in some wireless keyboards, okay? You can take them with you. You can travel with them. You drool all over them. Get you some extra batteries. Your finger exercises. All right, buddy. Thanks for having me on. Good luck to Florida this year, except for that one day in Jacksonville.
Likewise, man. Be good. We'll be in touch.
All right, buddy. Yep.
Yep.
Talk to you next time.
Uncle Lou, everybody, joining the show. Fantastic stuff. Look, the chat, I mean, you guys get a little upset, but Uncle Lou's great, man. He loves to kind of poke and prod, but you got to understand, like, that's the fan base. That's college football, boys and girls. The guy's very knowledgeable of the game, has his thoughts and opinions. As we like to troll, he does too. So, listen, he made some fun, maybe made some enemies, but all in all, it was good stuff. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. $5 from Chad Hayes, or $2, sorry. Can we get a UF record prediction from Uncle Lou? I think he said 7-5, 8-4 was his prediction. He says he hasn't done Florida yet, so he wasn't quite sure, but he did a quick little math. That's where his numbers were at. $5 says High Top Brooke says the Super Dynasty are only humans. That's what teams are learning. The Super Dynasties are only human. I'm missing what you're saying there, High Top. Rook. All right, almost 300 strong, boys and girls. We've been live for almost 3 hours, rocking and rolling here. Let me see if I'm in Cam. Oh, he can message the dang room. Hold on. See if I get Cam Parker in here. He's live. I think I see Cam. I think I just saw Cam Parker. Let me see. I'm going to FaceTime him. Let's see if he answers. We're FaceTiming Cam Parker real quick. Oh, I thought I saw you on TV, bro. I thought I was calling you. We're live. I was like, I thought I saw the back of your head.
I was behind
Okay. Okay, yeah, I was watching. It's all on my screen right now. It's Greg McElroy is talking. I swear it was your flow. It looks like you. Maybe I'm delayed.
we walked past there earlier, and then we were behind Feinbaum when he was on first take. So we've been around today.
Can you call in the show for like 15?
Yeah. Let me move to a better spot. So I'm in the meal room right now. Let me go find an open area that's quiet, and I'll call in.
You're the man.
All right, man.
I'll see you. But you got the link. You're good.
Yeah, I should have it in the Twitter chat.
Yes, sir. Thanks, buddy. Cam Parker is joining us, boys, live from SEC Media Day. So the ones that are giving me crap about my title, you're wrong. I am live from SEC Media Day. I knew that we would be getting inside access. That's what we're here to do. I hope you guys are enjoying this content. The ones that are driving on the road, listening, shout out to you for being tuned in. Didn't know how today was going to go. Wanted to give it an opportunity. You know, with SEC Media Day, it's come up for this is their 4th year doing this. The first year wasn't even a thought. But for the last 2 years, I've considered, do I go to these things? And I don't know what I would do to capitalize if I were there. Right? So that's been my reason for being hesitant on it. It's a big investment to go with hotels and travel, and not quite sure the return that you would get from going there, and in the access that I would be able to receive as well too. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And this was kind of be like a test to see like what if we did something like this. Seems to be going well thus far. You guys seem to be joining. Uncle Lou riled you guys up, which I appreciate. That was fun. Michael Parker says, Gator Boy, stay hot. $5. Thank you, my man, for the $5. And they do stay hot. Absolutely. Again, almost 300 strong. Be sure to smash the like button, subscribe if you guys are new, and then, just joining us to the show. We appreciate your love and support here. Let's wait. Is Cam gonna ask Billy a question? We'll ask him that question once he gets on the show. We'll see. Daniel Denny says, I'm sorry y'all are Florida fans. I think we've done a little bit better than Auburn the last couple of years, but we'll see. On paternity leave for 3 more weeks today has been nice. Thank you, Sheldon, for the coverage. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, man, I can't wait. I've got my paternity coverage coming up here in the next couple of months, which I'm excited to see how it's going to do. Daniel then says, I hope y'all beat Georgia this year. He deleted his message and then said, I hope we beat Georgia. Thank you, Denny. Glad we could be on the same page, Daniel. Well, so Kenny, we're gonna be doing. Billy's gonna be live on the show here. We're gonna have Billy pulled up in just an hour. So once Billy starts talking, we'll be rocking and rolling here. To talk all about that. So good stuff. Glad we're able to get Cam on here. Been a great show thus far. One second, boys. Okay. All right. I had a little. I thought it seems like we have a little issue with one of our writing platforms. Let me make sure we're good. All right. Q Wilson, I'm really feeling a Georgia upset this season. Yeah, I mean, look, we talked to Uncle Lou. He said this is the first time that he's felt a little uneasy headed into that Florida Georgia game. So, Uncle Lou was on the show here just a few moments ago. He's no longer here. Obviously, a big Georgia fan, big content creator as well. And Cam Parker is joining the show here live from SEC Media Day. Super excited to have our man Cam join us. Big dog.
What's up?
Will you tell me, man? How's ATL? How's the weather? How's it going?
I've gotten free food all weekend, or all week, I should say. So it's been a heck of a time. We just wrapped up with Danny Werfel. He did an exclusive with me and Harrison Smadjevitz on SI. So we'll have some content up about that this week. Great dude. Billy's doing a media scrum with the Beats at 12:40, and then taking the podium for national TV right after. So, it hasn't fully started yet for Florida, but it's going to kick off in the next hour or so, and it's going to be a lot for the next few hours, but it's going to be great.
Awesome stuff. So let's talk. So you've been there all week then? I didn't know you were all there all week.
No, so it started on Monday. I just got in yesterday.
Okay.
So, yeah, had some technical difficulties and had to buy a new phone. It was at T-Mobile for like 3 hours the other day.
Oh, that's the
So
worst.
it was awful, but we're locked in. We made it to Florida today, and that's really all that matters.
So talk to us about kind of the next couple hours here. So you've got Billy with you guys at 12:40 and then going live?
Yeah, so Billy will be that won't be televised or anything. That'll just be the guys on the beat. So the regular guys who go to all the press conferences in the Gainesville area.
Okay.
We'll be doing a little media breakout thing with him for about 10-15 minutes. That's at 12:40, and then right after we're done there, he's gonna head over to the podium, take questions from basically pretty much everyone who's in there, no matter what, a team assignment, if you cover the SEC, everything like that. And then it's a rotation. So I posted the schedule on my Twitter at Cam Parker 25, and basically it's just a rotation. So Billy will be going through that, then hitting a bunch of radio spots. They have another digital media room type of deal where he'll be on a different podium. The players will be off to the sides doing their own thing. And then they'll do some radio interviews. So it's basically one big rotation from about 1 o'clock until about 4:30, 4:45 with Billy, DJ Lagway, Jake Slaughter, and Caleb Banks. So they'll all be going at the same time, all on SEC Network. And then they'll have some, I'm sure that they'll have some posts and everything like that. But I mean, a lot of guys are here. We'll be here providing coverage. I know Della Torre's doing stuff with DJ for Florida Victorias. So if you're, a subscriber, there's some cool things going on there. I've seen a couple of the other guys on the beat that are here. Goodall's here, our favorite guy. So, it's an exciting day, but we have a nice, cool, calm hour before the chaos begins.
Yeah, man, I'm pumped to hear Billy talk and just kind of see the vibe. And then, of course, the players will talk. We'll probably hear those interviews after the fact once Billy gets up on stage. Lagway is there. Who else? Caleb Banks is there. And, of course, Jake Slaughter as well. Do you have any time to talk to those guys? Will you be talking to them individually?
Yeah, so they'll do so Billy's in, if you go in like the big media ballroom, there's a big stage in the back, which is where the coaches' podiums are, and then they have little side kind of tables with the SEC logos and everything on it. And that's where the players speak. So it's all in the same room. So they'll just be, just doing a rotation. It's kind of like at a practice where you have one guy at one station, another guy at another station. Throughout 15 minutes, they swap. It's the same thing. So, DJ Lagway will be doing a radio interview while Jake Slaughter is speaking to us at the podium. Jake Slaughter will go to something else, and then Caleb Banks will take over radio. DJ will move over and take that empty spot. So they'll all be going on at the same time. I can't remember the schedule off the top of my head, but again, at Camp Parker 25, there is literally a event by event breakdown for each player and Billy Napier, and saying where they are, when they're going to be on TV, and everything like that. So you'll get to see all four guys on TV at some point, and then of course, if you have local radio in Jacksonville or Gainesville or, ESPN radio or anything like that, you'll get to hear more from them too.
I'm retweeting that schedule right now, so you guys have it. And we'll try to keep an eye on it as well. Marty and McGee at 2 o'clock. So yeah, they're gonna be. I guess they're cranking for 4 hours. I didn't realize that once we see Billy at 1 o'clock, but he doesn't stop for the next 4 hours. What are some of the buzz that you're hearing? Kind of like what people are asking. What are you hearing? The excitement around Florida, gotta just being around other content creators right now. What are they excited to hear about from Billy and about this team as well?
Well, the two big things, of course, it's the first time DJ is going to get to speak since the bowl game. Did not speak at all during spring camp because of his injury issues and everything like that. So, I was kind of just privately and talking to some of the guys on SI about I don't know if they'll let him come just because he hasn't spoken. Not that he's not media trained, because he is. But when we saw his name on the list, I knew that was going to be the big deal, that DJ Lagway was going to get to be here. Sophomore starting quarterback and dealing with injuries, and they're still letting him come represent the program. So he'll be the talk of the town from 1 to 4. And then the big thing is, of course, it's going to be the schedule. Off-season fodder, where that's all everyone has to talk about, is you look at the schedule. And, obviously with it being SEC Media Day, they talk about the SEC schedule. So I'm sure, and Billy Spot the Ball tweet last night too, I'm sure that amped it up a little bit, where he's going to get a lot of questions about the schedule again. Miami on the road, Texas A&M on the road. You're hosting Texas, Tennessee, Florida State. You're at LSU to open SEC play, which hasn't happened in, I don't know, I think since before World War II. It's been a while since they played that early in Death Valley. So it's there's going to be a lot to talk about. Some specifics, obviously, the freshman that they have is going to be a topic that comes up. Revenue share, again, since that's kind of going into effect this month, and they've kind of worked the kinks out with that. And then, of course, just the fact that DJ Lagway gets to talk, maybe he'll talk about his injury a little bit, go through maybe not specifics, because I'm sure that they don't want him to and he doesn't want to, but what was spring camp like for him? Because I'm sure it was frustrating, and I know he's told some other guys it's frustrating, but, what does he say about his spring camp? How is he feeling now? He is throwing again. What's his connection like with new receivers like Dallas Wilson, J. Mike, Nashawn Montgomery, Vernell Brown III? We didn't get to hear about it from DJ's side during spring camp. So what do he has to say about those guys and those connections that he's forming? So, it's excited. I'm excited to just be here. It's my first time, but the fact that DJ Lagway gets to talk is going to be the big deal.
What are some questions? I mean, you're gonna have a chance to ask all these guys individual questions, right?
Yeah. So it'll be breakout sessions and everything. We'll all get chances to talk to each one of them.
What are some things you've got queued up for yourself?
Well, I mean, for Billy specifically, I've kind of made my niche of asking him just roster updates because of roster cuts and everything like that. And they were kind of playing the waiting game to see what happens. And now you got to get your roster down to 105. Florida still has 20-ish walk-ons that they would have to cut from the team. So I know that they have to get it cut by, I believe it's week 1, but they have that new portal period that's open too. So, I'm curious what Billy and the staff have been doing with, prepping guys who aren't going to be on the team anymore, how they're helping them out. I know that they had one offensive lineman leave in spring. They hooked him up and were able to find him a new home. It's and he's, doing well. I think it's Chase Stevens doing that. So that was my question for Billy, is just how they're handling all that. DJ, I don't know if I'll get a question in because so many people are going to be over there, but I'll try. But I think that it's the most basic thing is how is he feeling going into the season health wise. We all know what his ability is. We all know he's got the mental reps during spring. He's a strong leader that everyone's building around. But how does he feel physically? Is the shoulder doing good? How's the hamstring? I know Chris Doring mentioned stuff about a hernia. How's he feeling physically? What was he able to do during spring camp, and how just physically well is he going into the season? And, Jake Slaughter, we got to talk to during spring camp. So not really anything pressing with him other than just, how's he feeling? DJ being back, how are you, working with him? What's your take on some of the new offensive linemen that weren't there during spring camp? And then Caleb Banks was also out with spring with an injury. He was dealing with the foot thing. So again, another injury update. How are you feeling physically? What is it going to take for you to take it to the next level as a the defensive lineman leader? Caleb Banks has a strong season. He could be a top 10 draft pick. So what was his mindset in foregoing the NFL draft to come back for a year? And again, they had some depth hits too with Stephon Shivers being removed from the team. What's his take on the rest of the defensive line room? How is depth looking? Because depth has always been very hit or miss with that unit. What does he like about the guys in the room that are there? What does he like about the new additions? And they got to transfer that position too in Brandon Betts. So what does he like about him? I mean, it's all going to be updates. It's not going to be anything crazy. I remember last year, Billy had to address the Cormani McLean situation because that rumor of him being kicked off the team started like days before. So he had to address it at media day and say, no, he's not on the team. He's still with us. I don't know where that came from, yada, yada, yada. Fortunately for Florida, there's no drama with that right now going into media day. They can kind of, get the regular media day of relaxing, just updates on the team, really kind of get to enjoy being here, and kind of makes it easy for us a little bit too.
Yeah, I would say the only real drama would be the stuff on situation, but him being a true freshman, it doesn't really carry too much weight to it. I think it's probably moved on from there. The only big drama would be the injury situation with DJ Lagway, which we had kind of that, I would say, that breaking news with Doring talking about it being more of a hernia than his shoulder. So I wonder if that would be questioned of like, hey, like what is the severity? Is it a shoulder? Is it this? Do you think that'll be asked into detail or?
Yeah, well, they would not bring DJ Lagway if they didn't expect injury questions. That's just the fact.
Sure.
Because I mean, again, we all know about his ability. We all know about his leadership. It's the injury, because we also didn't get to speak to him during spring camp. So they wouldn't bring him out here. If I guarantee, if I was a betting man, I would bet the first question would be an injury question. That's just how it's going to be. So as far as what he actually reveals, I wouldn't get hopes too up about specifics or detailed breakdowns and everything like that. But it'll be asked. I know that it'll be asked, and Florida, I'm sure, is expecting it, because you can't bring DJ Lagway without an injury question from spring camp being brought up.
How is it there, man? I know they kind of have like that media walk. Talk to us, just kind of describe to the people, that don't get to grace your presence. That we're thankful Dylan all have let you go. What it's like being at SEC Media Days, just kind of the atmosphere, the aura, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's in the College Football Hall of Fame, which is pretty cool. You walk in, you got all the helmets there. Tim Tebow and Brandon Spike's jerseys on display right out front in the entrance. You walk in, they got, a little booth set up when they do first take for live shots. And then you walk into the big room and it's just, tables and everything. But SEC Nation's right there. So I put in the High Top Discord, if you're watching TV, look for the bushy hair behind Feinbaum and Laura Rutledge. And there was where I would be. And then the second level, they've got all the radio guys. So, we saw JD Piquel, we saw Josh Pate. There was a couple, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered. I mean, there's a bunch of people there. And then that third row, they have more TV stuff going on. So it's pretty cool, man. It's SEC Nation is fully out in full force this week. So it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, Radio Row, that one's pretty cool. Like where all the coaches walk down, basically sit at these tables and do little hot takes for 10 to 15 minutes with all the, I mean, they used to be radio producers, but now it's just content creators like your Pates and your, did you see our boy Crane and Company?
I saw him from across the room, but I wasn't able to go introduce myself and say hi. It was, we got here, we got situated. We were trying to like locate where everything is. And then we're like, oh, we got to go interview Werfel real quick. So we had to run across the facility to go get him. And a great interview. He's a great dude, by the way. He's just awesome. Great things to say about Lagway and, not only as a quarterback, but off the field. We'll have some content about that interview up on SI in the next few days. But yeah, man, it's been a great day so far. And, I know the hurricane is about to hit with 1 o'clock in the next 4 hours, but I'm excited for everything.
Good stuff, man. Well, look, I mean, I know you were probably eating lunch when we called you, so I thought I saw you on TV. I was like, oh, I FaceTime and see if he's like actually in the, not that if you would answer, but nothing was going on. So I was like, maybe he does. But yeah, we're pumped, man. I'm excited to see. We're all excited to hear from Billy and from Lagway and all those guys. So we'll be live, rocking and rolling. But yeah, man, we'll be sure we'll follow you on Twitter. Keep up with anything that you post. And I appreciate man hopping on and chatting with us, man. It's been great.
Yeah, it's always fun to join Shelton, and of course, SC Media Day is one step closer to the season, man. So it's starting to become real now. Lies will continue to be told over the next month or so, but we'll see if those lies actually end up becoming truths here in August.
That is very true. We were talking with Lou about our lies in Florida going 12-0 just moments before you hopped on. So it's been nothing.
What do you mean? Florida's not going 12-0?
He doesn't think so. He doesn't think so. But clearly he doesn't watch a lot of football. So
I got to get his take on his all SEC teams because I get to vote on that, and I got crap for saying Aiden Warner SEC Team 2 with DJ Lagway Team 1. So we'll see. But yeah, man, always fun to join.
What were your votes?
We'll get to vote. I haven't. I'm still finishing out the kinks, so I'll actually be public. I know some guys don't like posting their poll. I will actually post my poll when it's all said and done, and I'll make sure that I give my takes on things. I will give a hint. Arch Manning is not first team all SEC, and he's not second team for me. So before people freak out about that, I'm not going to put that on there.
Okay.
So we'll get that out of the way. But yeah,
expect to see it.
We have the link for the poll. Yeah, we do. We have the link, so I'll put it together tonight, and then I think we have to submit it by Thursday.
Yeah, by tomorrow night.
By tomorrow night. So I don't know when they come out. Maybe Friday or Saturday, but when the actual poll comes out, I'll release my votes and everything.
Okay. Well, Cam, you're the man as always. We appreciate you tuning in, Bubba, and good luck for your power surge in the next couple hours, man. Go kill it.
I'll need it, man. All right, I appreciate it.
Go Gators, Bubba. Cam Parker, everybody, Sports Illustrated. Go give him a follow on Twitter to keep up with it. Again, we have the schedule here about where we can find it. I'll try to maybe pull some of these things up when we can. We've got Billy here to go live about 45 minutes. Then we're rock and rolling. I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, go to the bathroom, go to the little boys' room. I'm not going to go cop off, but we're going to put some music on, a little bit of an overlay. So you guys can take a break if you need one too, but I'm going to take just a few minutes here and we'll be right back, boys. All righty. Catch our second win here. We got a little bit to go. Look, we're going about 3 hours strong. Hell of a show so far. Let me see if I can get Cody up. See if he'll he was gonna hop on and join us here in a minute. I think he wanted to join us for the Billy Presser, which I'm excited to hear again. Billy talk, DJ Lagway talk. If SEC media, sometimes they'll have these coaches on here and talk. Sometimes maybe Billy will hop on earlier. But let's take a look and see how Twitter is rocking and rolling here. See how just the vibes are as of now. Valid Sona set to announce his commitment on Friday. Top four is Nebraska, Georgia, Florida, and Auburn. Georgia seems to lead the way there. Of course, the big heartbreak last night with James Johnson committing to Texas after Florida seemed to be in the mix there. War Chant can never, War Chant. We're about to surpass them. Look, challenge accepted. They said that we don't give you guys enough content. Well, here we are. We're going about 5 hours strong, and we're not missing a beat on it. That's for sure. Trav, what's up, big dog? Good to see you, baby. Look, we'll interact with the chat for the next 45 minutes or so until we get going here. So if you guys have any questions, thoughts, opinions, let us know. Because right now this is kind of where we're at. So a little bit of a lull period, but great so far. Great conversations up until this point. Uncle Lou was awesome. Along with Cam Parker and of course Cowboy Ty. We can't forget about him kicking us off. That was fun to start the day. So a lot of people cranking out articles, getting information out there. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything trending right now. I know a couple of players from the other schools are doing their interviews, and sometimes we'll kind of get little tidbits, little hot mics from those conversations. That is one thing I will say. Big 12 media, I followed it last week. I think they did a better job of just accessibilities, in my opinion, with the ability to hear from these guys. Here we go. We've got one of these players, one of the quarterbacks. Looks like it's John Mateer. Let's see what he has to say, actually.
And what you bring. I think people are still trying to learn a little bit about who you are. How do you best describe what you're bringing on and off the field to this program?
I'd say, I can bring some dynamic effects to the offense, the ability to throw and run, but I think the offense that we bring in and a lot of guys we brought in and the O-line and the way we'll be able to run the ball and throw the ball, we can just do a lot of things in a lot of different situations and down and distances, and it'll be fun to watch. Yeah.
How did your ability, because me and Greg were just talking, I think, on Monday when we first got together about watching your film, and I think it was the most fun film I got to watch because I love the way no play is ever dead for you, your ability to create, but more so your ability to throw off platform, to change your arm angles. How did that aspect of your game evolve? Like, were you a baseball player growing up? Did you have somebody that you watched? And, talk me through that.
Well, I actually watched Randall Cobb play a lot of football.
There we go.
The ball were pretty good.
Yeah.
So, right, but growing up, I played a lot of baseball and just seeing awesome plays and highlights and me wanting to do them. So I go in the backyard and try them, and why not? You got to try them, figure out if you can do them or not. But yeah, no play is ever dead because I'm playing for my teammates, and I got to give everything I can because if I don't, then why would they? And you got to fight for every yard. That's why I love football. It's so fun. And I appreciate all the compliments and everything. But yeah.
Well, one thing I noticed when watching film was something that we used to do a little bit of on the field was changing signals. It was a play against Portland State. I saw it looked like you might have gave a signal, changed it to a slant.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that. Tell me about your OC and his ability to give you that opportunity, because not all quarterbacks get that opportunity to make changes like that.
Yeah, the way this offense is built through Coach Buck and the quarterback coach, Coach Kuz, they give us full reign to change any play we want, and they teach us how and when and what to check it to, so it helps. And we try to keep it simple. You don't try to check the whole play, and keep it simple. Have your checks and have what you know. But yeah, they teach me, and it's all them. I go out there and I do it, but it's their teaching me, it's their checks that I just implement. And yeah, I remember that play, a little Y cross. Just wanted a progressional on the backside because I didn't know if the front side would be open. But yeah.
There we go.
Do his homework? Does he do his homework?
Yeah, he does. He does.
He's on the Portland State tape. Like, all right, I didn't get to that one yet. Look, I think there's something really cool about what transpired for Cam Ward last year. And I know different circumstances, different situation, but to see what he did after transferring from Washington State and just lighting the college football world on up at the highest possible levels, that has to give you a sense of like, he did it,
right.
I can do it too.
Right.
Watching him, what do you think that does for your confidence level, knowing that the level of talent, the level of exposure will go up drastically for you this year?
It helps a lot, my confidence in my mind. All summer we have a lot of time, so we're just thinking a lot, knowing that I saw his work ethic from my freshman year in college, and so I learned a lot from him when I was with him, and then taking that into my game, and I know he did the same thing in Miami. Probably took it a level up in his preparation and his skill level, obviously, but it helps a lot knowing that if he can do it at a higher level, I guess. I mean, the Pac-12 is loaded. Sucks that it fell apart, but. And he can do it in ACC. I believe I can do it too.
Go ahead.
No, I was just say you had opportunities to go anywhere you want, right? And Miami came calling pretty hard, right?
Yeah.
Really hard. UNC came calling pretty hard. Why'd you end up here? Was it Ben Arbuckle, or was there something more than that?
I think, there was a lot that went into it, but also, like, I know Coach Buck, and it's closer to home, you can say, like, one of my family would be closer to be able to get to the games because they couldn't get to a lot of games in Pullman, but it's also the SEC. Like, I'm here on SEC Media Day. Who doesn't want to play in the SEC, and being with Buck, staying in the same offense and the same coaching that I know. They know me, I know them, and they know what I need to play at the highest level, and it's the SEC. It's Oklahoma. Who doesn't want to play for Oklahoma?
I remember transferring.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
These guys didn't, but I'm with you.
I transferred into the SEC from West Coast as well. I remember just looking at the SEC from afar, being so excited to play certain teams and in certain environments. Where are you looking forward to playing? Or against who?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Everybody says toughest schedule, this and that, and it's great. It's a great opportunity. We go to Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama. I mean, those are awesome environments. I've been growing up watching games in there, and it's fun. I grew up watching you. It's awesome. We get to play in the same field you did. It's awesome.
So you weren't watching the Vandy tape?
Yeah, no, I was not watching the Vandy tape.
It's awesome. Yeah. Those places are awesome.
We didn't get as many big games.
Those places are awesome in the summer, and then you go in, you're like, this isn't that great. It's kind of hard. I don't really like this that much, but it's awesome. You're going to love it.
Yeah.
Welcome to the league for sure. It's a dream come true, I know, for you. But looking at your supporting cast, I love your wideouts. I loved them last year. They just got a little banged up. Jaden Ott, the way he runs, I know you saw him when he was at Cal. You probably saw the best version of him when he was at Cal. So what can you say a little bit about the guys around you and bringing Arbuckle's system to life?
I'd say they're doing a great job. This offense, there's a lot to it. Being in the film room, getting to know the plays, and we're installing weekly still. There's little gimmicks that will add to the offense all the time, and we're installing them now so they know them by fall camp, and they're all doing a great job, and we got a lot of weapons that I'm real excited to throw to.
Not to blow your head up too much, but a week and a half or so ago, Greg came on my radio show in Oklahoma on the ref, and he said, John Mateer is the second best quarterback in America. America. Those are big words from a guy that knows this, right? I mean, so how do you react when people continue to praise you, though you haven't played it down in the SEC just yet?
I'll be honest, I heard that. I didn't see that on my phone. I'm trying to get off of it and stay away from it.
You.
Yeah. But I mean, it's cool. Like it's an honor to just be listed among those names. And even though I haven't played at SEC, we'll see. I'm working as hard as I can, and all my teammates are to make us look as good as possible. And we're really excited. But it's an honor to be listed that high.
Awesome.
I just want to know, where'd you find his VHS tapes from when he
Exactly.
It wasn't 4K.
I know.
Rewind those VHS tapes at the end.
I got one last one for you, because obviously the talk has a lot been about Arch Manning in Texas. That's going to be a rival for you. Like, what do you think about that type of matchup? What do you know about the rivalry so far? How have you been indoctrinated into what that's going to look like?
Well, I grew up in Dallas. That weekend. Everybody, everybody's big on it. I only went to one game, unfortunately, but it's awesome. It's great. That's the game, and I'm super excited to play in that game. I met Arch at the Manning Passing Academy. Great dude. Good to be around. We talked about the game, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited.
Did you guys talk about it at Rox's, or? It's a fun weekend. Come on now. Come on now. You got some veterans here.
We'll avoid that one. Yeah, we'll move on to the next. next question. You're going to love the Red River.
By the way, real quick before we let you go, funny story. Bob Stoops was telling me the other day. Said, I had never met John Mateer, but I see him at practice. And I see him, he gets done working out, and I start walking over to him. And about 15 feet away before I got to him, John looks over at me and he goes, the man.
Yeah.
You know your OU history. That's good.
Yeah, I do, and I've learned. A lot of my friends growing up are huge OU fans, so I know the history.
I love it. Thank you for coming by, man.
Thank you so much.
All the best
Thank
to you.
Yes, sir.
All right, John Mateer, quarterback, University of Oklahoma. All right.
You can't hear me. Good stuff there with the quarterback. I was a little snacky him. With John Mateer, quarterback for Oklahoma. A lot of great conversations, man. You heard him say that, hey, they're looking at him as being the second best quarterback in the country. Coming off of a year where he threw 3,100 yards, 29 touchdowns, 7 interceptions with a QBR of 70.9. He's coming with his offensive coordinator to Oklahoma from Washington State. So a lot of familiarity there. He's not going into a brand new system where most quarterbacks that are having to transfer, right, are having to learn a new system. He's not going to have to do that. With some great wideouts as well at Oklahoma. Again, Oklahoma has kind of been this slow climber, this slow riser. We talked about it with Ty earlier today. We've been talking about it a lot where they had the one half of football correct. It was this half of the offense that wasn't correct that seems to maybe taking a turn here. We're about 30 minutes out from our boy Napier taking a stand, which I'm super pumped for to talk about. Stand up and holler. What do I got to do to get a sub from High Top? I'll sub. Nothing. we ain't picky. Or come on the show. Definitely will have no issues coming on the show, man. Shoot me a message on X. We'll figure it out. My schedule is kind of hectic, but I always love trying to make it happen as best as we can for all creators. I wouldn't be here without people helping us and doing those things. So I'm all about it. Shoot me a minute on X though. That would probably be the best way that I could facilitate that, and we can make that thing work. We got another guest today, boys, as we continue to rock and roll through this show. Cody gets to come in late while the rest of us have been grinding away here. What did I just do there? Nice for you to show up, Cody. You're just 3.5 hours late to work.
Yeah, anytime. Oh, yeah, I'm 3.5 hours late. Yeah, gotcha.
How long have you been live?
3 hours.
Three and a half.
You're technically 3.5. You're right.
Thank you.
I don't get a pass, though?
No, not at all. You were up when we were live. You could have just went through.
Gotcha. Yeah.
No, Cody works nights now, so he was getting off work when we were waking up, boys.
Yeah, I got to the house at 7:30 and ate my Chick-fil-A biscuit, took a shower, went to bed.
Yeah. Good. Look, we've had a great show thus far. You've probably missed it. But we had Uncle Lou was on, riled up the chat. Chat was not happy about it. But awesome conversation. I love Lou. You and I both know that. We both love Lou.
Yeah.
Talked a lot of great football, a lot of great conversations. Cowboy Ty kicked us off. We talked a lot with him about Tennessee. Lou was very low on Tennessee. He's like, I would love for them to go for 4-8. He thinks they're going to have a little bit of a fallback year, but just doesn't think that's going to happen to them. But we had Cam Parker on, live boots on the ground from Atlanta, which was really cool.
Oh.
Yeah, we've tapped in today. We've dialed it up. We've had a great show thus far for
any
3.5 hours.
Any slander from Cam Parker to Dylan Olive today?
No. I even threw a jab in there. I said, I'm glad that Dylan let you go, but he didn't throw any jabs. I think he's so caught up, right, in the moment.
He's super focused.
Yeah, he was super business Cam today. Cody is glowing that skincare routine on point, but yeah, it's that Red Bull and Bud Light. It really does a work on that skin. Makes you kind of looks 10 years younger. It's like the fountain of youth, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
How you feeling, buddy?
I feel pretty good. It's technically like 4:30 a.m. my time, in Cody's sleep schedule. But sometimes you gotta get up and you gotta grind. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're up early today because you usually sleep till about 2-3, right? That's kind of been your
2:30, 3 o'clock is usually my time to get up. That's usually my 7 a.m. alarm.
We appreciate you rocking and rolling here. Let me get this picture pulled up of the boys. Martha Bears, $2 super chat. Thank you, Martha, for your love. and appreciation. We got Mike Lebby. Mike Lebby talked. We didn't really listen to him. He's on the podium now. I really don't really care to listen to him now talk, but that's up to you if you want to put him on. Should we play, or you got some things you want to say? We got about 15 minutes till.
Lebby, young coach. That's a great offensive mind.
We'll take a listen then.
Yeah, I think as we sit here, man, we're 2 weeks away from getting it cranked up, and we couldn't be more excited to get on the grass. You think about it, over 60 new players on our roster inside our program, and to be able to go chase this thing the way we want to chase it, there's great belief, there's confidence, there's trust, there's love, and there's passion to be able to go do what we want to do, and that's changed the outcome this fall. So we got a lot of people pulling the rope the same way and ready to get back on the grass.
60 new players. How do you continue to build that culture when there's so much change year in and year out?
Yeah, I do. I think it's really important that you take the right people. You know, I said it earlier, you got to be good enough, and then you got to be about the right things. You know, I bragged on Brennan for being here, why I decided to bring him. And again, from a transfer standpoint, he has set the bar on what it means to be a great teammate, to invest in himself, to invest in others, and to give him the ability to go have a great year because of how he does what he does every single day.
That's what I love, some of the weapons that you've put around. Obviously, Blake Shapen's going to be back and healthy. And you just mentioned Brennan, and you had some familiarity with Aiden as well from Ole Miss, correct?
And we didn't cross paths there, but I
recruiting-wise, yeah.
Heavily out of high school, absolutely.
So what about those weapons and how you're kind of reshaping this offense to get back on track?
I do. I feel like that room's in a really good spot right now. I think we've got a really talented group, but I think we've got a really connected group, and that is a little different than where we were sitting a year ago today, and that'll be a huge piece of it. But with Brennan, with Anthony Evans, obviously a guy that comes over from Georgia as a return guy and played in the slot, great familiarity with him out of high school and recruiting him, and then having Jordan Mosley back, Aiden Williams back, and a couple of these other young guys like Ricky Johnson, Jerron Glover, and our tight end position is so much improved. I'm excited about the pieces. We got to get the big boys going in the right direction.
Looking at Blake and his comfort level year 2 in the system, we visited earlier, and you said just year 1 and year 2 in the system is just so much easier for the quarterback because of the nuance, because of the variety, because of the options that every single route has built-in answers depending on what the coverage is. So how much further along is your quarterback in understanding and operating this offense at the highest possible level?
And you know as good as anybody. I mean, y'all get it. It's the conversations that happen daily that you can really start to predict, okay, this guy's got it.
Yeah.
He can handle it. He understands it. He's thinking the way I'm thinking. He understands the why behind it. And that's where his greatest growth to me has been, and the ability to understand the why we do what we do, how we're attacking somebody, and how to create predictable outcomes for us. And I'm so excited for him to be able to have an opportunity to go have a great year. He's done everything we've asked and been a great teammate and a great leader for us.
As you look back at year 1, what are the quickest fixes that you see, the easiest, most fixable things from that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're the quickest or the easiest, but we had to change the lines of scrimmage with the bodies first. So bringing in 10 new D linemen at interior and on the edges, 8 new backers, having the ability to change those first 2 levels defensively, it had to happen. And then same thing offensively with the offensive line. You know, we signed 5 in the spring portal that have an opportunity to have an incredible impact. Their process has got to be sped up because of being here so late in the process, but excited about where those 2 rooms are from a body type standpoint.
It's so important when you talk about the D-line and controlling the line of scrimmage and getting that push into the backfield of the offense. When you go through spring ball and you look at the film, who are those guys that really popped off the film that really showed themselves?
Yeah, there's a couple of guys inside that have been great additions. 2 guys that were with us that were hurt all year last year, Calvin Dinkins and KJ. Those 2 guys are obviously back and going to be back healthy. And then you look at Jeray Bledsoe, a guy that comes to us from Texas, Jamil Burrows, who comes, actually originally from Bama and then Miami. Both those guys on the interior made great impacts
through spring ball and gave us a chance to do what we needed to do in the interior.
I feel like in year one, as the head man, you probably learn a lot about yourself as well, and what you want to do and maybe how you want to change things. Any adjustments you've made this offseason, whether it's weight room stuff, meeting types, focus, or where have you put your priority to change things from maybe what you did first year?
There's definitely been tweaks. There was tweaks in winter workouts. There was tweaks in spring practice. I knew how I wanted to practice. We couldn't last year. That was the reality of the situation with the lines of scrimmage. We had a physical, tough spring. We need that in fall camp again. But yeah, we've tweaked every single bit of it. You know, from just a scheduling standpoint, you're trying to maximize it. And I think if you're the same every single year, every single day of the calendar, you know, I don't know if you're growing with the game, you know. And so there has been some minor tweaks. We've had great additions to our defensive staff, which I think has been awesome for us, and we'll continue to, man. To me, you got to continue to grow it and make it better every single year.
I think as a player, the biggest compliment you could pay to a team is I hated playing against them. Like, I hated playing Mississippi State. Every single year I hated playing against them. It was going to be an absolute bruiser. There's going to be some things that went on, you know, after the whistle because of how close we were in proximity. We were going to tussle, and it was going to be an absolute fist fight, a bare-knuckle brawl. I know that's the identity you want to get back to. I know I know you score points, high-flying offense, but at your core, you want to pound people. How close are you to making that physical brand of Mississippi State football, that blue-collar brand of Mississippi State football that we all grew up with? How close are you to recreating that this year?
We're a lot closer today than we were a year ago today. Are we where we need to be? Absolutely not. I think being able to go through fall camp and having a really physical camp while being on the right side of things too will be important for us. But there's no doubt, man, State was built on toughness, on physicality, on edge, and that's not going to change. You know, that is who we're going to be.
I want to flip over to the other side. You talked about all the new pieces that you needed, right, on those first two elements of the defense, but you got Isaac Smith, who led the league in tackles a year ago. Boy, does he look sharp today in that Maroons, right? Man, talked to him earlier. We're going to hear from him.
I don't know how he chose that color. That's my only question.
Well,
Very random.
How about Mom and Dad are rebels, by the way? That's good stuff. But what does he mean in having him back to that defense you're trying to work so hard on?
I can't say enough great things about Ike. You know, he is. His passion, his love for the game, his physicality, who he is inside our building every day. Man, to me, that's what college football is all about. Like, he is what it's all about. And so love coaching him, love his leadership, incredibly appreciative of him, and I appreciate him sticking and being a guy that wants to lead and wants to flip this thing the way we all do.
You know, it's media days. So there's a lot of football questions. There's a lot of stuff that's not football, too. You know, we've heard a lot about Hugh's golf game. We've heard a lot about Lane's fishing and pickleball escapades. So what are you doing when it's not in the meeting room grinding on tape?
Yeah, for me, I do, man. It's about family, and it is. It's finding time. I do like to play golf. I like to freshwater fish.
Okay.
Not a big saltwater guy, but those are some things I love to do with the family. But it is, man. When we've been able to get away, we've been all together and done it together and trying to maximize our time before it gets constricted.
I bet you can mash a golf ball.
Yeah, you know, I wish.
He can't turn. No way.
I wish. I love to play. That does not mean I'm good.
Quick anecdote from this morning. I'm getting ready for radio. Come downstairs about 7:20, 7:30, thereabouts. He's in line getting coffee, orders his own coffee, standing there waiting for his own coffee by himself, minding his own business. Every other coach in the country has some type of handler that would have done that for him. This guy's a real guy.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Can't forget where he came from.
But I just love that. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not symbolic of where we're at in the sport right now, but he's approachable. He's there. He does his own thing, man. Just proud that you got this job, this opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's a privilege, so we're excited about it.
And remind me the coffee order, 6 espresso shots and a dash.
Shaken espresso. There was a little whole milk in there.
Let's go. That's my guy. That's my guy. Can't have enough.
Oh my God. I love that.
In a cup that's like this big?
It was like this big, yeah.
Test the thicker right away.
I don't feel like I'm back to my equilibrium until I start shaking after 5 or 6 shots.
I want to just pop up your schedule real quick and just kind of tell us, you know, I know it's one game at a time, so I'm not trying to get you in any trouble anywhere, but I look at that week.
You muted.
I'm a Levy fan all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's a gangster.
He's a lovable dude, bro. So we talked earlier when DeBoer spoke, like this did not fit SEC vibe. Like did not give me like head coach material. Levy's got it. He carries it. He just got that little raspiness to him. I love how they told that story about the coffee because that's so true. Like you as an SEC head coach, you can't go grocery shopping without being tackled. Like Mike Levy isn't there yet, so he's able to still be normal. Levy's a freshwater guy. Bass up. You know what I'm saying? Bass boys got to sit together.
Love that.
6 espresso shots. I love that too. Look, man. So as they were talking, and him talking about this team, 60 transfers, Cody. 60 flipping transfers. And you think about the quarterback, Blake Shapen, who didn't get a lot of love last year, kind of got torched. But when we talk about SEC quarterbacks, there's not much coming back from experience, right? Garrett Nussmeier and Lower Sellers, we kind of just talk about them. Blake Shapen's in that category. I mean, he played all year last year. He wasn't great, but the guy's been around for a minute. Experienced guy. A guy that can be special, to say the least. But then I started looking. I go, you look at their schedule. You look at the turnover of the roster. Hot take, Mississippi could start off 5-0. Mississippi could start off 5-0. And you're like, Sheldon, what are you talking about? Season kicks off with Southern Miss. Okay? Want to know.
That's a rivalry game.
I know, but let's give them the love. Want to know. Then they go at home against Arizona State, which is going to be a tough game. You're past Big 12 champions, but I like Mississippi State here. They've got the offense. They got Levy, an offensive mind to kind of, I would say, to keep up with it. And then the defense maybe can find. Maybe I'm just a little high off of him just talking, right? Maybe got me fired up a little bit. But let's just say 2-0. Let's just bear with me. Then they play Alcorn State to nobody. There's 3-0. Northern Illinois has been known to throw some fits. They took down Notre Dame last year, don't forget. But let's just say they had Notre Dame at home, or Northern Illinois at home. There's 4-0. Then they got Tennessee at home. They've got a 4-game stretch where they play at home. The Southern Miss game is away. I mean, it's not crazy to think that all of a sudden Arizona State and Tennessee are the two big wins, the two big hurdles they got to overcome. Arizona State, I think, is going to be a hard one, but that's going to tell us pretty quickly what Mississippi State is. But I don't think Tennessee is going to have some trouble. Going out there playing with the Cowboys or Cowbells, it's going to be one hell of a place to play. We got Napier on about 13 minutes, which I am ecstatic for. But, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm crazy. But, man, when you take a look at the portal, what they went and got, John Mateer, Jadon the junior running back, 4-star guy out of the transfer from California, one of the best running backs in the country last year from California. Derek Simmons, the 4-star tackle from Western Carolina. He's a 4-star tackle in the transfer. Then you have Kendall Daniels, 4-star safety that came from Oklahoma State. Then you have Marvin Jones Jr., the once-known 5-star edge from FSU. Then you have 4-star wide receiver Giovanni Gibson from, I don't know who's that from, but he's 6'2", 205. So you got an experienced quarterback throwing to it. Huh?
That's Oklahoma. That's Oklahoma's transfers.
Yeah, who's going to Oklahoma? Correct.
Yeah, we're talking about Mississippi State.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot.
Yeah.
What am I
Yeah,
doing?
he was at Oklahoma. Oklahoma ran him out of town. You believe that?
Yeah, no, I do. I remember that. Okay. I'll say. All right. Damn. Well, Oklahoma's got me more fired up than I'm an idiot. Oh man,
that Gibson kid's a stud. He's out of Pinehurst, a small D2 school, but that kid's a stud.
Holy crap, they look good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's look at them. So they got Luke Cromanhook from Florida State. They bring in a 4-star running back Fluff Bothwell from South Alabama, 3-star safety. No, not nearly as sexy as okay. So that's my excitement came from that Oklahoma transfer class. Holy shit. Oklahoma might be a dog, bro. Why didn't you tell me about them, Cody?
I've been saying it. I think they're pretty good. Arkansas Pinehurst, that's it.
All right, I'm not as confident in my 5-0 statement anymore. I'm not as confident. My 5-0 comment came from I don't know why I went and looked at Oklahoma. I don't know where my head was at.
Well, because he was their offensive coordinator. I think with Mississippi State, they can be good. I think that their problem was like what Levy said is they didn't have the trenches. They couldn't practice hard last year, and when you can't practice hard, it just doesn't show up on the field. I'm high on him. He's going to get weapons. They're not going to be highly touted, but they're going to have to go some unconventional routes, JUCO and stuff like that. They're going to go be a heavy JUCO school, which is fine because these JUCO players now get 4 years, right? So you can get a senior in JUCO that's rip raring ready to go, and he could be technically a freshman in Division One. It's kind of a great thing to go after. So they'll be heavy in JUCO. They are going to probably every year get a couple of high-end weapons, wide receiver wise, and then they historically always have a pretty good defensive line. They usually have like one or two really good edge rushers, and so they're gonna that's gonna retain. And that was I think that was Chris Doring talking, correct?
No, Dorian's, I don't think so. That was Dorian's not on the podium.
It sounded like Chris.
No.
But that team is always a pain in the butt to play, especially at Starksville.
Well, look, it was McElroy probably who you thought it was, or the other guy to the right. I can't think of his name, but let's take a look though. They do have an edge from A&M, a linebacker from Texas, a linebacker from Tennessee, Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver from Oklahoma. They've got Aiden Williams, wide receiver from Ole Miss. They've got a wide receiver from Georgia. Offensive tackle Zachariah Owens from Colorado, who had some success. Mississippi State's new offensive line coach is from Colorado. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he came in from there. Defensive lineman Bledsoe from Texas. Inside offensive lineman Kobe Keeman from Kentucky. Defensive lineman from Auburn. So they brought in a lot of, these are 3-4-star guys, but they were
but they're SEC guys.
Exactly, right? So they were obviously highly recruited and highly touted guys. So that's something I think Mississippi State is going to be good for them to where, again, they're going to be a fit to play. 60 guys is a huge turnaround. And again, Levy's trying to come in and create his own style of football. So, boys and girls, we've got almost 300 people in here. Be sure to smash the like button, show some love. We've got Coach in about 8 minutes. They're doing a little preview here. Let's see what they're having to say on SEC about our Florida boys.
Run towards the end of the season. Is.
And he's a really good player. And I think the biggest thing that I take away from last year is we wanted to write Billy Napier and this Florida team off. Early, like late September, early October. I didn't know if he was going to be there at the end of the season. And they turned it around. How can you start fast? We need to see the first few weeks, we need to see them starting fast and showing that they are a dominant team because they have the ability. It's putting it out on the field and producing.
We hated what happened last year to Graham Mertz, obviously, right? And he handled it beautifully, and he helped every second he could with DJ Lagway. As we look at this year, it's for Florida in some sick way, it's almost a blessing in disguise because they've got a quarterback that is so experienced, not just talented, didn't have to sit behind anybody. He's now that experienced.
Apparently Billy's late.
They start running at the quarterback position.
They do, but what's funny is while Lagway is going to get a lot of love, and rightfully so, the way he throws the ball down the field is amazing. The reason why he can throw it down the field is how they run the football. Jaden Baugh is amazing. They have a great 1-2 punch at running back. I think they can go 2-3 deep at running back without really having a huge drop-off. This is a team that is going to pound you. They will bloody your nose. And that, I think, is a great place to start when evaluating the SEC. I want to see the defensive line play in September the way they played in November last year, and I'll feel real confident about them being able to hold up along both lines of scrimmage throughout the course of what is an absolutely brutal schedule. But that's all anyone talks about with Florida. It's like, oh, the schedule. What makes you think that if it becomes a fist fight, a team that has brass knuckles like Florida has, they can't win those fights?
Sure.
I think they're going to really give a lot of teams problems this year. At LSU week 3, very tough game for the Tigers. At Miami, very tough game for Carson Beck and Mario Cristobal. Texas comes to them. Watch out. That will be a very tough spot
Cody,
for
what
the
do you say?
Longhorns.
Battle
I just think this
tested.
Battle tested, baby.
Yeah, look, I think so. Luke came on and he had a good point. He goes, "Look, who's the best team in college football?" Like he asked me, and I was like, "I think it's Penn State." And he goes, "You put Penn State up against that schedule, they're losing 2 games. Like it's just a matter of a fact." And I think that's where Florida fans have to understand. Like this schedule is going to be tough, and it's tough for anybody. But I like where Florida was able to do. I like where we sit. I think that the struggles they went through last year, the battles they had to go through is going to pay dividends headed into this season. But look, man, you got like again A&M on the road, Miami on the road, Ole Miss on the road. I mean, it's gonna be a gauntlet to say the least. I'm pumped.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. We got a super chat from Chad Hayes. Can we get a UF hot take on this season from Cody? I think a hot take. I mean, I think after the tweet yesterday, I think we win 11 games.
Yeah, let's talk about the tweet. He tweeted out Florida had the hardest rated schedule, and what did he say? Spot the ball. What was he implying there, Cody?
Spot the ball. Let's go. Let's go. Let's spot the ball. Let's run it, because I think Billy Napier's been around a lot of talented teams. Clemson, Alabama. He's seeing what's going on. I think he's excited. This is a level of Billy Napier that we have not seen ever. Very conservative, very
talk, man.
Reserved. Yeah. Like, I texted you and I said, I was like, oh boy, lock it in, because this is if we can start winning and Billy can start having fun, the sky is the absolute limit.
Billy's running into the stadium, so he probably missed the 12:40 slot that he had.
I'm sure he was on the phone doing some recruiting. I mean, Sone's right. Enough. You know, he's committing Friday, so
yeah, he's gone. But yeah, look, so spot the ball. You took that as like, hey, ball at the key. Let's go. Let's get after it. Check up.
Yeah,
like I'm ready. Yep. No big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little swagger from old Coach Ballsack there. I love that. Super $2. $2 from Stand Up and Holler. It won't let me message you on there. No icon. I have a message icon, don't I? Shoot Cody one if not, and we'll figure it out, because I'm not that important. $5. Billy Ballsack, Coach of the Year. We got 330 strong in here, boys. Happy to have you here. We got Billy going live here in just a few moments. We'll be listening to his audio. We'll be talking about it. We've been live for almost 4 hours. In 4 minutes, we hit the 4-hour mark. We have been cooking all day long, providing top-tier content. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I know that I have. I love doing this stuff. Took a little bit of a risk. Wanted to see how today would go, and I think it's paid its dues with how much you guys have been hanging out here and enjoying the show. And tonight, we're going to be live with Miss Allie Peak, live at 8:35. So we don't stop bringing the juice, bringing the heat on this channel, no matter what. So we love y'all. Thank you so much for interacting, being in the chat, rocking and rolling.
Allie Peak's back. She got her Twitter back. Everything's moving and grooving right before the season.
No better time to get the ball moving. So good stuff. I love to see it. We broke MSN, Cody. We got banned.
How?
I don't know.
Our account did?
Yeah, but we're still up a little thing. Heyo.
Oh, that was the old Alabama quarterback. I don't know his name, but him and Chris Dorian kind of sound the same.
Greg McElroy.
Yeah. I got it up on the second screen.
I think Billy's late. Unless he's rocking it now.
No, Billy runs to the beat of his own time now.
I mean,
it's Billy time.
What do you want, babe? Babe coming in here with some Pringles, bro. Can't go wrong with some Pringles.
Super chat's flowing in. Bush Latte. Hey, great name there. Billy Ballsack, Coach of the Year, with a flame emoji. Yeah, could be. He could be a heck of a one. Scars super chat $2. Appreciate the coverage, boys. No problem. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Here we go, boys. Oh, Billy Ballsack. He is scheduled for one. We're rocking and rolling here, boys. Let's get it.
Right on time.
Never a doubt.
Up here is engaging in conversation, holding court. Matthew, good to see you. We recognize the National Football Foundation earlier in the week and the changes to Hall of Fame entrance that rates to a couple of our former coaches. That being said, Billy Napier enters his 4th season with the Gators after being named the university's 29th head football coach back in November of 2021. Last year, Billy led the Gators in a late season charge, winning the last 4 games of the season, including wins over number 21 LSU, number 9 Ole Miss, in-state rival FSU, and Tulane in the Gasparilla Bowl. Billy has been involved in making a significant donation because of his personal experience and his desire to create a lasting impact. That donation establishes a new ALS research fellowship at the Norman Fixel Institute for Neurological Diseases at UF Health there in Gainesville. This gift honors the memory of his father, Bill, who passed away from ALS several years ago. The newly created Napier ALS Fellowship will support advanced training and research around ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease, a progressive and currently incurable neurodegenerative disease. And I know in a room filled with this many people, including myself, we've had friends or relatives touched by this disease. So thank you to Billy and his family for engaging in this way. Billy's married to the former Allie Gunn, and the couple has a daughter, Annie, and sons, Sammy Nelson and Charlie. He earned his bachelor's degree in health and exercise science from Furman University in 2002. Welcome to the podium, University of Florida head football coach Billy Napier.
All right, well, I hope everybody's had a great summer and a good break. My wife Allie and I just finished up our annual trip. We go and celebrate our anniversary, 17 years. I actually knew her for 8 years before that, so 25 total. And I'm extremely thankful for her selflessness and the job she's done with our children. Certainly being a coach's wife can be a challenge. It's good to be here in Atlanta. I grew up a little bit north of here. My dad was a high school coach in Chatsworth, Georgia, and Dad's teams, when they would get eliminated from the playoffs, we used to get in the car every Friday growing up and go watch a playoff game in this state. I can still remember getting in that pickup. I'd be in the middle seat. One of my dad's coaches would be in the passenger seat, and we would go around, but never failed. Every year we would drive south on 75, and we would watch the semifinals in the old Georgia Dome. I'm riding through Atlanta today. Used to stop at the Varsity and get something to eat on the way. I can remember sitting up in the upper deck with all those high school coaches watching high school football.
Shout out to Varsity boys.
It's good to be at SEC Media Day. We're 45 days away from the opener. Football is right around the corner. Everybody's undefeated, and there's a lot of potential to talk about. And it's a blessing for me to be here today to represent our football team. Really, really special group of players, our staff and our organization from top to bottom. The University of Florida is a very special place. It's arguably the top public school in the entire country. Incredible network of people. We're approaching 500,000 living alumni, and we have an elite education to offer. And we pair that elite education with a championship culture in our athletic department. 49 national championships, 269 SEC titles. And I would tell you, this spring was one of my all-time great sport experiences, going to the Final Four. If you haven't been, you need to go. I had the privilege of taking my 2 sons to San Antonio to be in the Alamo Dome, to watch Coach Golden and his team compete and win the national championship, to just be a fan, to rub elbows with Gator Nation, You know, our fans, their passion is second to none. It was an incredible experience. You think about how this place has affected so many people, the tradition, the history. There's so much pride that comes with that. Whether you're alumni or you grew up a Gator, that's something I'll never forget. You know, I'm extremely thankful for Scott Strickland, our athletic director. You know, his leadership, his discernment. I think he's a forward thinker, and he's done a great job of providing a vision for our athletic department and putting our sports teams in position to win championships. You know, how do you sum up the SEC? You know, and I think for me, as a competitor, you want to play against the best, the very best. And there's an old saying, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And I think we get that opportunity competing in this league. You know, I think about this league, I think about the history, the tradition, the venues, going on the road to play in this league, the rivalries, the great players and great coaches, the level of investment by the administrations, the depth that's required to play week in and week out in this league. You know, I think the personnel is different in this league. I think there's diversity of scheme. And don't forget about the recruiting gauntlet that we go through in this league. You know, this Netflix documentary is called Any Given Saturday for a reason, and you got to be ready to go every week. You know, for the third straight year, it's the most watched conference in college football. 19 years in a row, the most draft picks in the NFL draft. This past draft had 79 draft picks, which shattered the record of 65, which was a previous record for the SEC. You know, I think our league has great leadership. I'm very thankful for Greg Sankey. I can't compliment him enough what he's done for our league, but more importantly, the work that he's doing for college football and really the game of football in general. I think he stepped up in a very pivotal moment for college athletics. And this is a tough job in a very demanding time. So I'm thankful for the job he's done. We also have a great group in Birmingham at the SEC office that contributes. There's a long list of folks behind the scenes. We're better because of their hard work, and I'm thankful for that. You know, I'm excited about the players that are here to represent our team today. Jake Slaughter is here. Jake is an All-American and an All-SEC player. He was voted team captain by his teammates last year, and he very much lives it out. You know, he's a guy that sets the tone every day. He's a pace setter, and he's a great football player, but he's an even better person and leader. He's got his degree in agricultural education and communication. He's an SEC honor roll member every year. Defensive lineman Caleb Banks is here from Detroit, Michigan. I would say he's one of the best defensive linemen in the country. Really played dynamic football down the stretch for us at the end of the year. He's getting a degree in education sciences in December, and he's on a mission. He came back, and he's primed for a big-time year. DJ Lagway is here, our quarterback from Willis, Texas. Obviously, DJ, it's well documented the job that he did last year, becoming our quarterback midway through the season. I was most impressed with how he handled that. The type of teammate that he was, the humility, the character, and the guy was phenomenal on game day. He's just a great competitor. He showed a ton of grit and toughness, played through some injuries, and obviously I thought he grew as a leader every week as he continued to get better. And I think year two for him has got a chance to be really special. You know, his degree will be in education sciences. One of the great things about this 2025 team that we have is we have a lot of football players that have leadership traits. We got some guys that have been through some battles. They have experience. It was tough to pick 3 guys to be here today. We got a lot of guys that are deserving. And I really believe that's the most crucial ingredient when you start talking about having a great team, the character of the players that are leading the team. And I think we have that with this group. You know, this group believes in what we do. I think that's where we really took a big step in the right direction last year, is we found a level of confidence that we could go toe-to-toe with any team in the country, any place, any time. You know, you spot the ball last year. At the end of the year, you know, you could argue we were playing as good a football as anybody in the country. And I think that that's a result of our development process. Our development process is working. It's working for the players as people, students, and football players. The organization as a whole is executing as well as it's been executing since I've been the head coach. You know, we're healthy on the inside. We've got great leadership in every part of the organization. I'm really proud of the work that I see every day. The bottom line is we're seeing our people get better. And I think there's something to backing that up. You know, we have 12 guys that are reporting from training camp from last year's senior class. The discipline and accountability for this group is at an all-time high. We had 80 players on the SEC honor roll last fall, and that's a Florida record, but that's an SEC record in the history of this league playing football, 80 guys. We had a 3.48 team GPA this past spring, which is another record for Florida football, and that's a result of the ownership of the players. I think they're driving this. And I'm going to tell you, one of the things I'm most proud of is the player development space. We are dominating in that space. The Gator Made program is second to none. I think the experiences that we're offering the players, the resources that are available, they're on another level. You know, there's a little something different in the air right now in Gainesville. Everywhere I go, I hear the Gator boys stay hot. And, you know, to me, how do we keep that momentum? And I think we do that by keeping the main thing the main thing. You know, this is a challenge that's worth pursuing, and there's no other group that I would want to do it with. You know, I get excited when I go in that building and I observe our team and our staff work. You know, this 25 group is a new team. You know, there's new roles, there's a new set of challenges, and I think it's important that we stay the course. We need to continue to teach values. We need to continue to prioritize education, and we've got to teach football at a high level. You know, we're going to be values-based. We're going to be purpose-driven. You know, I believe we have enough talent. You know, I think this team is going to be all about doing the things that require no talent, and we have to stay consumed with improvement. We got to keep getting better. You know, we plan our work and then we work our plan. You know, it's not about yesterday, it's not about tomorrow, it's about today, and we got to follow through. I respect this group and their commitment. They take action every day. They continue to stack days. The most important thing right now is that we finish this summer. You know, we need to try to create some momentum here as we get into training camp. The next 40 days are going to be critical. I think it's important that we focus on how we prepare. We got to continue to build the resiliency and the toughness of this team. We got to stay process oriented, and we have to have the discipline to keep following through. And we got to be the best teammate that we can be. You know, I think if this group, if we're loyal to each other, all right, and we do the absolute best we can do for each other, we got a chance to have a really, really good football team that can put the ball down and play with any team in the country. I'm confident that our best is good enough to get it done. And I think this is a special group. Before we wrap it up here, I want to thank you for what you do. You know, I've been in football my whole life, and I believe in the game. I believe in what the game can teach. And as our sport and athletics in general go through a lot of adversity, I think it's important that we don't need to forget what our game can teach young people. And you guys tell that story. And I think it's important that we find some balance here in terms of what we write about. And you guys do a phenomenal job. Our game's as popular as it's ever been because of the pride that you take in your role. I'm thankful for the stories that you tell. All right, we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Coach Napier. If you have a question, raise your hand. Gianna, Nathan, and Drayden.
I'm fired up. I'm about to lose my mind.
Yeah. We're going to start over on our right-hand side on the aisle. Edgar.
Yeah, Billy. Edgar Thompson, the Orlando
Oh,
Sentinel.
yeah, Edgar.
Son of a... there. Yeah, Billy, is it fair to say that you arrived with more outside expectations than your previous years? And what's it going to take to meet them, particularly against this schedule? A lot of people think it's the nation's toughest.
That's what that guy looks like?
The first thing I would say about expectations is when we talk about expectation, I think the important part is what we expect from each other. And I think we've learned that, right? I think it's not only do you need to block out noise, but it's absolutely necessary that you do it, right? So I think we got to have high expectations for each other. We see each other every day, right? I think this is player to player, it's coach to player, coach to coach, all parts of our organization. So that's where we spend our focus. I really believe that's when the magic happens, right? Is when, you know, you look around that locker room and you trust the people. I think there's connection, there's a chemistry that's needed in this game. I think if you look at who's had success over the last couple of years, it's veteran teams that have really good connection. So when I think about expectations, I think about what we expect from each other. I also think that it's about execution. You talk about our schedule. You know, I firmly believe that that'll be earned in the fall. You know, so we can talk a lot about potential for the next 40 days, but we'll play the games in the fall.
Coach, we'll go in the center aisle, just right about halfway.
Hey Coach, Emily Grace McCorder from The Next Round. You mentioned the next 40 to 45 days between now and the start of the season. What will be your biggest priority in continuing that foundation of resiliency that was built last season?
Well, I think it's a new team. I think we've got, there's a group of young players on our team that we need to get ready. We're fortunate that we have a good core group of veteran players that understand what winning football looks like in this league. But we need to develop depth. You know, I think in this league, there's no question you're going to need it, especially when you start getting into the bulk of the conference schedule. So, you know, we have to keep our group focused on, you know, how did we develop some of this confidence? And I think we anchored that in how we prepare, our toughness, the discipline, being process-oriented, and certainly being a great teammate. And I think training camp is critical in those areas.
Coach, we're going to go over to our left-hand side, about 3/4 of the way back.
Coach, Rick Behringer, Sports Visions. Got to know your brother Matt from LaGrange High School over the last couple of weeks. Talk about, for one, his progression, how amazing job he's done, and talk about your relationship with high school coaches, how important that is in growing the brand.
Yeah, no, I've got two brothers that are coaches, and you know, we're all a result of watching our dad growing up. You know, I just happen to be coaching college football. I think we love the game, you know, and I think we get a chance to get together each year around the 4th of July. And it's awesome to hear from them about, you know, their teams, you know, their off season, what they're trying to do, you know, what challenges that they have. But I think I'm proud of Matt, because I think the program that he is running has not only been successful on the field, but I think he's doing things right off the field. So high school coaching is as important as it's ever been, in my opinion. I think there's tremendous opportunity at that level. And I really, again, what I said earlier, I mean that. I really believe in what our game can teach. I think it's different than any other sport. I think the synergy required, offense, defense, special teams. You know, even on our team, 50 players are playing every week. You know, we need 120 players to practice, that practice each week to help prepare the team. So I think high school is no different.
But we're going to stay in the same section about halfway back in the middle.
Hey, Billy, Alex Miller from the Bryan College Station Eagle. Wanted to ask if you could take me back to the final days of DJ's recruitment, and especially with other schools trying to make a late push like A&M.
Yeah, no, DJ, we were fortunate that we found DJ early in his high school career. You know, we built great rapport. DJ stayed the course, you know, and I think one of the things that's unique about our team is that we recruited each one of these groups with the mantra of kind of like, you have to be up for the challenge, right, in terms of what we're trying to take on here. So DJ was no different in that regard, and I think his mentality towards recruitment, the consistency in his attitude and approach. He never wavered. Obviously in a little bit of a difficult time as well. So DJ's got great parents. I think he's got a great foundation in terms of the values. You know, I think he's a great teammate. So he was phenomenal throughout that entire process, and he certainly made a difference in our team.
Coach, we're going to go over here to our right-hand side.
Hey, Bill. Wilson Alexander with The Advocate. Your 2023 recruiting class has largely remained intact, which isn't really the case across the league. What do you attribute that to when the results haven't quite been there?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, I think look, we committed to recruiting high school players. You know, we've signed, for the most part, 3 big groups of high school players, and we've been strategic with the portal in terms of immediate needs. But I do think that we're trying to build a veteran team. Now, that 23 group, I tell them every day, you know, look, you came here, you have this experience. We're in position to keep the momentum that we have. It's important that they're the example. But I think nowadays it's more important to identify the character component and the circle of influence around the kid. You know, I think that if you recruit a problem, they'll continue to be a problem. You know, and I think we present our product in a way where we're selling the degree, the alumni network, the Gator program, and you have to be up for the challenge of trying to get Florida back to where it's been before. And I think that's one of the reasons we've been able to keep it together is we told them when they came in, you know, look, it's not going to all be sunshine and rainbows here. We're in this thing for the long haul. So I think a lot of this is how you pitch it in recruiting. We're continue to do that, and retention is more important than it's ever been.
Coach, we're going to go over here to our left side again on this far aisle over here to our left.
Gotcha. Cole Thompson, SEC Unfiltered. Kind of a 2-part question. You landed Dallas Wilson late in the process. He actually went to another school first before deciding to go on down to Gainesville. Can you talk about the importance of recruiting until the final whistle to where you have to kind of turn that page off? And then also, how much has Dallas been so influential on building your offense for this upcoming season?
Yeah, Dallas's recruitment was really unique. You know, I think his family dynamic with his mother and his grandmother, and Dallas actually contacted us. You know, I think he asked out of his national letter and then contacted us. We recruited Dallas the entire, you know, ever since we knew he was a really good player. But look, Dallas is going to make our team better. I think what I really appreciate about Dallas is this spring, his work ethic, his work capacity, his toughness, the way he competes in practice, his practice habits. He's a big physical player. He's a tough guard. He's a tough matchup, right? So now look, the guy hasn't played in a game yet, right? So there's some growth that needs to take place.
When you say recruit a problem, there'll be a problem?
He's got some good veteran players around him that have experience. So there'll be a different level of self-discipline and intensity and urgency once we get to the season, but there's no question Dallas, he's going to make our team better.
Coach, we're going to go right down the center aisle to Mike.
Coach Mike Griffiths from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and Dog Nation. Last season, you pulled off one of the more remarkable coaching turnarounds that we've seen in recent history. When you reflect back, and I know today's about the future, but what would you attribute that to, and what you were able to accomplish and what your team was able to accomplish after the start that you had?
Yeah, I've been asked that question quite a bit. Look, I think we had a quality group of kids. I don't think a normal group would have been able to handle that. And I would say that in that I'm an adult. I can turn my phone off. I can, you know, continue to work. These guys, they live in a digital world, right? So I think that they had unique relationships with each other, and you know, we've got choices, right? We can choose to blame other people, or we can choose to be accountable. And I think we had really good leadership. They took ownership. We collaborated, players and coaches. We made changes. And I think we saw some of those young players grow up, right? And I think that, you know, there was a critical stretch right in there around, you know, Tennessee, Kentucky, where all of a sudden we flipped a switch and there's a confidence and a belief that we could play with anybody. And from that point forward, I think they felt like they were good enough. And it was about just going and executing and playing on game day. So the good thing for us is a huge majority of that group is back. And we've added some more really good young players to the mix.
We have time for a few more. We'll start right in front of me, second row. Kirk.
Kirk Bowles from the Houston Chronicle. Billy, now that revenue sharing is upon us, I was curious how you go about allocating salaries, if you will, per person or per quarterback room and so on. And how big a commitment is that? And do you mess with that during the football season itself?
Yeah. Look, I think one of the things that we've been blessed to do is we hired a front office at the University of Florida. I think Nick Polk and Ben Elsner, Jacob LaFrance's role, Chad Lucas has done a great job in that space as well. But I think the more pressing issue, okay, and I'm going to kind of divert here, is what do we do to provide the structure for the players? I think one of the things that we got to make sure we don't overlook, and we're really taking pride in, is we got to teach our young men fiscal responsibility. We have to teach financial literacy, budgeting, tax strategy, long-term planning. And I think that, I don't know about you guys, but I messed all that stuff up when I was young, right? So this is these guys' first job, and I think we've got to create a structure in a place where we can give them guidance. And I think that I think it's a huge issue that not many people are talking about. I mean, we got a generation of athletes in college sport, and where are they going to be? We look up 5-10 years from now. Did they, make good decisions? Did they create stability for themselves long term and take advantage of the opportunity, right? Because not all of these guys are going to the National Football League. So I do think that it's professionalized the game to some degree. Everybody want to use the word salary cap. I think right now it's more of a cash budget, to be quite honest. But I don't want to take away from the fact that I do think that it's important that we have to continue to fight the fight here and find some common ground and create some guidelines and get some direction that we all can kind of abide by the same set of rules.
Okay, we have time for two finals. We'll start in the back over here to our left, Coach.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. Billy, where is DJ in terms of throwing the ball and OTAs?
Finally.
And is he making all the throws you feel like he's going to need to make in a game situation?
Yeah, no, DJ has continued. We throw the quarterback 3 times a week. He's continued to do that. He actually got a good session in this morning before he came here. So, yeah, we feel confident in terms of him being ready to go.
We'll take one final question.
Hell yeah.
All right, that was your question. All
Hell
right, we
yeah.
got one in the back. If we can get a microphone in the back, we'll take one final
Billy
question.
just
and then we're
stole
gonna
SEC wide receivers
Coach
that came
Rob
to
Brown, SEC Sideline Sports
SEC
Network,
today.
and the Buddy Martin Show. What did you see early on in DJ Lagway, and how much does he help you in recruiting and avoiding
What are we doing?
logo fever when you look at that schedule?
I know, dude.
Yeah, DJ is. Look, I think what's impressed me with DJ is how he has handled success. We knew DJ before he dominated Texas high school football his senior year. He became the Gatorade National Player of the Year, right? So seeing the humility, seeing how he treated people, how he embraced his role in that community, on that team, the steadiness. I think his parents obviously provided a great example there. But he did the same things last year as he started to kind of become have a bigger role on the team, right? So the other thing I would say is just the competitor on game day is really unique. I think his ability to block out all the external factors and really get consumed with leading the team, playing, winning football, executing, and we built around the guy. There's no question. Players want to play with DJ. We built his class around that, and certainly some of these guys that are in the rookie group were a part of that as well.
Coach Napier, thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right, so yeah, look, what we'll do is he'll
Terrible
be on the podium here in a minute. Look, a question I would have asked, and it's not a hardball one. I said, look, Napier, this is the best team you've had on paper since you've been here. No question about it. You guys are poised to really take over the SEC. The biggest question mark for a lot of people is going to be just game management and play calling. How do you expect to manage that? Like that's bro. I'm in the Bombs basement. Just you know what I mean? Like I understand I follow the team, but bro, 3 guys from the Gainesville Sun or that fought like Edgar with an atrocious question to kick it off. That one guy at the end, I recognize him. I don't know who he is, but it's like, what, bro? We're going into year 2 with DJ. Like DJ Lagway questions were more last year. I just missed.
We're talking about recruiting. Like how did we get DJ Lagway and Dallas Wilson? Like what are we doing? Now I will say if there's a quote out of that whole thing. Now we've watched a lot of Billy speak, right?
I posted it. Recruit a problem. There'll be a problem.
Yeah.
Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
Yep. That's what he said.
I posted it because I love that. I think that speaks volumes. We've heard players speak to that. I think it was Lagonza Hayward in an interview where he goes, yeah, a guy came in. He just didn't click right. 5-star guy just didn't have wanted to say like he was too about himself. We've seen it, bro. And people
How
get
many
frustrated.
5-star wide receivers have we seen that haven't even
Not even
made
wide
the,
receivers.
Made the field?
Look about Felix Ocho. That comes like somebody like Felix Ocho comes in. We have a massive weekend. We don't hear about him ever again. And to me, and then we see him land a $5.1 million contract with Texas. Their conversation happened. It's like, yeah, this isn't going to work out. And because like again, there was a ton of not smoke, but just conversations of like we're going to do the best we can. They went out of their way to make a weekend for Felix. Like that was them moving the needle. And look, I think a lot of people get frustrated. Obviously the list of the top 10 NIL spenders came out yesterday. Florida was not on that list. And I talked about this with Uncle Luke because Georgia wasn't on that list. And I go, there's a flex to be on it and there's a flex to not be on it because there's teams that are on it that they're not ahead of Florida right now currently in recruiting. USC is up there. I don't know if that's something to be proud of. They're on there mainly because of this year's recruiting class. They've got 33 commits and 9 5-stars. Are you going to see a return on that investment? It's going to take a minute. Look, we will play player interviews once they go. We're not going anywhere. These things take some time. Let me go back to Cam to see. I was saying this earlier, and go ahead.
Real fast. Edgar, I'll tell you what Edgar looks like. Everybody's like, what does Edgar look like? For the people that are just listening to us, Edgar is the golf marshal. When you have the 7 a.m. tee time and you show up at 6:55, he doesn't let you fucking tee off.
He's the crackhead version.
Edgar.
No. He's the crackhead version of Paul Feinbaum. That's what he looked like.
Yeah.
He looked like he hasn't eaten in 7 days version of Paul Feinbaum. That's what he looked like. And yes,
you know what I'm talking about?
Earlier, yeah, I do. Billy, just watch the language. There's kids watching. Billy Napier had gold teeth. Yes. Spot the ball, boys. Look, you know what I love? So a couple things here. I want as he was talking again. We're all fired up. The juices are flowing. We're back. We're going 12-0, right? We got to hear from our coach. Looked really good. Sounded confident. Had a swagger about him, which he's had every year. But I love seeing the growth from coach every single year too. I will say I feel like we got more. Usually we get more out of the questions from Napier. We got more out of him during his speech this time, which was good. What I loved was he brings up Gator Boys stay hot. There's a buzz in Gainesville about them Gator Boys staying hot. And I'm a firm believer in strapping yourself to a motto or a movement or what have you, okay? From when the Braves won the World Series, Big Cock Jock, World Pearls, okay? So there was a mascot or an icon that you could relate to, that we all morphed to, that we all supported. Everybody was wearing pearls during the playoff run, right? The Gator Boys stay hot obviously became a thing during the basketball playoffs where it's like you see a Gator fan like Gator Boys stay hot, right? And you know what you're talking about. There is something so powerful in that can flip an entire organization. And I was wondering if Billy would capitalize on it. And I love that he did. I love that he brought it up himself. Like, I know you guys think that I'm crazy. I'm an emotional twat. We know these things, right? But these are big components. And we talk about why I would have asked Billy, another question I've asked Billy. Billy, great team. You've coached some great games. What is it that you think that you need to do to get these boys over the hump, right? And it could be as simple as having something to hang on to. When you're in halftime, the boys go in there and you walk out and Billy turns around and goes, hey, Gator boy, stay hot on 3. 1, 2, 3, stay hot. You know what I mean? Like it's like I know it sounds cheesy as hell, and it is, but it's stuff like that to kind of it's a trigger. It's a reminder. It's like the Mav law, the ringing of the bell for the dog. When you ring the bell, the dog knows it's time to eat. That Gator boy, stay hot is that. I'm fired up today, boys. If you guys can't tell, Billy just does a certain thing to these brain waves that gets me all juiced. Spot the ball.
Yeah, I love it. He does. You know, we go down for the spring game, and it just felt different. It like there is a buzz in Gainesville, right? And it's like it's weird because last year it felt nervous, like we were a nervous anticipation for the season. This year, I feel like
I'm ready to eat.
We're it's not nervous. Like we know what we got.
So you
Like-
hit on the head because when Uncle Lou was on, I was like, you know what? I've never felt confident enough. Not that I like thought about it, but like my intuition was never like, hey, let's make a bet with Uncle Lou versus Florida, Georgia, because that would be great content, right? Like either way, win or lose. This year, I was like, immediately I was like, why am I not betting this guy? I want the smoke. I'm ready to eat. Aprons on or bibs tied up. Let's get a bet out there. So yeah, there's a weird feeling. And again, I know people have their concerns or thoughts. I've made it very clear where I stand on the Napier train, possibly partly due to because of the fact that I've been adopted into the family plays a factor into that. But I've chose my side. I understand where I'm standing. I'm going to die on this hill. I've already made that very known of where I'm going to be, and I'm okay with dying on it. There's a part of me that really could see like to the future a little bit where I see an emotional Shelton of like, we stayed true to the process and it paid off. There's also the other side where the other pill where it's like, who's the cat, the big time guy from the 76ers where that was his big thing is trust the process. Oh, Joel and B, like trust the process. And it's like, it's never really kind of come full circle. There's that could happen too. But I'm hoping that it doesn't, of course. Let me see if I can pull up these guys. They're showing clips of DJ Lagway taking photos, signing thing. Come on, bro. Guy's got work to do.
What are we doing here? Get the phone going.
You got the Florida Victoria. Look at that.
It just
shout out Florida Victoria in the 96 club.
It just feels different. Like it's not odd. It just feels like finally, like we have been as Florida fans, we have been through a Mike Tyson heavyweight
bout,
title bout. You know what I mean? And we have just like Rocky 2. We just keep getting up and keep chugging away, and we're fighting the big juiced up Russian, and you don't know if you're gonna make it out of there. It's just like, I just feel like it's finally starting to come to fruition. It feels like Billy's got his swagger. It feels like the team has a swagger just by the social media noise. Listen, got two years ago, we didn't hear really anything from Billy on social media or any of the players. And if we did, it was like a player getting mad at a fan and quote tweeting them like Princely. So this just feels different. It just feels different.
There seems to be more of a control and an aura to it. Absolutely. I'm trying to find guys where. So Caleb Banks is with ESPN. He's already passed that. He's with SEC 2. Like, it's not on the mainstream, which is very frustrating. It looks like DJ will be with the main media here in 2 minutes. So I assume they will clip over to that. I would hope so. I see a big crowd of people next over to the little one. So I assume that's DJ Lagway. Again, I was saying this earlier. Big 12 did a phenomenal job. Big 12 live streamed everything to YouTube too, and ESPN. The SEC is just not doing that for some reason, for what I can't find.
Because it's the SEC.
Just means more, right?
They want to, they want to keep that stuff. And,
what is cool? When I type in SEC media, we're the first people that pop up. So that's pretty sick.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, Gatorman Smith, we need to land James Johnson and Sonier. Also, do we get Wingo? I think everybody's pretty locked in on Wingo. I think
no,
that's,
Wingo's gone. Wingo's gone. $2. I appreciate the coverage, boys.
Wingo's gone?
Yeah, South Carolina lock. When his quote came out and said that I'm letting my agent handle it, and he'll get back to me. I felt like that was not a
Oh
Florida
yeah,
lock
yeah.
at all.
I
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it didn't feel like that was the move at all.
I think Wingo commits tomorrow, right? Or today.
I don't know. I've kind of turned my eyes off on those. I'm trying to. All right, here's DJ making a move. I see him walking now.
Does he go to the podium and they get questions?
He doesn't go to the main one. They have like a side podium for the players.
Why?
He just walked straight to a kid and signed his ball. I love it. I love this kid. Yeah, they don't go to the main podium.
Gotcha. Bro, that's a man amongst boys right there.
Yeah,
I saw Arch. I was like, oh, that looks like an average guy. Bro, you see DJ Lagway? You're like, those are the same humans.
Yeah, they're talking about it. He's at the thing now, and it is just a bum rush to that right now. So let me see what they're saying about it here.
Like,
hold on.
Like if me and DJ Lagway.
Hang on. He's stepping up to the mic right now.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go live with DJ for sure. They did.
Well, how can we see that? That's what's irritating.
Oh, let me. What? Maybe it's on a different channel.
That's what I was just looking for. I was looking at the schedule here. It says it's on. It's not on Sports Center. Everything's locked up on ESPN. Check ESPN Plus, maybe.
YouTube TV.
It says main media, so I don't know where that would go. He had the SEC Network mic in front of him. Maybe SEC 2.
SEC
Again,
Now.
We're on SEC Now.
Okay.
I need that. It'll be posted up after the fact because I've seen all that. So if it does post, we'll get to it. But do you have ESPN Plus that you can check?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've got nothing here on mine. FS1, FS2, these are all blocked up. The only thing I could think of would be go to ESPN Plus. On 3 has an 87% for Wingo. Okay, it could be an interesting one. We'll see. Look at this. I'll be damned if a little man tell me to hold on.
They got the SWAC football media day on live ESPN Plus. So
okay, all right. I mean, Cody knows I've got the problem happens, boys. When I hit play, I'm trying to hear what they're saying, and I got Cody the Gnats on my ear. He can't hear what I'm hearing, so I'm trying to tell him to stop so I can hear what they're saying, so I can move properly. We're a moving ship here, boys. Okay.
Yeah, I get told to shut up all the time. It doesn't bother me.
He knows it's all from love. It's not a negative thing. Like Cody rambles all day long. He knows the mic's his, but when the fire's on, we gotta chill up for a minute. Yeah, so look, it'll be posted, I know, to YouTube because I see like the Arch, all those guys and stuff, their stuff's posted already. So somebody will post it here in a minute, and then we'll play it.
Check Twitter. Can we just FaceTime Cam Parker? He's probably standing there.
Yeah, right? For real. Good point.
It's on SEC.
I'm trying to see if some news source is possibly streaming it. Okay. Thank you, Stand Up Holler. I'll check it out here in a bit, Bubba. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message now so I don't forget. I'm gonna forget. I don't go on Instagram much. I got nothing right now, boys. I'm not gonna call Cam because if he's got a job to do, I don't want to bother him while he's rocking and rolling with that. 530 strong though, boys. We appreciate you guys being tuned in with us today. We're gonna be playing the DJ Lagway stuff here. I know that SEC Live, they'll have Billy on their podium. They'll have a one-on-one with DJ. So we'll get all those conversations too on top of this conversation here. I'm really excited here because again, nobody really asked about the shoulder thing, and he kind of It was the only question I would say he glazed over and didn't put much of a answer to it, which I'm fine with. I think that was fine. I love that the whole main kind of like consensus has just been like the SEC is just bigger and better than everybody, and there's no questions. You know what I mean? Like that has kind of been the main talking points, which has been fun for that. So. Oh, here we go. Phantom. Thank you, Phantom. Says SEC now said before the break they will hear from DJ Neer here in a minute. Don't know if that means they will show him. Yeah, I haven't. Unfortunately, I've been watching that. We've been watching this all day, and we haven't seen them show that podium. They do show them after the podium, right? But we don't.
Well, if they cut to commercial break, they're probably doing the interview now, and then they will slide in there afterwards.
Yeah, see, SECB, they've been streaming these things. They've streamed all the players today. But they're not streaming DJ Lagway for some reason. They streamed Isaiah Smith, DeBoer, Brennan Thompson, but not him. Okay, interesting. Huntsville. We're gonna make this thing happen, boys. I promise you. We'll figure it out one way or another.
Yeah, they'll get DJ Lagway on there. I mean, he's probably the biggest pull today, right? I would say.
Yeah, I would say player wise, yeah, because Arch was yesterday. That would have been the other big one. Good kudos to them on splitting it up. Blake Shapen's not really big. Bama didn't bring a quarterback, and they're there. John Matera, I would say, would be the next big one that people were excited to hear from. But
yeah.
So is that Goodall? Again, a lot of things are moving, but Napier said, we throw the quarterback 3 times a week. He's continued to do that. He actually had a good session this morning before we came here, so we feel confident in terms of him being ready to go. That was the actual quote.
That's from Zach?
Yeah.
Great job, Zach.
So, yeah, Florida Victorious just tweeted. And Coach Riley just quoted Napier's tweet, says, of spot the ball with Foxhole. So, love that. Oh, got a message from Dave here. Phones are buzzing. Phones are buzzing. Oh, it's that. Okay, got him. I don't know why I'm blocked on Twitter to not be messaged. I don't like that. Scott says, you guys are doing fine. Thanks for bringing this to us. Absolutely, man.
I think that's in account settings.
Okay, I need to change that because I want people to feel like, I mean, people message me all the time. So I don't understand. I get.
Yeah, but are they verified?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Go DJ. That's my DJ. We're in a little bit of a lull. No big deal. With just kind of where we're at. I mean, I know that he's talking. Look, the fact that there's kind of a radio silence from our beat writers on feet on the ground tells me that it's all hands on deck right now listening to him. So I'll get with you, Dave, on how to open up my stuff here.
Yeah, we do have like a guy that pretty much works for Twitter right there, Dave Solderquist. I think that's really what he does.
Mm-hmm.
$523 strong hanging out with us. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
Hell of a day. Hell of a day. I'm glad we did it. Think it's worked out. Think it's been a successful day thus far. I was like anything that I always kind of tend, jump out onto a ledge and go, we'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear. And that was kind of the plan today. And God willing, we just trust the process and it works out sometimes. So it's been fun. I've had an absolute blast. I love these shows.
When the high top boys are hot, I mean, you can't stop this train.
You can't. Look, and part of me too, I wanted to test it. I go, obviously when you grow up, you watch you're like, again, like Pat McAfee, the guy's live for 3 hours in the middle of the day. Like, that's the dream, right? And so I was like, how do you know if you can do it if you don't try it? And so told the boss to go, hey, I'm taking a day on Wednesday. I'm gonna take a swing at it and see what I can do. And I think it's been an absolute blast. I mean, obviously, can we maintain this every single day? I don't know, but that's how you got to grow the brand. You got to go out on new terms, new turf. So.
W in the chat if we should just quit our jobs tomorrow and full send it.
Yeah,
every
all
day
W's.
for 3 hours. High Top Boys just stay on live every single day.
All right, sorry. S. Beck, thank you for the content. Thank you, man. Thank you. We got commercials across the board right now, boys and girls. It's kind of weird, man. I feel like we talk about Florida so much, I do anyways, that when it comes to kind of talking about them just nonchalantly, it doesn't come as natural because I feel like I get very repetitive because you just talk about them so much. Like I've had a blast talking about other teams today because you slowly start tapping into it and seeing it, what's going on. We got some more coverage back. It looks like they're still asking him questions. The entire media room is surrounding that little. Again, there's a little corner for just the players. So I assume that Napier will be joining the podium here with everybody, which you'll get a lot of the same things that he spoke to, but hopefully some better questions. That's the stuff that I'm excited for, right? Is I think more direct questions, more, and again, because I feel like the questions were just really, really bad this time. And so maybe we'll get some things about DJ Lagway, more about the schedule, about how they overcome those humps. Those are what I'm excited to see.
Well, and I'm a little irritated with the people that got to ask the questions. I feel like this Edgar should have been asking, Levy questions, and this is a time for media guys that necessarily don't get to ask Billy Napier questions. That's not on the beat. To get to ask questions, and I think questions from an outside team perspective probably would have been better than the same normal Gator media questions all the time.
Yeah, I agree. Did you dude, that clip of Paul Feinbaum and Lane Kiffin was absolutely incredible.
Oh my gosh. Must see TV.
Oh, so okay, so I didn't realize this. So I guess there's DJ's at one, Banks is at the other one, and I guess there might be one more corner where Slaughter is going. So they're probably making their rounds for all three guys.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were going.
Look at that.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were going at the same time. That's kind of unfair. That seems kind of dumb.
Yeah, because everybody's going to be locked in on DJ. Look at the media circle around him.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the sexy player, right? But I would you got to go to the trenches. You want to talk to those guys too. The quarterbacks are primed. They understand how to navigate. You're getting an extension of coach speak from your quarterback. You want to know what's going on? Go to the trenches. Go talk to K.O. Banks, who doesn't necessarily have the experience of always talking. You ask him a couple of questions, he might give you some juice that you weren't expecting. Jake Slaughter, not much in front of a mic. Who knows what you're going to get from him? So is Cam asking something? I don't know. I'm trying to see him.
Yeah, DJ's been doing interviews since he was 13 years old. Give me somebody different. Give me Big Cam. Or
speaking of Banks, this weekend at Silverleaf here in St. Augustine, Florida, Cam Banks will be there. I will be there. Come hang out with us. They're going to be doing a little meet and greet. I don't know what to expect from it, right? But it's going to be awesome. Stubbs is going to be there. A few others. So really excited for that.
You need to get some helmets signed?
Yeah. What I'm going to try to do is get some helmets signed and then do a giveaway for everyone that buys a ticket to our media event in just a week here. Next week. So that's going to be the goal that I can do. Again, I don't know what it all entails. I assume they're going to do that, but I don't know why they're not showing the DJ. I mean, they haven't showed any of the interviews. And look, I think, and here's a good point too, right? A lot of these people are spend a lot of time and money to get to this event. And if everything is just exposed on TV, it's like, why go to the event if I can't get exclusive coverage? So I assume that could be a part of it. It's like, hey, like this is a time for you guys to go get your own exclusive sound bites. SEC now will have their own exclusive sound bites, but I imagine that's what it's for, is to reward the ones that made the trip out there. Again, we've talked about that before. Should we make the trip out there? And it's just, I mean, you see how hectic it is.
Can't live stream either.
Well, I mean, if we were in the radio hall, I think we can. Some guys are doing that down the radio row. You can.
Yeah.
But Michael Ellis says, love how you can make Uncle Lou seem like a good guy. Guys, like genuinely, is a genuinely great, fantastic dude. I understand, like from a content creator, he loves to poke and prod, but like one-on-one behind the TV, like I would go to Vegas with that dude. He's invited us to go with him to go gamble with him. Like the guy is genuinely like, I love him to death. I know he roused you guys up, and I like him because he's going to push back. He's going to make you think. He's going to make you uncomfortable in your thoughts and your opinions. And like, I like people like that. Those people I appreciate, because they're going to tell you what you want to hear, whether you want, like, or what they believe, and also be respectable enough to hear what you have to say back. Like, there's something healthy about that. And what you see is what you get. Like, to me, that's big. Transparency is huge. Trusting people is a big thing in my corner. Cody knows how I function with that. Like, if you've earned my trust and I can trust you with everything, that's huge. And if you burn it, you're dead to me. And I keep a tight knit. Again, I'm very vulnerable as it is, but there's only a few things that I kind of let go because you just don't know. And Uncle Lou is somebody who I genuinely trust. Again, I know he has his ways and his thoughts and his opinions. All those things are fine. You can do what you want to do. But which hangover character is Uncle Lou? Look, I know he has his past, but we all have our past. I'm not here to judge anybody on what they do, but he's good. He's fun time.
I didn't know how Uncle Lou was going to be until the first time we shot an episode with him, and you think it's like you almost think like it's a facade, like he just like turns on this fake actor type deal, bro. Homie will cook you behind the greens, like in the green room. We barely got the episode off because he just has you rolling. He's naturally, the dude could be a very good stand-up comedian. Like he is just like, he's different. Like he's actually funny.
So look, you're saying I got to push back more on Uncle Lou. So someone like Uncle Lou thrives off of you getting louder and yelling. So if I want to truly beat him, I've got to and I think I do that. I don't like yell back at him because his points that he's making, like, yeah, Florida has not had the greatest success against Georgia. Like, we haven't beat them in like 6 years. Like, what am I going to say? So I just slowly bring up the points of weakness that they have and the reasons for why I'm excited. And like all those things, like for the fact that he was very vulnerable and said like, yeah, Georgia is going to struggle in these areas. Here are my concerns of X, Y, and Z. Like, that's him being vulnerable. He's talking negatively about Florida. Like, that's where you've got to understand or Georgia, excuse me, is big there. I gotta take a dump. So you're gonna rock the show here for a minute.
Yeah, I think another thing with Lou is I mean, the dude's committed. I mean, that guy in season, golly, he produces all kinds of content, and as a content creator, it's pretty wild. And he does it all from his basement. I mean, all from his little hole. He just sits there and he just grinds away and watches all the college football games, watches a bunch of college football. The year season is over is probably my favorite segment from him, but yeah, I love that segment. I watch it every week. But yeah, he's there to get fan bases riled up, and obviously it works. It's got definitely big platform. Still waiting on the DJ Lagway interview to drop. I think that's going to be coming soon. I would assume that's going to be a live, not a live, but like a clipped, edited deal where they give them like 9 minutes or 6 minutes. We'll watch that when that pops up, and then obviously the other two guys, and Slaughter and Banks. J Frost, $5. Appreciate it. Super chat. Thanks, High Top, for bringing this to us. Billy will raise the standard. He expects. Let's see. Sorry, it just moved on me. Thanks, High Top, for bringing this to us. I think Billy will raise the standard. He expects of his players. It's his time now. Gator boys, stay hot. Yeah, I think this year is big for Billy. I think that Billy, for the first time, we're getting to see Billy's his kind of thought process. He keeps everything pretty close to the vest, and it feels like he's actually starting to finally come out his shell a little bit.
My man. All right, we got $5 super chat here. Jay Frost thanks High Top for bringing this to us. I think Billy will rise to the standard he expects of his players. It's his time now. Gator boys, stay hot. Absolutely, man. I agree. I think he knows it. He feels it. And I love the fact that he's got a little swagger to him because he understands that, like, hey, we got to rock and roll. I feel like this is the driest spout we've had of media coverage for pulling audio. I'm looking now. I've been checking the bird.
Phantom said SEC now just said that DJ is up next.
Okay.
So I'm guessing after this commercial break. Which I would assume. Okay, perfect. I was about to say you can't have the main man not get his airtime.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm pumped to hear from him. I just saw. I don't know how true this is. So, Gators season, a little Twitter page. They said Billy confirms that DJ Lagway played through multiple injuries in the last few games of the season. Did I miss that? I mean, we knew that, but did he confirm that?
Yeah, he said it in his speech.
Okay.
But I don't think that's earth shattering. I think we all knew he had the hamstring.
Oh, here we go. We go.
Just say, I don't have a prosthetic arm. Just letting y'all know. But no, I'm feeling great.
That was DJ.
Who got that, Cam?
No, Texas Aggies.
Oh. I don't have a prosthetic arm. Little shot?
Bro, Lagway's a legend, bro. I love that he opens up with.
Help my decision making. It's been great, and I'm just excited to get out there with the guys on the first game. So yeah.
Can you make all the throws? Can you make all the throws you saw
Edgar.
last year right now?
Oh yes, sir.
Edgar.
Yes, sir, for sure. I'm gonna add but that's not my biggest thing.
God, I would just punch him in the forehead. Can you make all the throws? He goes, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. What a response. All right, here we go.
Please don't tell me they're going to commercial.
Was there a moment where it kind of all settled in for you, or was it difficult to handle that transition going from a small town in Texas to 7 starts as a freshman at Florida and Georgia?
Zach.
I'd say it wasn't really a hard turnaround for me. It's football at the end of the day, and I say, I've always kind of had some type of pressure my whole life, and it's just, thank God it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and this year's even bigger. So I'm just excited to go out there and play football. That's all it's about.
So, how well do you know Marcel Reed, and what do you like about his game?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know much about. I never met Marcel. How you say it, Marcel Reed? I never met Marcel Reed, but I've heard he's a great guy, man. From people, from coaches, trainers that I've heard that he's a great guy. And he's going to have a heck of a season. Like, he played really well against us last year, and I'm excited to see what he does this year.
You got a lot of experience last year, but you didn't have to go on the road in the SEC.
Yeah.
Week 3, Tiger Stadium. Do you feel like you're going to need to kind of maybe continue to learn those sorts of things, or what do you anticipate about having to then now play on the road and start on the road in an atmosphere?
Yeah, for sure. Death Valley is an amazing atmosphere. I've been to games there, like, as a recruit, and it's pretty hectic, so I'm just excited to go out there and play football. It could be at Death Valley, it could be at the parking lot of Walmart. As long as I'm out there playing football, that's all that matters.
DJ, y'all got a stretch of about
5 out of 6 games.
For sure.
After the first couple that are against top 20.
Yes, sir.
That's probably tougher than any team's got at that point. How do you keep from doing, or how do you stick with one game at a time?
Yeah, that's what one thing I love about Coach Napier. He always preaches. One of his favorite things, he says, one-day contract. And like what that means is every day you just focus on being the best you can be that day. You got to earn your next contract that day. And that's the kind of the thing that sticks out to me. Like we got this big schedule, but I'm not really worried about. I'm worried about Long Island right now. That's my biggest focus. So, yeah.
How do you manage the expectations that the media is putting on you this season?
How I manage it, I kind of like what God gives you, He doesn't make no mistakes. So, God has given me all this, this, I guess, hype is what you would say, but I just want to go out there and play football. That's all I love, and that's all I want to do. So, yes, ma'am. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, some of my favorite play concepts, I love play action, especially coming off the run. Like a little post concept with a spear or a dig right behind it, something to kind of get a high low off the safeties. And I feel like that's where I excelled at last year, so I'm excited. Yeah, that's one of my favorite play concepts.
DJ, can you explain the saying spot the ball? I saw Billy put out that tweet last night.
Yeah.
And it was a motivating factor for you guys last
For
year.
sure.
So what does that mean for you guys?
Great question.
Yeah, that was kind of our word for last year, like it doesn't matter who we play, spot the ball. And that's our saying now, and now we're kind of saying if not win, like win where? Like it doesn't matter where we are, we're just gonna spot the ball. Like that's kind of our mindset. That's kind of what we kind of took on when we went down that stretch, is spot the ball. It don't matter who stands in front of. They got to play the Florida Gators. So that.
DJ, you want to play about 6 more games last year when the season ended. I know you were dealing with injuries and whatnot, but did you want to just be able to continue the season with the way that you guys finished off?
Can you say that again, please? I'm sorry.
Did you want to just have like 6 more games to be able to play with how well you guys were playing down the stretch last year?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like we were rolling. I feel like everything was clicking, and I feel like the way everybody was playing together, like the cohesiveness of the defense and the offense, the way we were playing off each other, it was amazing. And I feel like we had 6 more games that have been definitely fun.
Just to be clear, did you get a cleanup procedure after
Say
the
it again?
season? Did you get a cleanup, like surgery?
No, sir. No, I didn't. No, sir.
You
No, I
didn't
didn't.
get
No, sir.
anything under the knife?
No, sir. Not on the shoulder. Like I'm ready to go. Like everybody has something going on. End of the season. Just want to go out there and play football
So it's
now.
just been rehab.
Yeah, just rehab, treatment, throwing, getting back into it. So it's been great.
What was that first throw like?
There it is, DJ Lagway there with the media. Hey, there we are. Look. Hi.
Talk to me, Cody.
I mean, some solid questions.
Those
I
are
like
great.
how they asked. No, so they asked. I don't know if anybody. Listen, I get in the weeds with these things, just like that picture. The picture in the quarterback room, and I'm trying to dissect the play, and I'm blowing that thing up in 4K. They asked him, "Did you have any type of cleanup surgery?" And he said, "No, not on the shoulder." So, obviously, he had the hernia surgery.
Ten toes down right here.
So we're back.
That's boots on the ground.
I'm just saying. He said no, not on the shoulder. They said, "Did you have any type of procedure under the knife?" He said, "No, not on the shoulder," which wouldn't be a lie. I mean, a hernia is down by your belly button. So I think he did have hernia surgery. I think that's why he was on because I mean, I don't think you can only hold but like 5 or 6 pounds after that surgery for a couple of weeks. So I think that he had the hernia surgery. Obviously, the shoulder was bothering him because he was just willing it with all arm, making throws. Yeah, and you got to understand, we just see the game throws. I mean, I'm sure he was on a pitch count at practice, but he was still throwing at practice. You talk about 50, 60 balls a day at practice. You're going to have some wear and tear on the shoulder. I think he's good to go though. I'm not confirming that he had hernia surgery. I'm just saying
it's all speculations here, boys.
Yeah. But it just again, it just reeks of like this is our year. Like it just feels again, DJ Lagway has always had confidence, but I feel like he's had confidence in himself. now he has confidence in the team. Does that make sense? I feel like you look at some interviews last year, it felt like, yeah, we got some good players.
Well, I don't think he understood. He didn't really know, right? Like, I mean, it's hard to say. He was learning the team last year.
Yeah. But I think after this, the little stretch that they went on, the 6-game stretch, and I think this year he's again, it just reeks of confidence of like, yeah, we're where we need to be. We're humming. Everybody's bought in, and I think that this is possibly going to be one of the best Gator teams that we have seen since the Mullen era. And I truly believe that since the COVID year.
No question. All right, let's just see.
Bro, you look at DJ and then you look at Arch. Arch looks like a normal guy, just in the stature.
What is Nick saying? Great time to be a Gator. No question about it. I think we'll probably have Napier to the podium here in just a minute. And so we can listen to some more questions from him. Randall Cobb on the mic today. I haven't seen him all week, so new to have him on board. Bless you. Thank you so much. We're rock and rolling here though, boys. Got a great show thus far. Loved hearing from DJ. Again, very confident. Not a huge fan of the question of like, can you make all the throws? But with obviously, SEC only had some content because we didn't hear that question during that. So I was glad we got to see multiple clips from this, and I'm sure more will be popping up on the internet. That's kind of what I'm doing right now, is just following the
beat writers.
Yeah. Barstool and Fox are nearing a deal that would include Dave Portnoy on Big Noon Kickoff. They're attacking the Pat McAfee-esque side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Did you see what I tweeted the other night? They were saying they got rid of like 4 Fox shows. I said, yeah, they're just making room for old High Top.
Oh yeah, maybe it was wrong sports show. Spot the ball. I love it. That could be, again, another one of those things that's similar to Gator Boys Stay Hot, right? That it's a thing you can latch onto. Brian Rowe, do I need tickets for the meet and greet on Saturday? And where do I get tickets for y'all's event on the 27th and more info? So Brian Rowe, the Saturday event, I don't think so. I haven't seen anything. I think it's just like come and hang out. For our event on the 27th, you do need tickets. Yes.
Those Florida Victorious things, you usually have to be a member to get in.
That's what I thought, but it doesn't. Usually it will say like, hey, you got to be a member, and it's not even saying that.
Hey, what I would do if I were you, just like I did before, because we didn't have enough tickets for Tiffany because my family's so big. I just went and I double donated the $20 donate just so I could get onto the field during the spring game. So might just run over to Florida Victorious and go put you a $20 donate in, and they'll get you set up with the members board and everything. It's a great website anyway.
Yeah. So I'll ask around. I've asked Nick for more information. Again, they didn't advertise it that way. It felt like just like, hey, come hang out, like kind of like a little pop-up thing. That it is through the Florida Victorious. But yeah, typically it would be you have to be a member. I'm trying to find the link for tickets for our event so I can post it in the comment section below.
See you. I'm guessing it's probably Nick from Stand Up and Holler. See you, Nick or Will.
No, it was not. Who asked that question?
No, Stand Up and Holler said that their phone's about to die. They'll talk to us later.
Oh, okay. Try ESPN2. Yeah, ESPN2 has something else going on. All the other, I think it's Pat McAfee or something else. Like all the other channels are locked up with other things. But that link right there, boys and girls, is for the event that we're having, the Gator Media event on the 27th, brought to you by Sachs Law. That event's going to be crazy. I mean, it's going to be very similar to what they're doing now, but all just personalized for this. Nod Ross, what's up, man? Let's go, baby. Good to see you, man. Go Gators.
Wish I could make that, but that's the kickoff to Bubby's season, so can't miss that.
10-2. No, that's a prediction, my man. Y'all go check out Nod Ross, man. My man's hilarious. Good seeing you at the spring game too, Bubba. That was pretty cool. I don't know who's more excited to see who.
I'm probably sitting at 11-1 right now after that interview. I mean, it might just be
pretty juiced.
Oh yeah, it might just be the onslaught of Gator Kool-Aid that I just got, but I'm feeling 11-1.
Look, let's go ahead and we'll bring Jason on from Oklahoma. Let's do a little Oklahoma preview. Jason, you got the link? If not, Cody can or I can send it to you. And if we're on and Napier somebody talks, we'll cut Jason off because we don't care what he says anyways, and we'll play it immediately. But let's talk a little bit of Oklahoma ball. It'll be fun to hear his perspective and his thoughts about it. Spot the ball shirts, Cody. Yeah, they can't.
I know. I almost texted you.
Yeah,
last night.
They'll be up tonight. We'll have it up on the site tonight. Deal?
Yeah.
Hey guys, honestly.
Well,
hey, give me some suggestions, some design thoughts below. I'm a big I feel like you can't just put spot the ball on a t-shirt, but I guess you can, right? Can you send it to him, Coasters?
I sent it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm working with multiple screens now. We're cooking.
I know, that's why I asked, because I know that my screens are all filled up at the moment with SEC and trying to get Twitter just in case anything pops. I can pull that up for us.
Just sent it to you, Jason. It's in your Twitter, bub. Yeah, maybe a schedule shirt, maybe with spot the ball, like on the back.
Ooh, that's good. So spot the ball on the front, and then the schedule on the back.
Yeah,
that goes hard.
Or yeah, or you just do the high top logo in the corner, and then put spot the ball on the back with the schedule.
No, I think spot the ball across the rip, just right here. Spot the ball, like you want to let everybody know what's up, and then yeah, just the schedule. I can't use the team logos on the back, but I'll try to get creative with it. We'll have high top on the back, like above the.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, shirts will be out today, boys. Shirts will be out today. I love it. I love it. All right, boys, we got to have our boy Jason here. I'm still waiting to give Shelton a belt to ass on the golf course. Nick, you don't want the smoke, baby. You missed it this morning. We were talking smack about us playing some golf. We're actually going to do a little golf event, doing a content mashup with Jason here in just 2 week time. After our event on Sunday, on Tuesday morning, we'll be playing. So I don't know if you're good enough to play me, Nick. Local course here. High top peg, orange and blue uni, standing up. Oh, Shelton's daddy is joining. Holding the ball. Holding up a football spot under the pig's cleats. All right, I like this idea too. Can you copy?
Maybe we have a spot the ball 1 and 2. Yeah, I got it.
Can you copy and paste that comment? And so the Austin Rogers ones. Send it to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to your. I just texted it to you, bro. Having a Mac, the integration, incredible.
All right, I don't know where my 3 screen is here, so we're gonna have to just make do here. Please hold. They're loving their Oklahoma boy. They're talking about him right now, actually.
65%, 3,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, 7 INTs, 15 rushing touchdowns last year at Washington State. Golly, Washington State kind of had a little back-to-back run of quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's they're pretty good with quarterbacks, that's for sure. Jason, my man, how you doing, big guy? This guy doesn't even use a mic. I knew we should have got better Oklahoma content creator.
Fellas, how we doing?
Bottom of the barrel here. Hey, what's up?
Oh man, it's so fun. How you doing, bud?
You're gonna get. I can't wait to just blitz you on the golf course. Like it's gonna
Okay.
be like here's what's fun. Like I love talking smack, right? Like obviously about football and stuff, but I don't get to control the outcome in football. Like I get to control this completely. So the confidence is like double through the roof because I know what I bring to the table. And I've seen you wobble around and how you write on a whiteboard. Like you're wobbly. You're old, you know? So like is your back gonna hold up for 18 holes? You know what I mean? Like there's so many questions that I
No.
have.
Yeah. Yeah, I can play. It's all good.
Are you
What's
guys
more
hitting from the
important?
same tee box?
I think he's probably gonna play from the red tee just to make it fair, but it's up to him.
No, we'll play from the same boxes.
I don't know if we should. We playing from where are we playing from?
You know,
So
it's
there's
it's going to be funny, Professor. Professor, whenever this is all over with, if they don't win, it's going to be a lot of fun. Let me just tell you, it's going to be a lot of fun.
But dude. So he's
Jason
like,
just,
we're gonna play.
Jason
18
just shows
holes.
up with DeChambeau.
We're gonna play 18 holes, and I'm like, he's like, hey, we gotta make sure we play 18. I was like, it's gonna end in 9. Like
Maybe
we're playing
we'll play
match
18
play.
holes. It could only go like 14, 15.
It's
You
it's
never
only
know.
going. It's going 10 max.
Wow.
Because it's match play. So once I mean, obviously, I don't know if you guys know how that works, but like once we win all of the first 9, they can't. There's no way of coming back, right? Like it's over.
So so you're just going to be 10 and 9.
I feel like it could be.
Okay.
What tees we playing? So there's red tees, the green tees, which man.
This is your golf course here, bud.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Yeah, it's up to you. Like we're not playing tips, right? Unless you want to.
I figured. I don't know. I figured we'd probably end up playing like the next one's up at the most.
That's what I think. I agree with that. Yeah. I didn't know if you wanted to play one more. Like being old.
No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Okay. How you feel about Oklahoma this year, big guy?
I like them, man. I think they're, you know, a lot of what happened last year had every, you know, the offense was just putrid. It's the worst offense I can remember in Oklahoma history. Just, I mean, literally, there's the 90s, and it was pretty bad at times during the 90s. There's nothing like what we watched last year in Oklahoma as far as offense is concerned. A lot of it had to do with injuries to your wide receivers. You had, by the time it was all over with, your top 6 receivers had gone down to injury. You started 9 different offensive line combinations, so that didn't help. And then you probably had the worst offensive coordinator I can remember too. I mean, it was from all the way around. And then you had Jackson Arnold, who was scared of his own shadow. So, you know, kind of is what it is.
A lot of hate for Jackson, where Auburn was very high on him.
I know, you know, and I'm not hating on him. I mean, you know, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that a lot of shit went wrong early. But from what we saw, even in the bowl game the year before, he just never really got comfortable. It seems like whatever happened in the spring, he started throwing interceptions. I mean, I remember during the spring, they were talking about all these interceptions that he was throwing in practice, and it was freaking people out. And we, you know, going into the season, we're all trying to tamper down everybody that's freaking out as far as the fan base is concerned. You know how it is. But then he played pretty bad against Temple. I mean, they blew him out, but he had like 130 yards. I mean, you know, it was mostly because the defense was turning them over really close to their own end zone. And you know, he threw 3 touchdowns, but it just wasn't a very good day. Then against Houston, I mean, shit, they probably should have lost it. And Houston wasn't very good either. And then he threw a pick 6 against Tulane. And the concern was like, good grief, what's going on here, you know? But the Tennessee game was obviously when they pulled him out, and it was just, he had, the Oklahoma defense forces 2 turnovers in plus territory. One of them was inside of the 10-yard line, and he immediately turns the ball back over on fumbles. One of them a backwards pass where had he just handed off the ball in the RPO, the running back's still running right now. You know what I mean? To me, it's one of those deals where they didn't help. The situation wasn't helped for sure by the offensive play calling, the coaching, all that kind of stuff. There's a reason why they fired Seth Luttrell after the South Carolina game, no doubt. But, you know, I think that now you got a guy with John Mateer coming in here. He had 44 touchdowns last year, 4,000 total yards. Yeah, it was at Washington State. I get it. I don't think he has to be that good for them to be significantly better. They loaded up on receivers. When it got Jaden Ott in the transfer portal along with Mateer, they bring in his coordinator who coached both him and Cam Ward. And just, this is his third year in the system. He knows exactly what they're doing, how to get everybody. They've been talking about him as he's a coach on the field. He's got a lot of swagger.
What's your record?
I think they're going to win 9. I'm not going crazy and predicting 10, 11, 12 wins like some people are. I think they win 9 probably. I could see the bottoming out at probably 8. I just don't see with this defense being what it is. And all they have to do is even be like a top 30 offense, and they should win 9 games easy.
Yeah, we were looking at the schedule, and again, I mean, they were averaging like 20 a game. Well, no, last year, right? You guys were averaging like 20 a game at best, 21, 22 a game, and giving up 28, right? A couple of big games for some big schools, but it wasn't like you guys were just getting absolutely torched. It just you couldn't score, you couldn't do anything on the offensive side of the ball, which obviously impacts the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, I've been very low on Oklahoma, but as of late, just talking and kind of breaking down the roster a little bit, I'm not sold on Brent still, but again, I think that you could say the same thing about Billy. So, but you guys on paper are kind of stacked up to do some good things, and you're in a good place, I think, with your schedule. Mizzou, I think, is going to be an easy walk for you. Tennessee should be pretty cake. Alabama will be another good one, but you guys already had the number last year, so.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, I think they owe Mizzou one. They had the lead with 2 minutes left in that one and lost in regulation. That was Jackson Arnold booting it off his knee with nobody even on him. They weren't even tackling or anything like that. He just boots it off his knees, scoop and score. And so it's like a lot of the things, little things like that. And this is where, I think it's fair for you to say that you're still not sure about Brent, because I'm not sure about Brent at this point. I think that there's some things that have gone on that, there's a lot of close games and they just don't seem to get it right in that situation. You want to see him kind of flatten that learning curve as far as becoming a head coach at this point. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And there's been some situations where you're like the Ole Miss game, for instance. It's 4th and 4 in the second half, late in the third. They're inside their own territory. I understand if you don't go for it there, but he takes a timeout and then punts. You can't take a timeout there. You know what I mean? You could take a penalty and punt still. You don't take a timeout there. If you take a timeout, send a fucking play in. You know what I mean? Like, let's go. And I felt like that was kind of one of those. It actually was really kind of symbolic of the entire season. It was just, it seemed like the decisions that were made, they weren't good decisions. And I didn't ever think that they should have gone back to Jackson Arnold even, and they did. But, it is what it is. We're going to kind of wait and see kind of how it goes. I've been looking at Florida and OU as kind of a lot of parallels between these two programs, and Professor and I have talked about that quite a bit. I love the defense that you guys have there. What's not to love about DJ Lagway? But I think that you guys have done a really good job as far as building in the trenches, especially on that defensive line. I think if there's a defensive line that's better than OU's, it's Florida. I think they're loaded there. And then, I see a lot of similarities between these two programs. Both coaches kind of on the hot seat. You know what I mean? Expected to get it done.
Question marks at the coaching position of can they put it over the edge?
I ask you this, Jason, when it comes to BV, where do you think the disconnect was last year? Was it, listen, this is a highly touted elite defense, and so we're struggling on offense. That's just kind of the name of the game. Or is it that maybe he had his head in the sand a little bit and he's waking up that, hey, I can't just coach the defense. Like, I got to be the head coach, and I got to, if the offense is not clicking, I got to make a change.
I think that he's been a defensive coordinator his entire 30-year career of coaching. You know what I mean? So it's definitely not his forte. But I think the difference between the year before when they won 10 games, Matt Wells was basically coming in as head coach when he was coaching the defense. Like, after they would come off the field, he's over there coaching them up. You got Matt in there, being able to kind of call it. They did that again with bringing in a former offensive coordinator here as well. I think that's probably going to work itself out. They loaded themselves up with coaches to kind of insulate him, is what I would say. I was saying on my show earlier this morning, it's really to the point for me. Where do I think the disconnect was? I think quite honestly, I'm not positive that he made that hire. I think it was kind of forced down his throat by Joe C, if you want the truth of it. But that being said, it doesn't absolve him from any of that. I was saying on my show this morning that I feel like the excuse time is over with at this point. This is year 4. If it's, if you have a learning curve that you're going through, it's time for it to step. It's time for you to step up and flatten that thing out and be who you're supposed to be at this point. You know what I mean? The injury situation. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that many injuries to 2 position groups either. But at some point, you got to figure it out still. You know what I mean? I think that they've done the things.
Was your first year in the SEC a little humbling, more than you thought it would be?
Definitely. Oh, yeah. Definitely. But it wasn't as much about – it's not like we played a bunch of teams that we just got smoked by. You know what I mean? It just
but
it turned
usually,
into
Big 12, though, you didn't have it's a couple of games where you had to really step up and you could squeeze by. You just didn't have you couldn't squeeze by. You had to be sharp every week in and week out. That was the big factor. Hey, I'm going to cut you off, but we've got, I think, either Lagway or Billy going to come up here to talk. And Nick Dottore over here playing bodyguard for DJ. But once those guys talk, you're getting the boot. I'm sorry. We love you.
Are you booting me? I can't even listen with you.
Well, I'm just saying we're going to cut you off. Like you're going to, you're not, I'm just letting you know. All right, we got Nape here. So.
And Randall Cobb. How's it been so far? You got the hard part done. Now you're just cruising, right?
Yeah, it's a great day. Feels good to have a couple wins at the end of the season coming to this thing, So a little bit different feel this year, but yeah, got a special group of players, a great team to talk about, and I think that you look forward to that.
How do you follow up on the end of last season? How do you have a fast start to start this year off?
Well, I think we've got a good core group of veterans that understand what winning football looks like. I think training camp's really important for new players, for younger players that are still developing. But yeah, I think you got to find that rhythm. Once you get through training camp, you're trying to establish a little bit of a rhythm when school starts. But yeah, we've got work to do. I think we've got to finish this week. We got about probably 10 more days before we take a couple of days off, and then training camp is an opportunity to create the identity of the team.
I want to ask you a little bit about DJ. Anytime you're a first-year starter, especially in the SEC, I feel like you're drinking from a fire hose every week, right? You're trying to catch up on the next team's game plan and third downs and blitz packages. You rarely ever have time to take a step back and watch yourself, right, and self-evaluate. So as you and as DJ went back and watched last year, what did you find that needed fixed or needed developed, and maybe where has he made the biggest step there this offseason?
Well, if you think about the evolution of his role, really, we committed to playing him a couple possessions each half to get him some experience. And then all of a sudden he's pushed into the lineup and he's the guy, right? So I think for me, the big thing is he didn't have time to look around. I think he was totally consumed with his preparation. I think some of that was healthy for him because he didn't have time to think about it. But now everybody's talking about you. And there's expectations around how you're going to perform and play this year. So I think we got to help him become process-oriented. He benefited from watching Graham Mertz. I think that was huge for his career. To get there in January, and there's Graham, who started 45-plus games, and he can observe the work habits and the routine. But he's his own player and leader. I think that's been the cool thing about this offseason, is to see him. It's his team, his role as a leader. Obviously, we're working on the fundamentals. We're working on the football intelligence. He's a great competitor. I think that's what separates him from a lot of players. He's got the ability to be in the moment. The external doesn't. It probably makes him better. But we're cleaning him up a little bit fundamentally, and I think we're working hard on the football IQ part.
Chris Doering likes to say he said it and you said it up here. There's a different feeling in Gainesville right now, right? How do you describe the feeling, and how does it impact you morning, noon, and night?
Well, I think for me, when I look around those team meetings, we recruited every kid on our team outside of about 6 or 8 guys. And some of those guys are our absolute best. Jake Slaughter will be one of those guys that's here today. But I see the individual sitting in that seat. I remember sitting in their home. I remember going to their school. I know their parents. And I think that changes the dynamic a little bit. And I think last year, halfway through the season, somewhere along the way, they figured it out. And there's a confidence that they can play with anybody. And I think that's the biggest difference is our process is working for them. They're observing players get better. They're observing people achieve at a high level. And I think that belief is powerful, man. You can say what you want to say. We've all been in these locker rooms when the players look around and they trust the people in that room and they believe that they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. That's half the battle.
Belief is a huge deal, and one of the things that I love hearing you talk about was developing of young men. It's not about it being transactional, which everything feels so transactional in this day and age. You're sticking to your guns. You're going out and you're developing guys. You're getting them in high school, bringing them in, having them sit in those seats, and you're seeing that growth and that maturity and those opportunities. When you look at some of the guys that are younger right now that you are looking forward to seeing their progression through this training camp, who are some names on defense that we haven't heard of that we should be keeping our eye out early in the season?
Well, I think we've got a chance to be really good at every level of the defense, and I think it's more about who the twos are. I think about L.J. McCray in year 2. I think about Cameron James, his growth. George Gums going into his 2nd year in the program. The linebacker group is really got 4 guys that I would consider starters. Miles Graham, Jaden Robinson, Pup Howard, Aaron Childs. And then we've got a bunch of guys in the secondary that have played not only 1 year but multiple years of football. We do need to develop the depth of our team on defense. I think there's rookie players in the secondary. Who's the 3rd and 4th safety? Who's the 4th corner? But I do think in general we got a chance to be really good at all parts of our defense.
Is it the most talented team you've been around?
It's the most talented team we've had since we've been in Gainesville.
Yeah.
And when I say that, I'm talking about the 2 deep.
Right.
There's not many players in the 2 deep that haven't played. Mm-hmm. And then I think there's young players that could really change the game here in year 1.
In this day and age, and I was talking about this, I think, on Radio Row earlier, and you mentioned transactional. In this day and age where you can go buy players, you can get a bunch of new guys in the portal, 10, 15, 20 guys if you want to. Do you feel that and you mentioned belief, do you feel like culture and instilling that and recruiting guys and developing guys from high school now, can that actually be a weapon in this day and age? Because I've been on teams where we've been talented, but 4th quarter, if we weren't, the brotherhood and the connection and the belief wasn't there, you hate adversity, and it doesn't matter how talented you are. We weren't there. Do you feel like that can be a weapon in this kind of new NIL era?
Yeah, and not only an NIL era, but playoff era,
in
my opinion. I think if you look at college football the last couple years, when the playoff arrives, it's about who's playing well at that point in time. Right. Who has chemistry, who has veteran players. It's not too big for them. The relationship piece is real. I don't care what anybody says. This game's played by people. There's a human element to the game. And I think that you got to build that connection and that camaraderie, that chemistry. If you played with a guy for multiple years, you lived on the same hall in the rookie dorm, I think there's advantages to that when it comes to college football.
Receivers, you seem to be loaded.
Got a few.
Those freshmen, Vernell Brown, Dallas Wilson, the transfer J. Michael Sturdivant.
Mm-hmm.
Describe them and their immediate potential impact.
Yeah, I think it gives us we have more playmakers than we've had. And look, Chim DK, Elijah Badger did great for us last year, and both are off to the NFL. And we had Pearsall 2 years ago. But I think we added 5 new players to that room. Nobody's talking about Trey Wilson coming back.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
I know. He missed most of it. Yeah.
He's a difference maker for us. So yeah, I think it gives. Obviously, there's a lagway effect there, in terms of players wanting to play with him.
Did you notice that? That was the conversation, like a conversation, bringing him in?
Absolutely.
You know who's throwing to you type thing?
And I think the thing that's impressed me about the group is no drama, blue collar, Dallas, Vernell, Nashawn, Muiz, J. Mike. It's a blue collar group, and this spring it's competitive. You get in the top 6, you better be ready to go every week.
We didn't have a close-up on Coach, and Coach, you have a great poker face, but us up here could tell as soon as Dari asked you that question, there was just the ever bit of a smile on your face as you went to answer, and you don't show that emotion very often. So we'll read between the lines.
Yeah, it's a good group. I mean, I've coached receivers at Alabama and been around really good players at Clemson, at Arizona State. We've had a lot of really good players, but there's some unique ones in this group.
I want to go one other thing. Were you in San Antonio one time, right?
Yeah.
What did that mean to you and what you're trying to do now, seeing a guy do it on the basketball court?
Yeah, there was the realization of getting in position to be the Final Four teams. Literally have sat beside some of these guys that played, and my sons are with me, and they're shaking hands with Walter and some of the guys to see them out there competing, to be a fan, to rub elbows with our people. The Final Four is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell everybody it was like a home game for both teams.
Yeah.
There's 65,000 people in that Alamo Dome. And the energy and the shifts in momentum, really special to have my 2 boys there, and then for them to win it, So yeah, I think it affected our players. I really did.
Yeah.
I think it made it real to them. Like, man, they just won a national championship. And I think the confidence that we played with down the stretch, I think that added some energy into the offseason for sure.
I love it. Yeah, it was a highlight of my year being there for that. It was awesome to see. I can't imagine from a Gator perspective.
Yeah, it was
enjoy it.
Really cool.
Thanks for coming up here, and nothing but the best.
Great conversation there. A lot of great questions. Finally, some really good questions. A lot of things that we were talking about we wish would have been asked on the main stage. I figured that we would get those questions this back half of kind of like, how did you handle this? How did you do that? I think a good point, too, that they keep going back to is being able to see your team in another sport win a national championship, being around that and seeing a coach handle that. A new coach comes in. You and Todd are kind of in that same world, being around those players. Because, look, I think what people have a hard time grasping is you can be good, you can compete, but there's another level that you have to find in your brain to go to that next level. Look, we talked smack about golf. I played golf at a competitive level in high school, right? And our team was disgusting. For the 3 years that I was there, we went 42-3. We lost 3 times over a 3-year span. However, anytime we go to the conference championships, we would fall flat on our face. Never tell you why, what happened, but we had that hard time of getting to that next level when it came to golfing for ourselves.
Getting over the hump as a team and getting
it's tough. That. It's hard to see it, and there was nobody on our staff coaching wise that had never been there. And obviously, you only have 3 years, right? You don't have a lot of time to figure those things out and learn that. And you're it's just like college, right? You're kind of rotating. But our coach he wasn't like he was part of like a Bama staff, right? They kind of tasted it, or we didn't see it anywhere else. We were the first team at our high school to win a conference championship, right? Like we were kind of setting the tone. So I understand how hard it is to get there, because trust me, we busted our butts, we busted our tails off. And one of our goals was to go undefeated one year, and we did all those things, but we could not get it at the end of the year. Couldn't seem to get out of our own way. Looked like we didn't know how to play golf. But yeah, I love the fact that he brought up Eugene Wilson, because again, we do this in the linebacker room too. There's so much talent. We talk about the Dallas Wilson, the Vernell Brown, the Studervants. And look, I love how he said it too, because you never want to bash anybody else. It's always a weird place to be in, right? You don't want to say like, yeah, the other team suck, this is the best team ever. But ideally, you're trying to get better year over year. And he said, look, we had great guys, and Shamir DK and Badger who were off to the NFL and Ricky Pearsall. And without the but, he says, but this group here is something special and what they bring to the table and what they're able to do. And just seeing the clip of Eugene catching that ball from DJ Lagway, his ability to create space, that's something we haven't had. I mean, I don't know, and how long. A wide receiver that can just is so
monster, bro.
He's slippery.
That dude is a monster.
Slippery when wet, you know? And I think that you've got a quarterback like Lagway who's great on his feet, can extend plays, and when you've got a wide receiver like Eugene Wilson out there, just give me the ball and I'll do something. He's not the only one, though. VB3 possesses the same qualities. And then you've got guys on the outside now he talked about. And I love that he mentioned the freshmen coming in Mizzou, Tonkara, and Nashawn Montgomery. Those are true freshmen. They're like 6'3", 6'4" dudes. But the fact that those names are on his cranium, again, they're supposed to be there as his players, but it's very easy to overlook those guys in that moment.
Sure.
I don't know if depth-wise, if there's a deeper wide receiver room in all of college football. I get that there's some good ones. Auburn has a couple very, very good ones, but it's a lot of onesie twosies. Tops. I mean, he just said it. To get in the top 6, to get on the field, like you forget, we still have Tank Hawkins, Abrams. I mean, there's still a lot of guys in this room that.
Khalil Jackson, people hate hearing that name, but that's a guy that was a starter that he's a walk-on grinder that made big plays in big-time moments with other guys. We got the full DJ Lagway interview here. I know your boy's about to be up here, Jason, so if you want to go and watch your bum of a coach, I get it. But we're going to play. We're going to play. All right. I appreciate it, Bubba. Good seeing you. We'll be in touch. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, big guy.
Okay, brother. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for talking to us, man. It's been fun. I'm excited to see Oklahoma. Obviously, we'll chat again. We'll get you back on. We'll do some more Oklahoma preview for sure.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon.
See you, bud. Let's take a listen to this. I think we saw probably clips of it, but I imagine this is 10 minutes, a little bit longer than what we saw from the SEC media. So let's take a listen. Oh, you can't hear anything, can you?
Basically helped lead them with one good leg. What do you remember about that game, and what's your biggest takeaway from that?
Yeah, for sure. I remember before that whole week, it was a lot of ups and downs mentally. Just figuring out what's the plan gonna be, if I'm gonna even be able to be out there. But once we hit Thursday, okay, all right, it's time to lock in. We got to go get this W. It doesn't really matter. Playing against a great LSU team. They were really good last year. And I'm excited to go to Death Valley this year, and it's gonna be fun. So yeah.
Left side, fourth row. Dan Peck, ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. DJ, what were the most challenging things about getting on the getting on the field in the SEC as early in your career as you did, and what were some things that maybe didn't shock you all that much about playing in the league?
I would say the most challenging thing was really just, time management. Going from being in high school and then going to SEC big time college football, it's a big difference. Especially where I'm from in a little town, Willis, Texas. It's definitely a big difference. But once I kind of got adjusted to that and adjusted to knowing the offense and knowing where my people were at, and now that's why I'm excited for this year. Because I know where my people at now. I can know where the defense is at and get better at that. So yeah.
In the middle on the aisle, please.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX in College Station. DJ, what do you remember about that Texas A&M game? And it was very early in your career last year. Then how much are you looking forward to this year, kind of coming back home and playing at Kyle Field?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely excited to go back to play at Kyle Field. I've been to I've been in a lot of games in Kyle Field, and for me to be able to play in one, it's going to be surreal. Having all my family, my teammates, my classmates, my coaches, teachers, all of them be at the game, it's going to be fun.
Second row and then pass it forward, please.
Alex Byington on 3. DJ, as a freshman, most players don't come in thinking they have to kind of put the world on their shoulders. But when you were kind of thrust in there, that's exactly what had to happen.
For
but
sure.
How often, I'm sure you heard some of the speculation about Coach Napier and his job status and hot seat talk. How much did that actually impact you? And was that part of your day-to-day thinking when you were out there playing?
Yeah, when I'm out there playing, I'm just thinking about playing ball. I'm worried about, trying to figure out my freshman year, trying to figure out where my guys were going, you know. But I was just, you know, every time I stepped on the field, that's when life just kind of stopped for me, and it's just like just playing ball and just being like just in the moment. My biggest thing last year, I always wanted to get into something called flow state, you know. And flow state is like where you're just moving, it's just natural. Everything happens naturally, and that's kind of where I wanted to be at every year, every game.
Back to the front row again.
Jack Pyburn transferred into LSU.
Yeah.
What kind of player is LSU getting out of him?
Oh, man, Jack Pyburn is a guy, you know. It's going to be bittersweet playing against him, you know, and LSU is definitely getting a heck of a player and a heck of a leader.
Left side again.
We were talking with Caleb earlier, and he mentioned, you know, just how thrilling it is to get to play in front of the fans in the Swamp.
Yes, sir.
Lots made of the different home field advantages around the conference. What's it like being able to perform in front of those fans?
Oh, man, words can't even explain it, how it is to play in the Swamp, man. The fans bring it each and every Saturday. And, you know, I'm just thankful to be a part of it, you know, and be able to be in the Swamp, and they're rooting for us and chewing us and giving us that true advantage.
Go on the right side and then pass it behind you.
Harrison Reno, UJ Sports. When we talked to Caleb, I asked him about what his thoughts were coming out of that Georgia game last year. Obviously, you went down with an injury in that game, but beforehand, y'all had a lead on them. How much confidence does that give you going into this year's matchup, one, and then two, I guess, what was that like having to sit there on the sideline and kind of watch how that game ended up unfolding?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it gives me a lot of confidence that, you know, it doesn't matter who really's out there. You know, it's all about us. It's all about how we prepare and how we go out there and treat the weak, you know. And you know, watching that game after I got hurt, it was the hardest thing. Like, I hated that. Like, I just wanted to be out there with my guys. That's all I want to do is just play football. So, you know, seeing that, it was hard. But, you know, definitely giving me the confidence for next year to go out there and play them.
Middle back row, please.
Donna Conrad, 15 ABC and Bryan College Station. DJ, you got a chance to play against the Aggies last year at home. What stands out to you about A&M's defense?
Yeah, what stands out to me about A&M's defense is just their interior pressure. You know, they had a lot of good defensive linemen, you know, and they had a lot of good corners too. They had a really good safety. Really all-around defense was really good. Like, and they got a good linebacker, Torian York. You know, I played against him in high school. He got the better of me. Yes, but I'm excited to, you know, get out there and play against him again this year. But yeah, it's a great all-around defense.
On the right, in the back, and then pass it to your left.
Hey, DJ, Kyle Wood, Athlon Sports. Having guys like Jake and Caleb come back, having that continuity with upperclassmen, does that raise internal expectations for you all, knowing the team that you have ready for this year?
I'd say not expectations. You know, we're not really worried about that. We're just worried about one day at a time and just loving on each other, getting better. You know, and that's really what it's about, you know, and the brotherhood that we've built and the camaraderie that we have is just amazing, and I'm excited just to showcase it to the world.
Middle, fifth row.
How will Jaden Ball play a role in y'all's offense this season?
Oh, man, Jaden Ball is a huge part of our offense. You know, I'm excited for him. He's been working his tail off this offseason, and, you know, he's gonna definitely help us a lot this year.
Left side, and then pass it over.
DJ, aside from something like leadership, what do you think your best attribute is as a quarterback, and do you have anybody that you model yourself after at all?
I'll say my best leader as a quarterback is, my best attribute as a quarterback is really just, I'd say just my, as people would say, my, I guess, aura, confidence, and just the way I portray myself on game day. Like, my teammates always joke around about, like they say that I'm a totally different person on game day, you know, and that kind of oozes out of me, and it's just great to be able to be that for my guys, you know.
On the aisle, please.
Yeah, DJ, when you look around the conference at some of the other quarterbacks that are playing right now, how would you just evaluate the level of play at the quarterback position in the SEC right now?
Man, there's a lot of good quarterbacks in the SEC right now, and I'm you know, it's just great to see, you know, to be able to compete against some of them and to watch them, you know, further their careers and stuff like that down the road. I'm excited for them. I'm always praying for them.
Right side, third row.
Trevor Denton, Way 31. How do you manage the pressure of being the starting quarterback at the University of Florida, especially after the way you played last season, entering this one as the starter?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I always say pressure is a privilege, you know, and once you have pressure, that means people are counting on you to do big things. So
I'm always excited when people say pressure, you know, and that's why I just love like game day atmosphere because it feels like all eyes are on you and you got to put on a show, you know, so that's what I'm excited for, yeah.
2 to finish on the second row and then on the 5th row.
Kind of along those lines, how do you internalize that pressure? And I mean, not to harp on it, but there was a lot of pressure on you specifically last season to kind of save your coach's job at one point. So how do you handle that?
Yeah, you know, the way I handle pressure and, you know, all that stuff, I kind of prepare during the week like crazy. Like, and preparation leads to confidence. So once I get to Saturday, I already know that I didn't put the work in. I did all I needed to do. And kudos to the coaching staff. You know, they prepare us like crazy. Like Coach O'Hara and Coach Napier, they put together a plan for the quarterbacks and just all the team in general. So like when we get out there, we already know what's going to happen dang near. So it's great.
Final question on the right, back row.
Micah Farmer, Eagle Eye TV. DJ, you've been very outward about your faith in your entire time in your recruiting and your time at Florida. How do you think that helps you as a leader, especially through ups and downs of a typical football season?
Yeah, I definitely say faith is a huge part of my life, you know, and having God as the foundation has been wonderful because, it's, like you said, it's a lot of ups and a lot of downs on the football field, even in life. But having that foundation to keep me strong is beneficial.
DJ, thank you very much.
Thank y'all. Go Gators.
Good job. Stay healthy.
A lot of better questions there.
Yeah, that was different than what we saw prior. That was a different questionnaire. Hear me? Yeah. Yeah, great stuff though. A lot of great content there. Once again, hearing him talk, just hearing him talk about others being excited about Jaden Ball. Great answer on Jack Pyburn there, but a lot of stuff. A lot of I would say what's the word I'm looking for? Dopamine overload for this season for sure.
Yeah.
Ready to go bust some pads now.
I mean, I was really kind of shocked by the second to last question. You know, you're kind of planning to save your coach's job. I think it was a good question, and the way that he handled it.
Yeah, it's been asked a lot. He's been asked in this roundabout way that a handful of times.
That was direct though.
Yeah, because somebody asked about it with social media, like, hey, like you saw like where things were, like what you were playing for, you know. And I think he earned the answer in the beginning. He was like, hey, like I kind of like, you know, try to get in that flow state. He answered that kind of early on too.
Yeah.
They try to trip him up.
Definitely a better section of questions by those guys, I think. I think that I think that just everybody feels more comfortable. Like I feel like DJ is more comfortable in his own skin than he was last year. And I'm excited. I mean, you got to think this kid won 6 games on one leg, a bad shoulder, and a hernia. Like, what can this kid do when he's healthy?
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the big question mark heading into the season. I think again, that's where the excitement comes from. All in all, I mean, obviously we got media day tomorrow, but it feels like today was kind of the wrap up. But
yeah,
because tomorrow's Mizzou, Kentucky, and A&M will be exciting to hear from. But I think we kind of got through all the big dogs that people really wanted to hear from and where things are. Because yes, Mizzou, Kentucky, A&M, and who's the other one? Oh, it's Vanderbilt.
Oh, Pavia, I'll say something.
No, Diego already went. Who is it? Oh, Arkansas. Oh, Pippin. 6 hours strong, boys. War chant would never. I mean, one hell of a day here, and we're not done. Obviously, we'll be back later tonight, live at 8:35 for the best day of the week with Ali Peak. Try to see if we get Zach Goodall because he obviously was there today. I know he's busy. We had Cam Parker on earlier. Great show, great day. I mean, I think lasted better than I thought it would. Shout out to Cowboy Ty, Cody the Professor, Jason, Uncle Lou, Cam Parker, everybody who helped kind of tie this together. It only had 2 little breaks. Kind of rocked and roll with the whole damn time. And shout out to everyone who's been here for damn near most of it as well, too. You guys are awesome. You guys are great. I appreciate y'all. Cody, any thoughts before we go?
I'm just excited, man. I think we gotta get through this camp. That they just said that camp starts in 10 days, and
Yeah,
I
it's
think
right
we get
after
through that healthy.
our media day. So our media day runs through, and then I think they start that Tuesday. Like we have our media day Sunday. I think they start Tuesday.
Gotta stay healthy. I ask you this: give me one player offense, one player defense, that you're most excited to see this coming year, and then I'll give you mine. Not DJ Lagway and
It's gonna be Eugene, I think, on offense. I want to see what he does with DJ throwing him the football. We've seen glimpses of it, and I want to see a healthy, stronger, not having to fully rely on him, Eugene Wilson. And then on defense, I'm excited for that linebacker room. I mean, you could pick any one of those guys and see how they can be someone who takes over the game. We've lacked a little bit of that Brandon Seiler-esque linebacker room, guys that can kind of really make a statement with some big time hits. And I think those guys possess that with Pup Howard, Childs, Graham, and Jaden. So I'm going to say the linebacker room for my defense.
I think for my defense, I got to go Cormani McClain. I mean, highly touted 5-star, #1 cornerback in the nation. Has definitely matured, it seems like, from all accounts. Put on some serious weight. Doesn't even look like the same guy in spring. And just been grinding. I think that's my guy. I know Devin Moore's had some issues injury wise. Like to see him get through. But Cormani McClain, a guy that I've rooted for, came here as a walk-on, went from 5-star to walk-on. I'd love to see him have an All-American year and lock down one side of the field. I think he's got the talent. I think now that he's got the strength and everything, I think he could definitely have one. And then I really want to see the next level of Jaden Ball. I'm excited about that. He's going to get a ton of opportunity and touches. I think that Jaden Ball can be a guy that can lead the SEC in rushing with the amount of attempts and the maturity. I mean, you got to think this guy was out there, getting the ball and kind of moving and grooving, maybe not knowing all the plays. Has a freshman quarterback in. Montrell was starting over him at the very beginning. It's going to be Jaden Ball's, show, and then obviously Jacoby Jackson spelling him. But I'm super excited to see the next level of Jaden Ball. I think there's a lot left in the tank there.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ball's a fantastic one too. Just because we know if we can have a healthy running back room and structure back there, that the rest of the team will succeed. And Kermani's a great pick too. I think that he looks phenomenal. Great cornerback play, something Florida's lacked over the last couple of years too. That could be needed. I think Jordan Castell and Thornton, that safety room, is another room you could look at. There's so many exciting areas which are ready to rock and roll.
Gates
but
coming back from injury.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, great show. I'm going to get the Spot the Ball t-shirts up as soon as possible. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that one, because that's a phenomenal idea. We got to strike while the iron is hot, some would say. But 6 hours strong, hell of a show. Thank you guys for the love and support. And I'm glad you guys appreciated this coverage. Appreciate you guys for tuning in and showing the love. See you guys later on tonight, baby. Peace and love.
See ya.